Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. It's been another week gone, and we are back. We've got another fantastically stacked lobby for you beautiful viewers once again, and I am really excited to get in today's tournament.
Yeah, we have some players from EU Masters as well. I mean, just a very, very stacked lobby. I think the most stacked we've seen it in the past, maybe month or two, really, to be honest. At least for my preferences of players like like Cosimo, that I think are very good. Guardia coming back after kind of a long time that he hasn't really been in the spotlight. So yeah, I'm very excited for today.
For those of you who aren't familiar, we are going to be getting familiarized with the format. This is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players today. All matches will be best of 3. The players, however, only bring 2 decks that do not overlap regionally, so no ban. And to win a match, a player must win with both of their decks. And because this is, of course, double elimination, there is a chance for people who get sent to the loser's bracket to fight their way back up to get that perhaps grand finals reset. And we have, of course, our classic $200 prize pool, which will be split across the top 4, and the top 2 players will be invited back for the next Fight Night EU.
Looking at the players for today, the participants are going to be Pavlici, last week's champion, coming in from Russia, and really coming in with a big showing last week, and now trying to maybe repeat that this week. Salty Simon, player from Sweden, obviously you guys know him very well, and has also been a winner in this Fight Night tournament. Cosimo from Spain against Guardia, German player we haven't seen in a while, but has always been, I think, someone that we always respected a lot in terms of his lineups and just his tournament prep overall. Turtle, also a Fight Night champion against Dinah. We've seen him before with Nightfall, the Finland player. Always playing some very, I think, spicy lists, and always more on the aggro side. So definitely excited to see what he brings to the table today. And then, of course, Sari from Lebanon, also a Fight Night champion. And Lord Vaughn, someone we haven't seen before, from Italy, hoping to, I think, make a big debut today. But as I'm talking about the players, I want to just right now in chat, I've linked the decks there. Click that link, please. Look at the lineups in Europe for today. Soak it in. And yes, I will confirm for you, there are no Azir Irelia decks. We didn't impose any restrictions. somehow all 8 of these players, out of self-respect, out of boredom, I don't know what it was, have brought some of the spiciest lists that I've seen in a long time and have made it one of the worst metas in Runeterra. A fantastic one for this tournament. So I want to take 10 seconds of your time for everyone to give, a clap, a little round of applause for these players, because really I was expecting the worst coming into today. I woke up, I saw the lineups, and I could not believe it. I had to really register and look at every single name 3 times to make sure no one had brought a Zerarelia.
I know. Am I looking at the wrong tab? Are these from another week? Is this from a bygone metagame? But no, I'm just so glad the players are digging deep and recognizing that there's tons of, tier 1.5, tier 2 decks that are very good right now. And this will be perhaps really great practice to round out their lineups for future events. So today is going to have some really interesting matchups that maybe we haven't seen before or maybe haven't seen in a very long while.
And going into the first match for today, we're going to have Cosimo Leon, Spanish player. My bias will come in a bit here against Guardia, someone that I said before. I think we both respect him quite a bit as a player. Back, maybe going a lot back into kind of the early days of where Runeterra really became very competitive with TF Swain, that whole meta where there's a lot of community tournaments,
TF Swain,
Rules of Runeterra, etc. Guardia had a very big impact in that meta and really made a name for himself. I knew him from Gwent as well, but coming into Runeterra with Team Aretuza, he made a big splash, I think, in the whole scene, and we're hoping to see him do much of the same today with some very, very spicy deck lists. I think we've seen the list a little bit Scar, but he's bringing an elusive deck with Noxus.
Ooh, Noxus elusives. It's been, I think, a region combination that's been attempted a lot before, right? Like people are always splashing Freljord, but when you splash Noxus, you're just looking for these big buffs you're looking to beat down. And I like this concept a lot, not going for like Kinko Wayfinder stuff, just saying, I want Noxus because of the big buffs, and then we just have Darius at the top end to close out. As we all know, Overwhelm's very strong in the current metagame because of Nasus Thresh and because of Aurelia Azir, right? You can just punch through. So this is going to be pretty exciting. The Navori Conspirator being able to cycle the Dancing Droplet, get a little bit more card draw, which a deck like this has been missing out on for a while. Could see some big things happen. We know that Trevor Snoozebottom is, a really explosive card as well.
Biggest thing to mention here, I think the reason why you're going into Noxus, obviously there's, other cards are interesting, but I think the reason here looking at this deck list might be Decisive Maneuver. The fact you have so many cheap elusives that obviously cannot be blocked. So the idea of, going in, maybe you have a Darius attacking, you stun the unit that Darius is attacking, so his overwhelm damage goes through fully, and then you have a lot of small elusives that were, just pestering your Nexus health a little while ago, but with the +2 effect from Decisive Maneuver, suddenly become maybe a threat or even a lethal threat. So we'll see if the game plan works in the same way that we're seeing it here, like the bigger picture, by looking at the deck list. We'll see, if Guardia bought this deck, I think it's for a reason. It might not be, obviously, the most important deck in the meta right now. And it is something that I haven't even seen anywhere or thought I would be seeing anytime soon. But I think he brought it for a reason. I think in testing, at least, it's a competitive deck enough to, win games in certain matchups against maybe certain decks he expected. And we'll see. We'll see how it plays out for him.
Yeah, the Guardia, we talk about it a lot, very respected player, helps with tournament prep, helps with scrims like for other top players. Even when you go back in time, very strong TF Swain player, very strong Ash Frostbite player back when that deck like really got a lot of buffs back in the day. And this is like his tournament MO, I think, is like, knows the meta very well, but is always experimenting and trying to push the meta forward and ends up bringing something that's like perhaps a little bit off kilter. And we'll see if this time around it does pay off, because this has a lot of the ingredients that are very desirable right now. And a lot of lists perhaps just aren't prepared to deal with an early elusive onslaught into just a big bomb, because that's something that elusives do really lack, is like having a singular finisher unit. So we'll see how it does stack out. Of course, Cosimo also bringing Thralls, I believe, to counteract this list, and we'll get a little bit of that perspective here. Now, this matchup, Garja's second deck is TF Fizz, another list that I know he's a big fan of. Still really likes the deck, how you have to think a lot when you play it. We've seen Guardia pilot TF Fizz from really, really bad spots as well to still pull out a victory. It really demonstrates the skill cap, especially post-nerf you really do need to make sure that you're experienced on this list. And into Thralls, I like keeping the Ice Shard. Rite of Negation, not really a great card in this matchup, but you're just hoping, I think, to get perhaps enough AoE and get a Frozen Thrall like set up early enough before the Purple Fish combo hits. Because you hit Iterative Improvement to survive Ice Shard. This is like a classic. TF Fizz playing into old TLC, right, could sometimes still live through all the removal just because you have wave after wave after wave of threats.
And Thrall is a deck that is maybe the most represented in this tournament. 3 players have brought this deck, so it has evolved from a meme to a dream now for many of these players. Rite of Negation can be good against the one of Mind Meld in this deck that Guardia is running. Of course, TF Fizz still very similar to what it used to be. Obviously, the power level much lower, but still a very interesting elusive deck. And Guardia going with the full elusive strategy today with Noxus elusives and TF Fizz. And right away, like you said, I think this Thralls deck is very interesting. It's gotten a lot of traction recently, and it's showing that it can be, I think, quite competitive. I think it really has a lot of matches where it can get an edge and really just overwhelm the board, you know, pun intended or not intended. I think to the point still stands.
Yeah, the player that brought this and really put it on our radars, at least mine, in a big way, was Extasio. And, you know, posted after the fact a couple things on social media, kind of explaining the deck a little bit, really like singing its praises and, you know, encouraging players to bring it to tournaments. Thinks that it's a deck that's meant for tournaments and, you know, where you're able to get the matchups that you want a little bit more consistently. So seeing more players pick it up means that there's going to be more data, more experimentation, and just more optimization of this list. And the only thing I'm seeing here, though, unfortunately, is the first Thrall coming down on round 4 is a very, very slow start for this deck. We've got Talia at the very least and Preservationist. So as long as Guardia keeps this also very slow pace, Cosimo is actually feeling pretty good here. But very unstandard openings from both sides, I think.
You have to remember that obviously TF Fizz has a lot of 1 health units. It has a lot of very flimsy units, and Ice Shard will do a lot in helping prevent, well, 2 Ice Shards will do a lot in helping prevent any big attacks. And like we said before, TF Fizz might still be, you know, a tier 2 competitive deck, but the power level has gone down drastically. The deck list is pretty much exactly the same, so it hasn't really evolved or you know, changed around after nerfs to certain cards. We still have pick a card, we still have, you know, a lot of the same cards here, just the power level is a lot lower. And the explosiveness of just Burble Fishes at 3 attack in 1 turn. First of all, it's weaker, and second of all, there are going to be good answers in this deck from Cosimo.
And we did get a quick glimpse there. Guardia actually rummaging away the Mind Meld, recognizes that that's not going to be a real win condition for this list. Even if they don't have Rite of Negation, as soon as you put Mind Meld on the stack, they'll respond with an Ice Shard or 2 to wipe those cards out. So it looks like Guardia's perhaps taking a longer view of things, maybe trying to go for a leveled up TF strategy here. Here it is, level up already completed. Cosimo can't really respond to Twisted Fate at all, and we'll see if this guy can carry. The deck does run triple Get Excited, so if you draw through enough of the deck, you get like a big Fizz maybe set up. You can go for, you know, you start getting Longtooth summoned, and you're just generating more units out of thin air. It's going to be really interesting. Again, Guardia pilots this deck in a really interesting way that the win conditions and lines of play that aren't really considered standard for the list, but it has so many strong things that it can do and available to it that Guardia is willing to exploit. And one thing I'm perhaps looking forward to is, you know, the Frostguard Thrall hatches, and then, you know, Iterative Improvement comes down and you steal one of the Thralls, and then suddenly you've got late game. And you've got 9/9s.
I'm going to take a second to just quickly, I was going over the deck list and making these points. It wasn't really, you know, there wasn't much happening in the game. And suddenly TF is flipped on turn 5.
Yeah, I know, right?
After the nerf, this is not a normal occurrence anymore. What is going on here? I mean, we saw the cards there. Cosimo went through the card history, but I was, you know, 70% paying attention to the action in game because I was going through the deck list and making sure I knew, you know, the percentages of each card in the archetypes. And suddenly TF is flipped. This is obviously not ideal for Cosimo, regardless of him having Ice Shards. TF flipping, you know, it's still a very big threat. It's still something that can take over the game entirely. So I'm not sure what patch we're in, but this is, you know, I'm not sure this is what I was expecting to see.
This is highly unusual. I think in all senses of the word. Like, we got Twisted Fate pretending like the nerf never happened. We've got this Thrall Turbo deck with no turbo. Like, where usually by this turn you have like maybe 2 Thralls in play, one that's like about to hatch, and so very off pace here. I think that but the players, however, the viewers in the stream are also agreeing that this game is really off kilter because they still believe that 66% think that Cosimo is going to take this. The other third of the chat voted for Guardia, of course, but when they put their channel points on the line, only 1 point was put up for Guardia, 9k points for Cosimo. People are really trying to stack the odds here.
I think people have forgotten what a flip TF can do in a game. I don't blame them. Obviously, after the nerf, TF phase disappeared for quite a while in most parts of the ladder, and we haven't seen much of TF in any kind of a tier 1 or tier 2 deck since then. But TF phase flipping this early on is, again, very, very impactful, and it still generates so much value compared to anything else in the game at this stage.
And I'm beginning to wonder, when you look at the hand, right? There's a Blighted Ravine, there's Ice Shard. Cosimo has had options here to kind of punish some of this deck, kind of keep it under control, and is just chilling, right? Oh, has only taken 6 damage so far, is just working on the Thralls. And I think that I was attributing the slow pace of this game to perhaps Cosimo not having the best draws, but I think that he is approaching this matchup from a control Freljord standpoint rather than I need to get my Thralls out of their prisons ASAP and start beating down. So we'll see if this does pay off, because I mean, you can go for Blighted Ravine right now and Ice Shard to just wipe this whole board, and maybe Cosimo's trying to lure Guardia into a false sense of security, get an overcommit to happen, and then hit with that AoE. The Talia's waiting in the hand. There's only 2 copies of Talia in this deck, and her purpose is entirely to duplicate the Thrall. Wait for this to tick down to 2 turns or 1 turn left, and then, let her rip.
Yeah, I think at this point we're seeing now ignitions, things like this chip damage coming in where it's not off of a big attack, because obviously there's going to be answers to both, small elusives, Poros, Burble Fishes with both the Ice Shards, Blighted Ravine as well, if they're played before, the development for the next turn. And also just Mind Melt, there's a red negation. So those win cons are kind of hampered, or, pretty much almost maybe impossible for Guardia, but slowly getting chip damaging with ignitions, with Mystic Shots, and with TF's red card, it seems like a meme, but every single turn, that's 1 damage. And if Cosimo takes it too slow, he will be dying to kind of the attrition of the burn spells that still are here for Guardia and for TF Fizz, and now obviously the suit up on Fizz will help that survivability and help push 4 damage next attack token turn.
So now we've got suit up on Fizz, so Fizz is going to be sidestepping a lot of this removal. Red card again, this chip damage coming through. And with Fizz leveled up, as I said, you're going to get Longtooth, just generating extra resources to survive through all this AoE. Forces Cosimo here to develop. Is hesitant, though. Wants to choose between the Talia and the Blighted Ravine. This is a little awkward, because going into the next round, you do have a nice open attack, maybe not an open attack. Actually, now with leveled up Twisted Fate in play, if you cast a spell, even if it's burst speed, to give the Fizz elusive, it's going to put that blue card on the stack first.
Yeah, Cosimo thinking here about Blighted Ravine, putting the Twisted Fate and the Ballistic Ball down to 1 health, and obviously stopping the development with the next 6 mana that's available here for Guardia, because it would just be dying. Pretty much everything in his deck would be dying to Blighted Ravine, and then having the Ice Shard to go, to combo next turn at fast speed. But looks like he's opting to go for Talia instead, get the copy here, and obviously get Talia's body onto the board, which is still obviously a very decent blocker against non-elusive units.
And this Thrall deck, I think if it does stay popular and continues to see play, it's going to need to be tested against all of the decks. Like when you consider, there's the top big bad, the top 5, the top 4 decks, but then there's so many matchups in below that tier, and not to mention decks from previous metas like TF Fizz that are still quite strong that pop up from time to time. And I think that this is the sort of deck whose mulligan and style does change vastly from matchup to matchup. Similar to Nightfall, right? Where the cards that you need that are very important change wildly. And so a lot of research is going to need to be done.
So it seems we've had a problem here. Guardia has disconnected from the game. I believe we'll be replaying game one. Obviously, Guardia was, I think, in a favorable position, so it is unfortunate for him. But and at the very least, I think it's better than Cosimo disconnecting and having to replay when he's losing. Would be a bit more awkward. But in this case, no, I think it's normal sportsmanship-like conduct from both players. They've agreed to a rematch here. And yeah, we'll be going through game one once again. We'll see if Twisted Fate will be flipping turn 5. I think that won't be the case. But for Guardia's sake, I think he definitely hopes to have, I think a similar play pattern to what happened here, because he was able to create a threat that wasn't necessarily on the board with these cheap elusive units. It was more through Twisted Fate's value and just through the idea of you have to react to this, 5/5 Fizz, this Twisted Fate's leveled up, this ballistic ball that has ignitions every turn, that helps also Twisted Fate generate cards. So yeah, it was definitely a tricky situation there for Cosimo, and he gets a bit lucky there. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, if you shuffle the cards, let Thralls try again, that game can look very different. You get Frozen Thrall out of the deck on turn 1 into a Curator, into Lysandra, into Time in a Bottle, into Draklorn, and then suddenly there's, instead of just leveled up TF and leveled up Fizz sitting across from pretty much an empty board, they're staring down an 8/8 or 2. So things can definitely go the other direction there. Really unfortunate, and we'll get a better idea of the matchup perhaps, where Thralls get to put up a bit more of a fight. Maybe, Cosimo draws the cards that entice him to commit to that get an 8/8 on the board as quick as possible line of play. And while he's focusing on that, maybe Guardia does just, TF, blue card, pick a card, bada boom, bada bing, and the same thing sort of happens again. Seeing two decks operate at maximum power is going to be a lot more exciting, of course, than just one of them, aha, I got my win condition and you're still working on yours, let's go. And yeah, and going into the next matchup, and of course, it is a replay of game one, so they're still going to be playing the same decks. They aren't just restarting the whole set. So we're going to see this matchup again.
Exactly. But just if anyone wants a quick reminder, or just we haven't really spoken about it, the second deck for Cosimo will be Zoe Lee Sin. So his lineup is Thralls and Zoe Lee Sin. And Guardia, as we mentioned before, full elusive lineup with the Noxus elusives and with TF Fizz. Of course, Lee Sin is a deck that does sometimes run Sparklefly. This version that Cosimo's running has 2 of them, which is obviously going to be maybe an issue for the elusive decks, because it's not only an elusive blocker but also elusive blocker with lifesteal that can sometimes get buffed with Pill Cascade, with gems, to create trades in favor of Cosimo. And obviously elusive is a deck that if you hinder its game plan just a little bit, it starts crumbling, because it is very one-dimensional in most cases. With elusive units normally can't be blocked. When you can block one, and you can gain health from it as well, and maybe get 2 trades or 3 trades if you make things awkward, it can really ruin the game plan for Guardia. So I think he's definitely not happy to see the Zoe Lee Sin deck. Yeah,
and then you just have maybe even Zoe as a chump if you whiff somehow on an elusive turn 1, or your turn 1 is Navori Conspirator, so that it loses its elusive and can't block Zoe, then getting Equinox or Crescent Strike or something. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think they miscued.
Game 3.
Yeah, so
we're in game
start,
3,
start. Like I said. Yeah, I know. While we were talking, they played game 2 real quick. But again, they're replaying the set, and that means that they're replaying game 1, so the deck choice is still locked in. So I'm glad that we're able to accommodate Guardia's internet issue there.
It's possible that Guardia thought he had maybe lost the game 1.
Oh yeah,
it might just be a confusion there, but as we said before, I think both players will have agreed to a rematch, and obviously it wasn't too far into the game, and it was in favor of Guardia. So a rematch will occur here between obviously the same players and the same decks. The Thralls here for Cosimo, we were seeing on screen, and Guardia, his PC, as we saw with disconnect, maybe having some trouble, so he is not streaming currently. We will not be able to see his hand, but that will leave us some surprises as to when exactly TF will level up.
And I mean, TF is this is the way it went was that they drew so many cards anyway, is you had to play around their entire deck at all times, was generally the way of things. So now we've got a different start here. Fizz on turn 1, more of an aggressive opening from Guardia. Last game, both players pretty much just passed until round 4 and nothing happened. We do have Lissandra on 3 with a Curator here from Cosimo. He's thinking about floating this mana.
Not a TF level up, but the next worst thing. Fizz, turn 1, suit up with a discount, turn 2 off the top deck. Some people still have PTSD from seeing this happen. I have a slight one there. It gave me a little bit of a jolt in the brain when I saw it happen, but Cosimo, I think also not happy to see a 4/4 Fizz that, of course, is a very sticky champion due to his ability to kind of counter spells if he's targeted. So the suit up means that much more. Already on top of him being elusive and being obviously a 4/4 stat line on an elusive unit, the idea that you can obviously counter spells makes it even more of an issue.
Guardia, even though being in a great position here, still taking the time to think before just open attacking with the Fizz. Is there something better I'd want to do? But just get that extra 4 damage. Lissandra now coming down on 3. Cosimo didn't play the Preservarium last round, wanted to float that mana, keep this Ice Shard open, have a little bit more flexibility, but the pieces are falling into place for Cosimo. It's just a matter of figuring out what to do with this Fizz. A 4/4 is pretty troublesome, because it's going to take 2 or 3 reps of removal to get this off of the board.
And Lissandra, once she does level up, if we get there, would obviously be a big deal, because the toughness on the Nexus makes TF Fizz obviously not really do much in many ways. Ignition doesn't count anymore.
If you're going to have Preservarium, I think you time in a bottle first. That way you kind of rig that next draw.
Yeah.
But I think maybe even Cosimo's thinking, maybe I just want to develop Clockwork Curator here to get another blocker.
I think he was a bit passive the last game, and maybe now trying to be more proactive and understanding that it's not just the elusive, that you can you have the answer with Ice Shard always. You're not scared of that part of the TF Fizz deck, but more kind of proactive blockers and just making sure he has control of the game in the mid game.
Yeah, I think too that Lissandra can block out the Ballistic Bot. You're worried about the Fizz. You could summon the Clockwork Curator and just attack. Fizz doesn't want to block it. TF doesn't want to block it. The Ballistic Bot just chips away at it potentially, or get set down to 1 HP, so it's another Ice Shard target that you can use to clean up, or you start to threaten Avalanche or Blighted Ravine.
And there is the Curator being hovered, coming down, reducing the countdown on the Frozen Thrall. And
this
also, of course,
just in time, I think, because now this is going to tick down to 4. You can play Draklorn next turn, and this is probably going to be a very common occurrence. Your opponent's got you on the ropes, and then the 8/8s show up. The cavalry arrives to just blow your opponent up for 8 or 10 damage or what have you. We'll see if that's enough.
And TF till now has drawn twice off of the blue card that he played on this last turn, obviously with the Attune, and coming into this turn as well. We'll see now Guardia with 6 mana, what he can do. Obviously, we saw pick a card nerf to 2 mana after that last nerf, and Rummage can always be a very explosive way to draw very quickly for very cheap, especially if you have stress testing also in the hand. But we will see how quick it can go. I think it won't be comparable to last game. I think last game was literally an anomaly. I quite honestly looked at it, I'm like, wait, TF is at 3/3, does that mean he leveled up? When did that happen?
You look away and you look back, and it's just, you're trying to talk about the matchup as a whole. Again, it's ironic that, these decks are playing, even now in a reshuffle and playing it out again, it still feels like there's not so much immediate aggressive pressure, but TF Fizz is one of those decks that has that breakout pressure where they could pop off on you at any time, is typically how they make you feel. And I mean, if you go for Draklorn here, you get a decent way to maybe wall out the 3/3. Guardia is running Mystic Shot, so that is a dangerous block, but it guarantees that you do get the Frozen Thrall next round.
The Ballistic Bot going to go up to 4 attack if this last Poro is played, so it can trade into Lissandra cleanly, so it makes Cosimo's block. It has to be the Curator really blocking the Ballistic Bot. I think, of course, it will be because TF won't attack here. would risk obviously dying to the Lysandra, for example, and now to the Dracaron as well. And it'll be mostly just the elusives attacking at this point, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage. You get one 8/8, and with the Preservationist in hand and time in a bottle, it is feasible that you could get the second one here pretty quickly. And with a tough Nexus, that really goes a long way to perhaps walling out a lot of this damage. And from there, you know, then you just get Kindly Tavern Keeper second suit up. Oh my goodness, the clock just got massively increased here. I'm trying to talk about how, you know, things aren't that bad, but down to 3 HP, you've got the Ballistic Bot in play to get the ignitions. Getting your Nexus HP down this low means things like Blighted Ravine and Ice Shard become a huge liability.
I'm gonna stop talking at all, Scarzig. I was focusing on TF now, making sure, you know, I'm keeping track of his counters. Suddenly I look at the HP, we're at 3 HP. When did this happen? Where does 17 HP go? Obviously the Ice Shard with the suit up, it was completely just useless now with the Zap at 2 HP as well. One Mystic Shot away, Ignition now coming in. There's no Tough on the Nexus yet, of course, down at 2 HP, so now it's a Mystic Shot and a Get Excited away from death here for Cosimo, and he cannot even play Ice Shard to clear out elusives if they're at 1 health now, because he might just seppuku and kill himself. We saw it before a few fight nights ago. It was, you know, a traumatic experience, I think, and I don't really want to see it again. We don't want to see people, you know, killing themselves with Ice Shards. It's not a pleasant thing to see.
And this version that Guardia has brought is running triple Get Excited. Back in the past, the deck wasn't running a lot of out-of-hand burn. Like, running 1 Get Excited was sometimes standard. Running 2 was basically, oh, they're really focused on the burn plan. But Guardia recognizing that after the nerfs, the deck really just needs to have the chip damage in the early mid-game and then go for burn over the top with triple Get Excited here. So even taking a risk here, sacrificing the Ballistic Bot maybe signals that he has it.
Takes the full hit here, down to 6 HP now for Guardia. Of course, the burn in the deck for Cosimo is more not really Nexus related. It's more just kind of, you know, as a secondary thing with the Ice Shard and the Blighted Ravine. So I'm not sure he'll be able to suddenly make it up with just the 6. Yeah, especially not now. Mystic Shot comes in, and that's going to be it for Cosimo. Game 1 goes to Guardia. Both times, I think, you know, it should be 2-0 in the series maybe. He had a good lead there. But we had a rematching in that very first Game 1. So now that was the actual Game 1, and Guardia leads the series now 1-0. Cannot play TFAs, of course, with the rules of Fight Night and the Conquest format. You play a deck, you win with it, you cannot play it again. And now he has to win with Noxus Elusives, which doesn't sound like the most, you know, good thing to be thinking about going into Game 2, but maybe Guardia knows something we don't.
Yeah, getting the Noxus Elusives, I think that maybe this is I'm going to try to get some cheesy wins with this one, and then TF is the real deck that I'm going to, like, have carry the rest of the lineup. And, you know, even at the end of the day, I think Guardia is just kind of happy to get the data to see, you know, maybe Noxus Elusives, maybe there is something there. Whenever the meta kind of gets into a certain state where it's kind of figured out, there's only a small handful of very common decks, you see these aggro lineups show up to punish lists that have gotten too greedy, gotten too complacent, and just come through to shake things up a little bit. So we're going to see another round of Turbo Thralls from Cosimo. The last 2 games that we saw hasn't really gotten the cards he needed. Gonna throw away Time in a Bottle and Frozen Thrall on turn 1. I think Cosimo's really adopted a control mindset for navigating this matchup.
Yeah, it just shows that he's obviously, you know, desperately trying to fish for Ice Shards, for Ravines, and trying to control the board, because especially this deck, maybe even more than TFAs, it's a bit more one-dimensional what it's trying to do. And it has just a lot of very, very cheap, you know, 1 to 2 health elusive units that you can obviously clear very easily, like we're seeing here. You know, Navori Blade Scout obviously already lost elusives, but we have now the duo here, a problem in Azir Aurelia, and obviously has always been one of the staple, very strong elusive units that can snowball out of control. But if you have a Vile Feast, you have an Ice Shard, it's all under control.
This deck from Cosimo, just as a reminder, only has 2 copies of Avalanche and 2 copies of Ice Shard. Getting the Lissandra down early could be a huge boon. When you get those 0 mana freely generated Ice Shards, you keep the board under control so much better. Guardia is running triple Sharpened Resolve in this list, however, which does grant +2 HP, not grant, it is +3/+2 as a burst speed combat trick, so you can perhaps get that final push of damage through like a wipe if you need to.
And you also have Noblify. So Noblify can help with specifically Ice Shard at fast speed if you're going for a big attack. So we'll see. Random Negation can also help with Decisive Maneuver. It's a card that we talked about it off stream when looking at the list. It's a card that it really, I think, is one of the reasons why he dipped into Noxus out of any other region, because we've seen Zed elusives in EU Masters. There is elusive deck in the game right now in the meta, but definitely not this one. This is not one I've seen before, but maybe Guardia is onto something with the Decisive Maneuver possibility here.
And it reminds me too, like back when, if you go way back in time, back to back in Demacia used to be 5 mana, and it was like just a great closer for like these more like tempo oriented decks around round 5, round 6, when you've gotten a strong curve, a strong advantage. The way that decks will get that early advantage and rally, you sometimes, just a big buff can be the same as rallying, just closing out the game. Cosimo going for the Blighted Ravine here. This is keeping Guardia from developing any further. Gets 2 pretty decent kills here, but still is in a lot of trouble. Needs this Thrall to hatch. Lissandra now being set down to 2 HP means that she's not going to do a lot of defensive work from this position. We do have access to the Flash Freeze from the 3 Sisters here to stop Zed. However, Guardia still able to threaten with Elixir of Wrath and Sharpened Resolve.
And Zed here, I can't imagine it's going to be too impactful. Obviously not elusive, and there are going to be big bodies coming in very soon, which is going to obviously stop anything that Zed tries to do to his quick attack. It's not going to be all that relevant. And Cosimo still, we're on turn 5, still at 16 HP, and really only Zed staring you down is not a bad place to be, I think.
So Cosimo hovered the Preservationist there. You could have gotten an 8/8 this turn. But Cosimo just being a little afraid, I guess. I mean, there's double Elixir of Wrath to let the Zed like swing up into your 8/8. And or maybe Cosimo's going big and wants to hit maybe a promising future or something to get 2 8/8s and level up Lissandra. But just doesn't block Zed at all. Lets it level up. Is going to rely on the AoE perhaps to get Zed out of the situation. Once the Thrall comes out, the Zed's no longer going to be an issue, I imagine. You let it level up now because it's going to get walled out by 8/8s for the rest of the game, I guess is what Cosimo's thinking here. And you can see there's a lot of decisions. Preservationist, Preservarium. Thinking about just discounting this one by 3. So that way you get a couple that are hatching. How impactful do you think leveled up Lissandra is from this position?
Because the board is not very wide right now for Guardia, I don't think that much, but we'll have to, and there's not really burn in the deck, right? It's all going to be coming into attack.
Ooh, Talia comes through to duplicate this Thrall right before it hatches, and there is board space for it.
And that'll be nice for blockers, more than anything. Obviously, I think Cosimo's not intending to attack this turn, which is why he reduced the 6, the Frozen Thrall with 6 countdown and not the 2, because he's in no real rush. He knows that he's going to have a very big attack swing, not this one, but the next attack token turn, and he'll have defenders for the next defense token turn, the turn after this one. So he's really just, I think, biding his time and kind of knows where his power spike will be, and is not in a rush to get there.
Guardia also starting to feel the pressure. These Thralls are going to hatch after that first Blighted Ravine. You can see he's been very hesitant to develop further into this board. Can't afford to get this wiped by the Avalanche or another removal. I think this probably indicates that Guardia hasn't drawn Sharpened Resolve yet in order to protect this board. But leveled up Zed is good. You know what I mean? Because now the Living Shadow's going to have quick attack. You can carry those buffs over with Elixir of Wrath or Sharpened Resolve to get some big hits. But this is going to level up the Lissandra at the start of the next round, and Guardia is going to have that much more of a hurdle to take these down. But because Cosimo tapped down, Guardia is free to develop now, and maybe the Decisive Maneuver finisher swing
and there There are a lot of elusives coming down now, and this will be the bigger problem. Zed obviously attacking. You're going to have blockers with even, Talia, the 4/4, the Thralls coming out, but the Thralls can't block the elusives, and you're going to have to see how you can stop that next turn. You're going to have the flash freeze, obviously, with Three Sisters, and also the Entomb if you need it. I don't think you'll have the mana for both, though, but there are definitely options, and we'll see how Guardia can react on his next attack token turn. And if you can create a big enough, impactful board to do 10 HP after combat trick resolve.
I think the defensive options from Cosimo are very strong from this position. Again, the Entomb, Three Sisters Flash Freeze. Like, just Three Sisters Flash Freeze, I think, on the correct targets will be enough. But, Guardia recognizing, I think you've got to end the round, right? You've got to end the game this next round, because you've got 16 damage worth of Overwhelm, potentially even more. Top deck, Time in a Bottle, or Clockwork Curator could come through to hatch this final Thrall, which is going to be ticking down to 1. And so then you've got 24 damage worth of Overwhelm bearing it down on your Nexus.
Also, important to note that Guardia is running Darius in his deck, so 10 HP does matter in terms of his level up. That being said, I think regardless of Darius being leveled up or not, there are going to be some big, beefy bodies waiting for him. So I don't think it'll be that impactful of a play. I think definitely Guardia has to go for more of an elusive route. Possibly, if he goes wide enough with Decisive Maneuver, if he has a mana next turn. And Rite of Negation will have to be there as a backup for Cosimo.
Okay, and so Guardia does pass. I was worried there's going to be another disconnect, but we do have 2 Thralls now. Lissandra levels up. Got the tough Nexus. Watcher in hand. This Turbo Thralls deck can, discount the Watcher from time to time if it draws the right sequence of cards. I think this is a bug where Lissandra's actually not generating her Ice Shard immediately when she levels up. I know that's something that Riot has been trying to clean up recently, making sure that champions generate the cards they're supposed to. But we do have the wide attack coming through with Brothers Bond here.
This obviously is still 8 mana to work with for Guardia, so I think this is just kind of a preventive, a first trick to make the attack scary enough for Cosimo to have to react to it, and then Guardia will have, I think, more combat tricks and more reactions once he goes on attack, or else I think he wouldn't have really open attacked, or maybe I guess he could fear things like Avalanche, for example, but still, I think he definitely has a lot more up his sleeve, but wants to wait to see, what Cosimo has, because this is still a lot of damage being threatened here.
Yeah, 9 coming through. If you block, then another combat trick comes through to maybe threaten the lethal, and then that gives you the means to go for the Three Sisters Flash Freeze.
I believe the Ice Shard is round start, no? I think if Lissandra levels up after, let's say, the initial check, I think then she doesn't get the Ice Shard. I'm not entirely sure, though.
Correct. But we've got... Yes, we do have the lethal being threatened. Cosimo has the out here. This deck, I believe even Extacio's version, which is main decking Flash Freeze.
And the math checks out. It's going to be Flash Freeze here, and then you still have Rite of Negation. So if, with 7 mana that's left, you try and Decisive Maneuver here to get the +2 on both of these units, it won't be enough. And obviously, there's no Overwhelm on Zed or his Shadow, so that won't matter either for pushing extra damage, as the Ghost Blocker will be able to, obviously, take in or soak in the damage coming in from Zed.
Well, I think that Cosimo definitely has, survived, has stabilized here, and now with another Thrall about to hatch into Cosimo's attack token, that's probably going to be lethal. We do have, Decisive Maneuver, which we've talked a lot about its offensive capabilities for this deck, but it is, a good defensive option in a pinch that we've seen come through in previous fight nights when people were experimenting with that deck, with that card every once in a while.
And we could obviously still see some burst speed spells with 7 mana, depending on what is in hand for Guardia. There's a lot of very cheap options that add a lot of attack, like Elixir of Wrath, like Sharpen Resolve, even for 3 mana. So depending on what his hand is, we don't see any more responses to fast or to burst speed spells from Cosimo. He has Red Negation if just has to maneuver is played, but that's it. Looks like there isn't anything for Guardia, so obviously had to have a very precise hand to have lethal there. He already played Two Brothers Bond this turn, and there were the right answer from Cosimo. And like you said, at this point, after surviving this attack, I think there's going to be a slim chance that Guardia can pull it back, because there are many thralls coming at you if you are Guardia.
And we see here, Guardia actually had the Trevor Snooze bottom, but you talked about it. You want to go for the open attack there, just to, try to threaten the lethal immediately before Cosimo has a chance to develop. So now we just got the full swing. All this overwhelm damage. We've got Lissandra's Entomb to just remove a blocker entirely. So I think that the math definitely checks out here, even without Cosimo doing anything. Yep, so there is the Shen emote. Gonna take this to game 3. Cosimo now needs to try to get a win against Noxus Elusive with deck number 3, which is Zoe Lee Sin, a deck that we haven't seen just yet. Cosimo's been sticking with the Turbo Thralls, and I think we got a really nice distribution of what the deck is capable of. Sometimes it draws very, very slowly, more control-oriented, and sometimes you do get all the pieces you need to get those 8/8s down and just beat your opponent down in the mid-game. That's what the deck wants to do.
And we also got a good glimpse, I think, into what Noxus Elusive, which is a deck that I think no one is really familiar with, what it looks like and what Guardia's game plan might be with building it and bringing it to this tournament. It can, of course, get very quick and flashy wins if there aren't answers, but once there are answers, like we saw with the Flash Freeze, then it kind of ends up also needing maybe the very precise cards in hand to commit to just an attack where you go from 0 to 10 all of a sudden and threaten lethal with just attack buffs with things like Elixir of Wrath and Brothers Bond.
And, when you're playing something aggressive like this, you do feel really good into Zoe Lee Sin. The list, has various ways for it to tech for very aggressive lists. You already talked about the Sparkle Fly, and I think that's what we're going to be relying on. Cosimo, even thinking about throwing away the Mountain Goat here, says, most of the attackers are elusive, so even if I have a real blocker, it doesn't matter. Zoe into Mentor of the Stones with the Zenith Blade is looking like an interesting early mid-game combination to kind of hold things down, have a bunch of HP on this Zoe in order to block. Oh no, the Prophecy! The Blade Scout comes down to get its damage, but then loses elusive, and then Zoe gets to start hitting the Nexus once or maybe even twice, and then generating an Equinox or a Crescent Strike is so huge for Cosimo here, getting presented this opportunity.
And there it is, Zoe attacking now, able to get some value from this first attack until obviously there is going to be, I think, elusive blockers later on. Maybe just, I think maybe a duel you don't want to... I guess you have to trade something into Zoe whenever you can, because most of the things you're attacking, they're going to have 1 HP, so they'll always be able to trade, or Zoe will be able to trade into them when they end up attacking.
Dancing Droplet also coming through for Guardia. Just a note, Dancing Droplet in this list is just another elusive for the most part. There's no lead and follow. We do have Navori Conspirator, trying to get a little bit of card draw. We'll see if that comes through. But Cosimo now, maybe feeling really good. You can play Mountain Goat here if you want. Maybe get another gem by blocking the 2/1. But Guardia not doing anything too aggressive yet, so Cosimo's just going to pass. Feels really comfortable. Zed on 3, the classic play.
And Zed on 3 is definitely scary against this deck that obviously you have an elusive blocker, but you don't have any stats going for you in the early game. Even something like the Mountain Goat will obviously be dying to Zed with a quick attack. So it's definitely a problem. Talking about Dancing Droplet, there isn't that much recall synergy, that is true, but just the attune is already very good in a deck that has a lot of spell synergy, a lot of buffs that you want to play on, combat tricks for later on. Getting that extra ramp of mana, let's say, in the spell bank is definitely always a good thing.
That is very fair. If Cosimo does go for the Mountain Goat here, does have 3 mana still presenting, maybe to threaten Guardia with Hush. I think Cosimo may be hesitating as long as he has, might be giving away that he doesn't have it. But, at high-level play, when your opponent's playing Lee Sin, they're going to take a long time thinking about their lines regardless of what they have. So Guardia might respect the Hush, hold the Zed back. But when you're playing an aggressive deck like this, I think you have to force them to have it. Or you force them to at least use the Hush now, right? So that they don't Hush your Sharpened Resolve or something down the road.
Yeah, also the option would be maybe finding a Serpent next turn and be able to challenge that would be massive as well. But then you can't let it level up this turn. That would be a possibility. So I mean, there's a lot to think about here. If you are Cosimo, but I think maybe just trading here with the Blade Scout is the correct play. You're taking a lot of damage, and like I mentioned, the Serpent coming out of the Invoke is going to be not really a direct answer to Zed unless it has like a Pill Cascade backing it up.
Yeah, we've got Mentor of the Stones and a Sonic Wave in the hand to maybe help out if that line does come to fruition. But what timeline are we living in? Has Zed fallen so low that people don't care about preventing his level up anymore? I guess it's like you want to take down the real unit, but this looks really maybe I'm just scarred for life from the early days of Runeterra, where leveled up Zed was like one of the most sinister and horrifying things in the game.
I mean, it's a very unlikely, you're trading here with Zed would feel very bad. It's very low value. Sometimes obviously you have to respect it if you can. If you have a small chump blocker, you're gonna go throw him in the way, Spiderling, etc. But with this exact board state for Cosimo, I don't think it's a realistic possibility. Obviously, he doesn't feel good about it because Zed is an issue, obviously, and the extra health now will make him a bit more survivable. But I don't really think he had much of an option in how he started off this game. 7 HP. This deck is all about racing you down. You're gonna have Guiding Touch, of course. You're gonna have maybe Zoe as a blocker. You're gonna have certain things, but still, it doesn't feel great to just be at 7 already.
I think if you're Cosimo, maybe you do go for the star chart here. I think that looking for the Serpent, trying to get this Zed off the board is going to be the way to go. And maybe by popping the star chart now, well, I suppose it's fine if you float it, because having the 3 spell mana guaranteed next round gives you better options for your next top deck. Gets the Zoe for the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but you're only answering one threat, and it's only a matter of time. Like Guardia could just go wide here, Navori Conspirator draws a card with the Dancing Droplet, which is actually a worse outcome now because Brothers Bond, a card that we really haven't seen in a very long time since I think old school like Spider, old school discard aggro days. It's a grant. That +2 attack is permanent.
We could see an Opify here. Guardia might have let in this first spell, and then obviously you commit the fleeting 3 mana. You're gonna get a better trade in mana, and that's basically all the play for Cosimo for this turn. And Zed being stunned this turn doesn't matter because it's more going through the motions of the full combo of stunning and then killing. Whereas now if you Nopify the kill, you gain a lot of value. So we'll see. We'll see if Guardia has that Nopify in hand. 3 cards in hand right now. It would be, of course, very, very fortunate for him, and it would be a huge swing of momentum against Cosimo. It looks like there isn't a Nopify in hand there, so very fortunate for Cosimo.
So Zed levels up but gets removed. Guardia has the second one. Able to throw this down. It's still a 4/3 though. Brothers Bond buff is cleansed, so that was just a really expensive hush. Make Guardia discard a card sort of play. And you're still in the same situation, unfortunately. You can go for no, my mistake. Yeah, it needs to be like a hush top deck. Doesn't get it. Guardia maybe just quickly crunching the numbers. Has a pretty strong open attack again in just a 1 blocker with Zoe. And has 5 mana open, so that's enough for a couple of buffs here.
Very reactive hand here, but again, most of these combat attacks are going to be burst speed from Guardia, Sharpen Resolve, Brothers Bond, etc. So it makes it quite difficult to really impact the board here. There's a Guiding Touch coming in. You can cycle and get more healing possibly, but it's going to be a pretty big attack coming in here.
And there was a hard mulligan from Cosimo looking for the, looking for healing. Only got Guiding Touch, no Sparkle Fly. Got the Zenith Blades, got the Mentor of the Stones. If that Mountain Goat had been a Sparkle Fly, or that second Zoe had been a Sparkle Fly, this game looks very different. Where you have the ability to get that set up, get it buffed, get all the HP on it so it survives trading into these elusives.
Yeah, we talked about how pivotal Sparkle 5 would be and how awkward it would make it, because it loses such a straightforward game plan. The moment you have a blocker that maybe you have like 2 bad trades if you full attack with your elusives, it starts feeling really bad, especially if that blocker is a unit with lifesteal that you can buff with Zenith Blade, etc. It definitely can stall the game out enough for Lee Sin to just take over, but in this case was not found. The right cards were not in hand here for Cosimo, and there's a whole lot of pressure. Elixir of Wrath coming down onto the Zed, onto the Shadow, and a full attack coming in from Guardia here.
And then Trevor Snoozebottom creates another 7-3 with Elusive. And even with the Spell Thief, there's really nothing you can grab here. There's no defensive options that you're going to be stealing from the opponent.
Elixir of Wrath.
Yes, that's going to be GG. Here in Game 3, Guardia managing to beat down the Lee Sin deck. Very classic when they get, combo versus aggro. It's the circle of life. I think it's something, tale as old as time, as they say. Lee Sin has outs. It does have the ways to stabilize, but unfortunately didn't get them there from Cosimo. This is, however, a double elimination format. And Cosimo's lineup, is a very draw-dependent one. So as the bracket continues, we could see more opportunities for Cosimo to really draw the powerful sequences that deck wants and pop off. There's the classic, of course, of the buff of getting sent to losers in round 1 and then just running it all the way back, as Fight Night EU is pretty famous for at this point.
And a great showing from Guardia as well. I think with a list that I was happy to see, of course, because it's very spicy, like habanero pepper spicy, and I wasn't sure how good it would be because sometimes you go too spicy and you're losing out on the competitive side of things. But Guardia player I trust, it definitely seems like the game plan worked out when the way he wanted it to work. A lot of elusives, Zed on turn 3 most times, and just creating a lot of pressure that's very hard to deal with. And having that extra, Sharpen Resolve, Notify as well as backup, as a bit of interaction to not be so one-dimensional, I think definitely helps. And Sharpen Resolve, just if you compare it to Ionia, burst speed, like Twin Disciples, for example, +3 attacker, +3 health, and you're getting a +3, +2. It seems like a pretty good deal. Like, it's a good reason to go into Noctis, not just decisive maneuver. So definitely paid off for Guardia, and looking forward to see how it goes in the rest of the tournament against different matchups that maybe aren't like Thralls or Zoe Lee Sin when it has bad top decks. So yeah, really going to be exciting to see. We're going to see the bracket now to check out what the current standings look like. Salty Simon takes a 2-1 win against Pavlici. So the victor of last week already in the losers bracket. Guardia, we saw taking down Cosimo 2-1. Dinah takes down Turtle 2-1, and Sari takes down Lord Vaughn 2-1. Very even matches.
Yeah, so a lot of very harsh sets. Typically we see, like the grand finalist is somebody who 2-0s their way to victory, but the players just scrapping today. A lot of a wider variety of decks. Once you get, again, beyond the very topmost decks in the metagame, a lot of the matchups end up being pretty even. So we're going to see a lot of skill on display, and we will see more games once we get back from this break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just concluded round one with some very spicy lists from Guardia, a very nice showcase of the new wave of this tournament, Turbo Thralls. But now we have our next matchup ready to go. We've got Dinah versus Sorry.
And Sorry is someone that is definitely not sorry for his deck choices because they are, again, continuing the trend. Some spicy stuff coming in here. Maybe not something completely new like Noxus Elusives, but definitely something that we haven't seen in a long time. Also Noxus related, and it's going to be a deck that you love, Scar, TF Swain, coming back into things after a long time.
TF Swain. Let me tell you, what really made me really start to pay attention to this deck was when it was kind of first showing up on the scene. It was the original, this deck is good in tournaments, but not on ladder. And I had a discussion with a few people about the deck very recently, and I was thinking, like, was the deck actually not good on ladder, or were we just not good enough? And let me tell you, after I spend some time playing the deck, you learn the deck, you rise up and become a better player, and you can play this a little bit better. And I love the lines that you can set up with it. We see the Death Lotus tech, the Culling Strike, the Scorched Earth. Noxus presents so many strong tools that are fantastic in the current metagame, and taking this to a late game package to close out with Leviathan, I think is fantastic. Of course, now you can run Whispered Words instead of Salvage. You're already used to paying 4 mana to draw 2 cards anyway in a list like this, but now you aren't tossing cards out of your deck. And overall, the list has actually gotten better over time, and as long as you can avoid that Equinox, you're in a pretty good spot, I think.
Well, the list has gotten better, but some things have also changed. It has adapted to what it has available, but TF obviously was nerfed. Make It Rain is no longer here. It was a big part of this deck being so prevalent when it was prevalent. So many months ago, it was a 2-mana Make It Rain, a staple in Bilgewater that really, was maybe a reason to even go into this deck. Because in so many manas, there's going to be a lot of aggro, and having that Make It Rain is just an easy way to really keep that in check and have those matchups covered as well. So I think it's definitely going to adapt and it can still be very strong, but maybe in a more specific tournament, section right now where maybe what to expect and you can have a bit of an easier time expecting a specific matchup. But like you said, things have changed. We see Krusty Krogger here, things that self-damage because that counts towards Swain levels up as well. So it's a bit different, but the general concept still stands. And yeah, like you mentioned, Equinox is maybe a big reason why Swain as a whole is not really in the meta right now. Thankfully, there is going to be Targon on Dinah side, but it's going to be Nightfall aggro, so nothing that can really get an Equinox here to stop the game plan altogether. That's definitely good news for Sorry.
The TF Swain, and to be honest, like this style of slow control deck wipes, removes all of your stuff, burns you out in the late game, but doesn't have any healing. Ezreal Draven, I think, sort of kind of took over that niche, but I am looking forward to seeing some good old TF Swain. I think it was, it's a good tournament staple just from the past, and we're seeing a nice, greatest hits edition of some decks from previous metas so far, combined with a little bit of the new. And everybody has their own take on Thralls, so I'm really excited as well to see how Sorry is going to play out that one.
That's a good idea. Making a greatest hits tournament where each player you assign him a patch or a meta, and he has to pick a deck that was very prevalent in that patch. And then we'll see Go Hard, we'll see TF Fizz, we'll see someone will have a Felios, unfortunately.
I know somebody's gonna get nerfed Karma Ezreal and go oof.
Someone will get like the really butchered decks. You're like, nah, I'm busy. I can't play this tournament. Sorry. But Sorry,
Ezreal.
Sorry, we'll be happy to get TF Swain. It seems like, because he has brought this deck out of his own, volition. We haven't twisted his hand. We haven't, forced our agenda on him. Not yet, anyway. We're still, free will society here in Fight Night. But if things get dangerous down the road, if the balance doesn't improve, then maybe we'll have to take some measures to make sure things are going smoothly in the tournaments.
The beatings will continue until the meta improves. But we've got the players. We've got the players bringing, just old decks that are tried and true. We know they're strong decks, being able to adapt for the metagame, trying to call out these lists that are perhaps overly centralized around the current metagame. You're worried about Azir Aurelia, you're worried about Nasus Thresh, right? So when you aren't considering these decks from the past, they get even more room because they're already good, and they get better when lists aren't specifically targeting them or running those sorts of ideas, right? Because I mean, bringing TF Swain, just again, the Death Lotus, the Culling Strike, the Scorched Earth, not only is this hitting Aurelia Azir, this is hitting everybody else's Thrall decks potentially, right? Having that Scorched Earth to delay that Thrall, especially after they've committed a bunch of resources into advancing it or duplicating it with Promising Future. But the players now just looking for, what they want to lead off with. We got the deck names from Dinah, YOLO, and Flex here.
I know there's ways to manipulate the text so you can have symbols and colors, but I missed out on that tutorial. So every time I see it, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. It looks pretty complex. Probably not very hard to do, but every time I see it, I'm like, wow, this looks like it's not actually the game plan. Like it's some kind of, Chinese knockoff Runeterra where you can manipulate the names and put like little symbols and stuff.
Oh
Always
no, you get
surprises me,
your
catches me
deck
off guard.
names and wingdings.
I have
You
I have
just click
I
on
don't
it.
even have a deck name. I just import it and it has like the random stuff.
I know you play your Shurima Shuffle Aurelia Azir deck, and then you change it to like the Zodiac Killer like symbols as the deck name. That's pretty much what it is, right? You're just a masochist. But Dinah now still playing on the Japanese font. I forgot about this.
Definitely
Has still the Japanese client here.
definitely makes it very easy to recognize, who we're casting when we're casting Dinah. It's always a very quick refresher, very good visual aid. He did, as far as I remember, study in Japan for a year and does know, I think, some level of Japanese. So this is maybe his way of just, keeping that in check and practicing a bit. Maybe would be some weird words to work on, the ones that are in Runeterra, but that could be the reason. Could just be, again, he likes keeping it fresh and giving us something new to look at here as well. Not just the decks, but also just the text. Why not?
Oof. So Dinah on Nightfall, sorry, leading off with TF Swain. These two decks were just two ships passing in the night. They existed in different metas, like when Nightfall kind of got figured out and rose up, TF Swain had left the meta because of Targon, and you really didn't see this matchup a lot. Like, right off the top of my head, I'd probably be sweating if I was Dinah here. You're playing against a deck that has, Death Lotus and stuns and just the means to answer a lot of your low HP units pretty effectively. And you don't have a way to remove Swain. You don't have a way to remove the Leviathan once that comes down. And Dinah just has to be as aggressive as possible, perhaps, to exploit the lack of healing and pray against Sari's top decks.
You do have Doom Beast, which will help. One being, kind of a 3-mana fearsome blocker is important against Swain, and having that extra survivability also helps, of course. In this matchup, I think it's definitely a good thing to see. Really, any fearsome blocker is going to be good because with Swain, that's one of the biggest issues that some decks had when it was very popular, that they didn't really have fearsome blockers, and you don't really take it into account too much because it's not the stat line that hurts so much. It's more once he levels up, it becomes a very big issue if he does hit the Nexus. You definitely don't want that happening, so you have to be very careful. And there is, of course, very good and just clean removal from TF Swain's side to kill off if there's just one fearsome blocker to kill it off, and then be able to threaten just a very big attack.
And Dinah taking it very slow here in the early game. Gets the Dusk Petal Dust, thinking about maybe setting up this Crescent Guardian. This would get punished, of course, by the Arachnoid Sentry, but it's just important to get this card into play. Start building up this pressure. The 5/3 with Overwhelm is going to punch through a lot of what this deck can put up in the early game. Keep Sari from developing barrels, right? Like if you have the Dreadway deckhand, you're maybe trying to set up. You can't really go for that while your opponent has an Overwhelm in play. So it goes for the stun here. Dinah can't do much, even with the Pale Cascade. Potentially Ravenous Flock does clean this up. So you just let it go through and hope they don't have it. Sari just trying to avoid the damage, doesn't actually have the Ravenous Flock here.
And here we're seeing, the Onlooker is going to be able to block the 3/2 if it wants to attack, regardless of it getting the attack or the Nightfall effect or not. It does get it, of course, for this turn. Next turn, it's still going to be a 2/1. It's still going to be able to swing in. Yeah, swinging this turn rather, and you
Mhm.
still have to block it if you're going to be a 3-2. Even it's obviously not the best trade, but it would happen anyway at a 2-1 because of the stat line of the sentry. So yeah, just a very clean trade here, and Dinah, of course, is winning the board with a 5-3 overwhelm. Even though it hasn't attacked this turn, it will in the future, and it will definitely hurt.
And getting that one attack with this Stygian Onlooker does work on leveling up Nocturne. We could see Dinah maybe trying to set up a bigger combo of that nature, right? You're just going to get the Nocturne. Now, with like Fading Memories, there's really not a good target for it. You could just pass here. Maybe you fade the Crescent Guardian just for the sake of drawing a card. If you pass here, it would feel really bad, I think, because you aren't being able to develop. But getting one more good top deck could really bring the rest of this hand together, like a Stalking Shadows or another one drop, right? Like the Flight.
And a very awkward hand here for Sari as well. Has the 2 stuns if he wants to play TF as a stun, but doesn't want to play him on his attack turn, of course, wants to play him on defense. Has the Croaker, but doesn't have a unit on the board to play in as well. And the Culling Strike is obviously currently dead with a 5-3 on the board. So a bit of an awkward hand here, and just 1 mana off of playing Swain.
And Sari is really glad, honestly, that Dinah has gotten a very slow opening with Nightfall. You know, with the triple Fading Memories, this is a very classic style where you want to get that high roll of like Stygian Onlooker, Fading Memories, Stygian Onlooker, and then you get like 8 or 12 damage in on your opponent early in the game before they're expecting it or are able to stop that, right? With a Death Lotus or some other thing. And this is the one drop that we were hoping for, right? To kind of tie this hand together. You have a nice low commitment play, sets up for Nocturne, still gives you reactivity with the Pale Cascade to maybe survive a removal. Sorry, now just... You can tell this is a waiting play, right? Sorry wants to react to this, but is worried that...
I think just
Sentry. Be a bigger threat.
Sentry on the 5-3, I think, would be the option here. And then just go for the Croaker after that, I think, is fine. TF this play obviously would have been dangerous with the Nocturne possibility. Death's Hand, of course, maybe relying on like TF red card into Death's Hand onto the 5-3 would also be risky because you have Pale Cascade giving health. So that could just completely, if you commit to that and it doesn't work out, you're going to be getting hit for 6 overwhelm or 7 overwhelm. You two Pale Cascades as well. So definitely, I think the safer play here. Just stun it and make sure you're not getting that much damage this turn.
And this is going to be the second Arachnoid Sentry, of course, coming out from Sari. And there wasn't Ravenous Flock for the first one, so very low odds that there's going to be Ravenous Flock here. Missing out on that card combination is really unfortunate, but getting stuns against this Overwhelm unit and just keeping basically negating Dinah's attack tokens like this might just be enough. Even if you aren't removing this unit, just by making it so the Nightfall deck can't get this early damage gives you so much flexibility to continue developing your game plan. Because if you take 4, 8, 10 damage right in the early mid game, you can no longer commit to your bigger plays like Swain and like the Leviathan and stuff without opening yourself up to like Doom Beast combos and things like that without having that reactivity. We do have some data coming through. 75% of the chat right now favoring Sari in this matchup. I don't blame them.
I mean, Sari does have, a big pedigree, in tournaments, and even if he's playing a deck that maybe we would consider tier 3 or 2.5, definitely not something we see very often. If he brought it, it's for a reason. There's still definitely prize money on the line today. Players are here to compete, even though they're playing maybe some more experimental or more creative lineups. And yeah, Sari is Sari. I think regardless of what he's playing, he's a very, very good pilot and definitely someone to fear.
And I do like this attack. Yeah, it doesn't want to pull the Sentry, just debuff it, get this Fearsome through. This is going to be the second Fearsome attacker to level up Nocturne here now. And by also, now that I'm thinking about it, by stunning these Crescent Guardians, you've significantly delayed Nocturne's level up. And this is going to be pretty big. And you can just float this mana now. You've got Fading Memories. maybe even to hit the Fortune Croaker if you want to draw a card, or take a Arachnoid Sentry for yourself if you need to stun something to open up more fearsome attackers down the road.
And like you said, not having Ravenous Flock is a big just nuisance here for Sorry. Having 2 Culling Strikes is obviously not ideal. I don't think this is the matchup he was maybe most prepared for going into the tournament. It was maybe more Azir-Elia, which would have been obviously great on Azir, for example. In this case, quite the opposite. Just a lot of very high attack units. Obviously, your Nightfall, you're trying to push a lot of damage very quickly with some very scary units. So Culling Strike doesn't quite work out. And Ravenous Flock, with 2 sentries being played, not having, you know, a 1 mana deal 4 in hand to just not just stall, but to clear out these threats is a big issue for Sorry. And we'll see how he deals with this 5/3 is still on the board. It's been stalled 2 turns, but the 3rd turn, it might just connect and it's still going to hurt.
The Nightfall deck, again, if you're just kind of delaying the inevitable, if you let them get a wide board set up, there is a higher potential that they can wipe your ability to block. You know, with like Nocturne leveling up, we know that Moonlight Affliction is a one of in this deck. So there is the means to, now especially with Diana coming down, you just pull any fearsome blockers you might be able to set up, just get pulled to the side, and you just take this huge burst of damage that you aren't considering, right? Because there's 13 HP for Sorry's Nexus, but there's 10 attack right now on Dinah's side. You know what I mean? So like if there's not enough removals in hand, if you theoretically couldn't block what's in play right now, you will die. And we've got double fading memories and a Dew Beast in hand. Despite the amount of roadblocks that Dinah hit trying to overcome these Arachnoid Sentries, the board steadily being built up safely over time has really done wonders for putting Dinah perhaps in a winning position here, because Sorry's still feeling the pressure and can't like just throw out this Swain or play any big units, is spending all the mana on spells here just to stabilize, and with no Ravenous Flock, Swain is nowhere near leveled up.
There's the Culling Strike coming in. The Pale Cascade are there to respond if you want to use them. And Dinah was going to think through, could these be more useful later on? Do I care that much about Diana? Obviously, with Culling Strike, it's a big issue because it's a spell that has a lot of counterplay, a lot of interaction in response. You commit 3 mana, which is a lot, and if there is counterplay, it just fizzles completely. There's no damage being done. There's no, a little bit of damage at least with other spells at 3 mana. So it does feel very bad when it's countered, because it gets countered completely, like we're seeing here. A complete fizzle after 1 Pale Cascade with a level up on Diana, and obviously that puts Dinah in a much better position.
And now with Diana leveled up, we're going to have this extra scaling attack threat potentially to combo with Moonlight Affliction, drawing the 1 Lunari Shadestalker out of the deck. Could be developed here. You have 3 mana also to float to go into your next turn if you'd like. And it's just a matter of, see, Nocturne's here 2 out of 5. You can develop the Shadestalker, and then if you open attack with all of these, Nocturne does level up. It's just finding, and then because the Arachnoid Sentry is vulnerable, you can just pull that to the side. Sorry is going to need to develop another unit here to kind of shrink this board down, try to go for a block.
Looks like TF red card will be the option, possibly setting up a Death's Hand for next turn. That being said, 2nd Pale Cascade in hand for Dinah might ruin the plans of Sorry. Obviously, in any matchup, when you see one of the 3 copies of a card being played, the odds of the second one being in hand go down a bit, and that maybe at least subconsciously for Sorry. So he might be thinking, maybe now I'll get a kill on Nocturne, for example, and there will be counterplay from Dinah, and I think Dinah knows obviously to keep that up as a possibility for next turn.
And because this list kind of doesn't mind playing slow, either if it's forced to in this case, or if you just kind of generally have to for the matchup, you don't give away a lot of information to your opponent for not taking certain lines. Where, in a different aggro deck, you're like, oh, those 2 cards have been in the hand for a long time. Those have to be buffs. Those have to be, some combat tricks. Those could just be, 1 drops that, or 1 HP units that Dinah doesn't want to develop to play into Death Lotus. So we do have the open attack here. This is going to level up Nocturne, taking advantage of the vulnerable to just drag the Arachnoid Sentry all the way down to the bottom. And with the inability for the Croaker and Twisted Fate to block, this is going to force, again, more mana out of Sorry. We've got the Death's Hand that can answer the Doom Beast, and then Scorched Earth to take out the Nocturne. Still a lot of damage being pushed through here, however.
Yeah, it's quite difficult here because Scorched Earth is really the only play that's going to do much here. Like we talked about, Death's Hand is going to have counterplay with Pill Cascade, and then you have exact mana for double Doombies if you want on the burn side of things after the attack, if there is a way Sorry can survive here. So it's going to make things quite difficult. There is the Death's Hand we were talking about. Obviously going to be a Fading Memories onto the Doom Beast, following a Pill Cascade to survive onto the Overwhelm unit, and no more counterplay in hand for Sorry. The Cooling Strike, like we mentioned, a dead card in this matchup.
Yeah, so here it is. We've got, and we saw that Sorry goes for the Death's Hand on the Crescent Guardian to avoid more damage. You saw with the eye, it would have left Sorry at 5 HP, so you don't die to double Doom Beast. So now you still have enough mana to survive the Death's Hand instead, get this damage pushed through, and then Doom Beast will close this out again. This list, Swain TF, no healing available.
Checking you should just accept this here. See if there's anything else from Sorry, which there won't be. And then if you want, you can still go Unspeakable Horror, get more. Well, I guess, yeah, you can still kill the Doom Beast here, but yeah, I mean, it's over. There's just too many options here still for Dinah to end the game. And a very intense game one, not a quick one, because Dinah did take his time going through all the motions. I think people maybe still, even after Nightfall's been around for a long time, see it as an aggro deck where it has a lot of combo and a lot of kind of solving the puzzle on an exact turn of what sequence do I put my cards in, what order do I put them in, and then going in for that lethal where your opponent finds out halfway through the turn that they can't do anything about it. This happens to me. I don't play Nightfall too much, but I play against it occasionally, and it always occurs. There's a turn where I'm suddenly like, okay, I guess I lose, even though I'm at 13 HP. So much of the same happening here with Dinah against Sorry.
Yeah, and the big factor I think there definitely was the lack of Ravenous Flock. Being able to take down that Crescent Guardian early in the game means that you're under less pressure to use the second Arachnoid Sentry to re-stun it and stop that damage from keeping to come through on you like that. And it just let Dinah have a lot of freedom to just draw cards, develop, play very slow. And now we're going to see the second deck in Dinah's lineup, Discard Aggro versus TF Swain. This is going to be just another deck that potentially threatens to close out the game before this one can set up. I've played this match. This is definitely a classic matchup. These decks went toe-to-toe against each other over and over again back when this was a more prominent meta deck. And with Dreadway Deckhand, House Spider, Fortune Croaker, this is the early game you want to see. Again, there is 2 copies of Death Lotus in this deck that could do wonders against Poro Cannon and things of that nature. So it's going to be very specifically coming down to draws for Sorry. And for Discard Aggro, it comes down to the proper mulligans. Getting rid of the crowd favorite shows that Dinah recognizes I'm not going to typically have a wide board in this matchup. So crowd favorite's going to be less good. Has the Draven on 3, however, attacking on even turns.
The Ravenous Flock is now in hand for Sorry. Missing the Sentry, though. Hopefully he can find it in the next few turns for just to help his game plan of trying to survive and not die too quickly. Obviously, the Make It Rain, pre-nerf would have been fantastic in this matchup. Being able to ping down all the cheap units that Dinah will be spamming out. But as we all know, it is no longer really a viable card in some of these decks. Maybe it'll be reverted in the future. Patch 2.11, who knows?
Who knows? My only worry is if you revert Make It Rain, then we have to live in the pirate aggro era again. The great One Piece Age of Pirates returns. But we'll see. We'll see how it happens.
Very identical start here from both players. Very different decks with very different game plans. But House Spider showing that it's such a versatile card in terms of going for a zoo strategy, trying to have a very wide board for crowd favorite or battlecaster, or just going for a defensive strategy that you're able to, like an Edgel Draven. You're not necessarily attacking with the House Spiders for just damage. It's more maybe just damaging units. Again, one of the, I think, best designed Noxus units that has fit so many different archetypes over the game's history.
And the distribution of stats like gives you so much flexibility as well for threatening different board states, setting up your removals, you know what I mean? Like where you can just chump something with the house with the spider, right? The 1/1
Mhm.
spiderling, and then it sets up your Ravenous Flock or your Scorched Earth. Yeah, definitely, hats off to House Spider. It's been a huge homie to so many decks since the beta. But sorry, now just developing the crusty codger here, and this just developing this defensive wall, trying to keep Dinah at bay. Sorry's deck does not have any healing, again, as is a huge reminder, and it really changes the way that you navigate these matchups where you can't use your Nexus health as a resource the way you can in other matchups. You need to save as much as you can, because if Jinx comes down and flips, that pressure from the rockets being down 1 or 2 HP could spell the difference between having an extra round or not to get that win.
And with Draven coming down possibly this turn, possibly the next, it's again a matchup where something like a Cloning Strike will not have really too much ease taking down units because of the axis, for example. So sorry, unfortunately, for a card, maybe preparing for a meta where Cloning Strike is very, very good with Thresh Nasus, with the Zero Relia, finding two matchups where it isn't very good. And it happened that last game, it was kind of stuck in hand, and one of them got fizzled, and that really maybe swung the tempo of the game in favor of Dinah. The same can happen here. Obviously, we don't see it in hand just yet, but just as a note, Cloning Strike is a big part of this TF Swain deck to control the mid game, and in this matchup, it will not be very relevant.
And Dinah opting for the Zonai Urchin here to get the Jerry Rig into play is meeting Sorry in the field with this wide board. And when you look at the way the stats line up, if Sorry does swing in, yeah, just saying, I want to clear your board. I want to get these units off the board to make your crowd favorite weaker if you top deck it. As long as I have 1 HP units in play, like I can still chump block your quick attackers, your Draven, your Jinx, but it's about trying to keep your board under control. So I do like this swing where you're trading offensively. Like this is a defensive attack, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're just keeping track of not, the future of, there's so many things that are going to benefit having a wider board for Dinah. So if you can force it to the point where you're going to get this trade anyway, but if they don't take it now, then you're getting free damage in. So great. If they do take it now, you're obviously hindering some of the game plan later on for Dinah with crowd favorite with certain things. But in the end, opts to take a defensive there, not go for the attack there.
Chickens out. Maybe because of the Ravenous Flock in hand, maybe with the Sentry, reconsiders and said, you know what? Maybe I'm fine against a crowd favorite being developed into this board. If Dinah spends 4 mana on that and I can just answer the crowd favorite, then it's just another one of those plays that by annihilating the tempo of the crowd favorite on 4, that's going to be good enough, right?
And now you have the choice here. You have the Battlecaster can come down above everything, but there's no real point because everything's going to get traded. There's a very equal board on Sorry's side. If you play the Draven, we're going to see a Sentry coming down and the Ravenous Flock coming down as well. And as you know, with Discard Aggro, with Ezreal Draven, there isn't really health buffs in Noxus, which means that when you have the damage, when you have the trigger, you don't feel this idea like, oh, does he have the counterplay? Does he have the sharp sight? Does he have the troll chant? There isn't really that health counterplay in these regions most of the time. So it makes it, I think, you feel much more confident in making these lines.
I couldn't agree more. You get the Draven down, and this is just going to try his best to start pressuring this board. Sorry has drawn all of the early game. This is what you want. It's like your main win condition has been delayed, but in this matchup, your win condition is not dying. Eventually, Dinah's going to run out of HP. By the time the Jinx and stuff starts to come down, you can just use your bodies to trade away all these tokens and small units for the early game and save your spells for the key targets. Wait for that Jinx to come down, get her off of the board, and just try to run Dinah out of resources.
Very heads up play here from Sorry. Doesn't play a Sentry, doesn't play the Flock combo this turn. Has the option to just play the deck hand, play the Death's Hand for 3 damage onto the Draven. Use the barrel as a blocker, pseudo blocker as well, because Dinah's going to want to drag it to try and think that, oh, maybe it doesn't have a fast speed answer. I can kill the barrel for free now. Overall, I think a very clean play from Sorry to just stall this out, make the attack awkward, and still have, if a crowd favorite comes down, which is obviously the scary unit you definitely want to block because you can't just chump block it, he still has the Sentry combo and the Ravenous Flock for later on. So very good from Sorry, just not going for the obvious kind of textbook play that you have always in your mind, but instead thinking a bit more about the future of the game and his game plan as a whole.
And you can see, like, Sari considered both lines, like, really took the time to consider the implications of both and gets rewarded here. Now has, +1 units on board, takes out Draven, a major target here. The only way for Dinah to respond would have been to sacrifice a get excited, right? To kill the barrel if you really felt it was important to keep the Draven. And that's just a really out of pocket play, if I'm being honest. There is one survival skills in this deck, and that also I think gives Dinah the go ahead that survival skills is not in the hand, and that makes it a lot more of a freer way to start distributing this removal properly.
Dinah also making sure us and the viewers at home remember that 50 Cent exists in the world, even though he hasn't been too relevant since at least my youth with songs like Candy Shop, but he does exist. He does exist. Thank you, Dinah, for reminding us. Very
now we know
the first time it came up, I was very shocked right away, but now I'm getting used to it.
Just bringing the culture all the way over to the Japanese servers, apparently representing that gold chain. Mad respect. Playing Nightfall, Dinah is the coolest. The coolest! You can't compete with this. And the discard aggro swag coming through. Like, just pack it up and go home, chat. If you're trying to be cooler than Dinah, it's just not going to happen.
Draven and Dinah have the same energy, I think. Definitely. I think he's really feeling the deck and just going all in. It's a different kind of cosplay. It's like kind of a new skin, let's say, but I think definitely the similar vibe is the themes are there, I think.
But it's now that, Sari's gotten that really great exchange onto the Draven, has another House Spider in hand, is perfectly willing to go for the trade there, right? Forcing Dinah to block is in a really awkward spot here, and Sari's just going to keep developing. As the longer time goes on, the more removal spells are going to be drawn, the more damage being done means that a leveled up Swain could come through. This list, ironically, doesn't have a lot of fearsome blockers. So stopping the Swain could be a very tall order unless you want to sacrifice a Jinx or a Draven, or if you do get that emergency crowd favorite to come through for you.
There's a rummage coming in onto the axes. A big refuel here could be massive depending on what cards are drawn here for Dinah. Survival skills is there, and the House Spider as well. Looking at Sari's hand before, it has now disappeared. It was very low, the curve, and he does have to rely on the next few turns having the right top decks with Leviathan, with Swain, to have more impactful of a mid to late game, where he can actually not just survive and stall out against discard aggro, but actually threaten to end the game at some point.
And I definitely respected the crowd favorite being, Mulligan from the opening hand on Dinah's side. It's one of those cards that unless you have like very specific cards already in your hand to support it, you can't really rely on it to be reliable. And this is like the way this match is played out. It's like hindsight's 2020. Oh man, if I had a crowd favorite, but there's no way that you could know that Sari would be playing so slow, would be letting you develop a wide board like this, hasn't played a Death Lotus yet. And even if you set up the crowd favorite, it just gets stunned or, stun Ravenous Flock to that kind of thing. So still very, very awkward for Dinah. Has the Jinx in the hand, and we are definitely going to see a gear shift come through from this player, and Dinah is going to start looking to empty the hand, has the survival skills ready to go.
Which could definitely help if, now that we do see Battlecaster come down, obviously the full 6 units are there on the board now for Dinah, so it's very hard for him to develop, or he's not going to really, discard aggro is not a deck you want to, I think, overwrite any units. Possibly going to make the attack here. We might see a Sentry stun onto the Draven. We might see a Ravenous Flock being threaded onto the Draven, and then the get excited onto survival skills could definitely help at keeping it alive and have some counterplay there. And also just start emptying the hand for the Experimenter and for Jinx in a bit as well. The
Sari's board is pretty full. confident that he's got blockers against this wide board. Dinah not going to go for the hard cast survival skills. When you discard it from the hand, it protects your strongest unit, but if you just cast it, it also grants that immunity to all of your units. A very powerful card that we just, don't really see for that effect, but the Battlecaster is going to do a lot of heavy lifting here to make sure these spiders are trading up into Sari's board. And even though Dinah's sacrificing his with the Jinx and the Augmented Experimenter in hand, this actually doesn't look that bad, right? Sacrificing your board when you know you're going to be able to reload.
And again, Sentry could have been played on Draven, but I think Sari continues to know that this is not really the biggest threat. You have a chump blocker for him if you want to with the 1/1, or you can just go for equal trades. And again, you're still at 20 HP of playing against this card aggro, so you have to be feeling pretty confident in until now what has been your game plan and controlling the state of the game with very cheap units like House Spiders and Krusty Krogers and the Croaker as well. But in this case, going to take 4 damage here. I think he's fine with it. Or going for the Fervor instead. So offering some counterplay here. Not taking any damage. He wants to stay at 20 HP the entire game.
And so this forces survival skills. You can go ahead and send this to the Nexus. Draven will be protected. Now, what this does, however, is it sets Draven to 1 HP. You can't go below 1 HP. It's not like a full immunity for this turn. So this still is going to leave Draven damaged to die to a removal in the future or another Ravenous Flock. But you're still getting like a pretty decent chunk of damage on the Nexus, despite how difficult it's been to get damage through against this early development from Sari. I think that you're happy to get this chunk and kind of get your game plan rolling, especially when you look at the cards remaining in the hand. Things are about to accelerate very quickly, I'd say, for Dinah.
And survival skills has now been spent. You don't have it to protect Jinx later on. You've made it so there's 3 mana left for this turn. You can't play Jinx now. Maybe after Sari commits more mana, for example. And it makes next turn you have to develop Jinx, next turn and then experiment the turn after that. So it's definitely slowed down aggro in many ways, not just with the damage, but with just the general game plan as well.
The survival skills has been a card that's like just jumped in and out of this deck. Having it as a 1-up is great because this is an open deck list format, just forces Sari to respect it. And when you do consider it, everything that's going on with this list and the matchup as a whole, I think that this is probably the best case scenario for survival skills to just hit a Draven here and you take 4 damage rather than having it save that Jinx when you're really looking to remove her as she comes into play. And crowd favorite, 1 round late to the party.
We'll see Sari what he wants to do here. I think he doesn't want to play very reactive. Never mind, he has found a Swain, and he is bringing it down. We can't see Sari's cards because he had, I think, some power issues. His laptop was, kind of running on fumes, I think. But and maybe his FPS as well was taking a hit. But in this case, it seems at least, obviously, still in the game and still very much playing. But we're missing his cards, so we have a bit of a surprise factor. And Swain is that surprise factor. It was not in hand 2 turns ago. And we talked about him having to find more impactful cards going into the late game. It looks like he has, and Swain, of course, has leveled up now.
Because when you look at this, when you look at the board right now, if you've got the other Death's Hand or Ravenous Flock or Death Lotus to wipe this Draven, then Dinah has to scramble and sacrifice pretty big targets in order to stop the Swain. And Dinah right now is like, okay, I can develop Jinx. This sets up for Augmented Experimenter next round. Crowd favorite comes into play as a 4/4 or a 4/3, I believe. And it's a big risk, right? Because if you develop the Jinx and then the Draven gets removed, you have to block with the Jinx or else you're going to take a bunch of damage on your Nexus. So Dinah, I think you might just need a pass here. This is risky. You might, if you're worried about Draven dying and needing to develop a blocker instead, you might just develop crowd favorite.
The hand is back. We have been blessed with the knowledge and wisdom that Sari contains, and they're still, pretty much the same card we saw before. Culling Strike has been drawn, which is not the card you want in this matchup, like we talked about before, but he still has that Sentry and Ravenous Flock combo that has been in his hand for so long. Can play it this turn, only 2 unit mana right now.
And Sari just wants to pass here. Doesn't want to attack, even though the Jinx is there. Recognizes even with the Ravenous Flock, like this is what I was talking about. You Ravenous Flock the Draven, and then if you attack with Swain, they have to sacrifice the Jinx there.
It's just with his hand right now. Swain is really his only scary thing in the game right now. Even if Jinx is able to trade with it and I get excited kills it, you suddenly, maybe depending on your top deck, you're out of the game because you just don't have anything impactful. So I think he's really playing around this leveled up Swain, maybe trying to get stuns out of it going into this next round, and making sure that because his hand is pretty bad to go into the late game, now it's better with TF and maybe some draw with blue card. He needed to rely on having kind of something to play into or play around going into this next round.
Very interesting. I mean, when you're playing against discard aggro, right? You think you're out of the woods when you answer that Jinx or when you kill that Draven, but because this deck has so much reload, the threat of them getting that next champion, you sacrifice to your big win condition, and yeah. So Sorry is thinking very cautiously with this matchup. Again, playing against something so aggressive with so much staying power. Like when you think about an aggressive deck, discard aggro has a lot more staying power than more people give it credit for, I think. And so just playing as safe as possible when you're the control deck with no healing.
There's the stun onto the Jinx. Finally, after so much patience with this Sentry sitting in hand since the game started pretty much, and the Ravenous Flock there as well since turn 2 or so, has now the answer for the Jinx, even after she flips. No survival skills in hand. Has the TF, he wants to go red card after the fact as well to clear out the Draven and the Spiderling. And then, of course, might just take the hit from the, the crowd favorite. Still at a pretty healthy 13 HP. And can maybe finish off with a Death's Hand or, something else later on. Or just trade with the Sentry and then just kill it with the TF as well.
Mm-hmm. Because once with Jinx out of the picture with Ravenous Flock, once the Draven and the crowd favorite goes down, that clears a path for Swain.
And we'll see how on top of things Dinah is if he wants to maybe get excited the Sentry and just push the damage through with the crowd favorite, because if he doesn't and the TF kills the entire board, the Jinx dies to the Flock, you're going to have an open attack with possibly a 2/2 Spider and the Swain coming in next turn, and then you'll only be able to play the Experimenter after the fact. The current hand for Dinah is very awkward in terms of him having 7 mana, can play Experimenters, just 2 of them, has an Axe and has Get Excited, so a very awkward combination of cards for this stage in the game.
And the Augmented Experimenter, if Sorry wasn't in such a strong position here with the leveled up Swain in play, you would have time to play the Experimenter, draw 3 more cards, look for a little bit more burn, maybe try to close out, but here it goes. The Ravenous Flock to clear the Jinx, and then red card to clear the Twisted Fate. Dinah thinking, do I even want to flip the Jinx, hope to top deck another one, or do I want to hold back and just play the Augmented Experimenter? You probably could just still go for a Get Excited here, just to send it to the Nexus and say, okay.
If he does, though, there's going to be no answer for TF. It would be a clean answer. I guess TF isn't really kind of the game-losing threat here for Dinah, but maybe as a tool to maybe help trade with Swain. I mean, I don't think he knows that a red card's coming, and he's going to wipe his entire board. He's going to be stuck looking at, a 2/2 House Spider, a 4/7 Swain, and a 2/2 TF that have no answers on the board, and no chance to play anything this turn either.
That would be 11 damage coming through, but I think that going for just a burn plan is where it's at. You can Get Excited here. Next turn, you can Augmented Experimenter, maybe try to draw the 3rd Get Excited. There's no Mystic Shots in this variant. Or just get another Jinx to try to get an emergency rocket to close out. But Chicken's out. Just wants to hold the Experimenter, and Sorry actually waits until the next round to refill the mana and then go for the red card here.
I think if he knew what the hand looked like for Dinah, he wouldn't have done that because he had a very good open attack. And now you're giving the opponent a chance to obviously develop the Experimenter and make things less awkward, let's say, for Dinah. But I think Sorry also knew that his hand was very empty, that he would have to play TF with red card and not blue card, and that he's fine burning mana because maybe his opponent is that way getting less opportunities to develop his own hand, and obviously maybe has more ways to use that mana effectively.
So goes for the spinning axe on the Draven to bring the Flame Chompers in.
The sights on the gun there, if they get excited, a bit wonky, kind of all over the place, not knowing where to aim. Looks like it will be going for the Nexus in the end.
Yeah, I guess Dinah just wanting to get, the hand cleared to set up for the Augmented Experimenter, so you can do it after this red card resolves. I mean,
This makes it so the culling strikes are more of an issue now, because they can't kill this fearsome blocker now once it comes down without the axe, once you discard it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no Draven, obviously, to generate anything. Well, I mean, you have to be in combat anyway, so these culling strikes that were dead with Draven on the board and with axes constantly hovering in hand now finally have a window of opportunity to come in and get some value.
So here it is, the Augmented Experimenter coming through. Dinah, still very, it's not just Culling Strike. It's like maybe another Arachnoid Sentry to stop this 3/3. Just immediately throws this on the stack before Dinah has a chance to draw more cards. The Axe, of course, is the open information here. But yeah, you can definitely wait on the Flame Chomper, I think.
Dinah hovering over the axe, not sure what he's trying to discard. his Guardian on the side, just get the pour out of the way, but not quite how it works. And the hand comes in, which is it's not looking nice. Crowd favorite is a card that benefits off of a wide board, off of a certain situation, and this is not that situation.
Yeah, mulliganed the first one, and unfortunately it didn't come through when the board was perfect for it, and now all three have come into the hand, and it's not looking great. We do have the block here on the spider, so you do take at least 2 less damage here, but what's the play? Poro Cannon to discard 1, crowd favorite, and then play the second one, try to push through. There's still one more Get Excited in the deck. It could happen.
Oh, some Poro on Poro action, but still not what you want to see. I guess you can discard 1 crowd favorite and then just play out. Oh no, you can't play out. I guess you can play 3 Poros if you kind of like cannibalize themselves.
Yeah.
But not ideal, obviously, and you still have a sentry top deck, so definitely not ideal. In this case, we've come down to a state in the game that there's a kind of a stalemate here. Both players kind of don't really have much to do, but Sorry has a leveled up Swain on the board.
Yeah, and then the Flame Chompers, of course, being 1 or 2 HP there doesn't matter, but you got 3 Poros. We still haven't seen Death Lotus. Another red card would be very devastating. This matchup, of course, it does come down to red card. This was when TF was very, very meta. It was of the bane of this deck's existence. So here we go. Does Poro Cannon to discard the other Poro Cannon rather than getting 1 bigger crowd favorite is going to get 2 mid-size. Has enough mana to play out the whole hand here. Dinah just hoping and praying. When you look at the hand itself, 2 Augmented Experimenters. Unfortunately, they overlapped in the hand, so there's not going to be a top deck reload there. Jinx is, I think, Dinah's only hope here. You're looking for Jinx and that final Get Excited to push through here. In Sari's corner, however, there isn't really a lot of cards in the hand. Just has this 1 big unit, a couple reactive tools. So if Dinah maybe is able to go very wide and Sari starts to fall behind, gets a couple bad top decks from this position, this is very close.
And there is a double crowd favorite coming down. At least you do have 2 blockers for the Swain. If you attack with either one of these, you may push in some damage, but Swain still gets a very good block. And knowing you have no cards in hand, no way to kind of get any benefit from trying to kill Swain, it is, I think, a safe block there for Sari. That being said, there's a sentry in hand. You could just, of course, stun a unit and go for a cleaner play here. Can't quite Culling Strike any of these crowd favorites, but you can Culling Strike the Poros. I'm not sure if you want to, though. You're just getting threatened for 2 damage. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. And it's the option to develop a third Daring Poro. You're maybe trying to push through like 2 or 3 extra points of damage this round if you're really praying for the top deck burn. But going for the double crowd favorite line here, you're getting very similar damage potential with just a big overwhelm unit over an elusive unit, right? And then you have 2 things in play that can block Swain. And now with the Arachnoid Sentry being cashed in right now, I think it really shows Dinah from this point in time that Sari's hand is also not looking that great. And both players are under immense pressure right now. Very rarely do we see control versus discard aggro come down to be this close. Usually, the control deck gets enough AoEs, forces the discard aggro to just kind of concede, or the discard deck, gets that curve that they want and the control deck can't keep up. But this is a very interesting middle ground where the amount of threats from Dinah has lined up perfectly against the amount of removal from Sari, and it's going to come down to who can get their win condition online. Swain being in play shows that Sari has the upper hand in the matchup currently, but discard aggro, I would say, has perhaps stronger top decks in a position like this.
I like the stun there onto the Poro instead of the crowd favorite, which might be the more intuitive one. Right away, you want to stop damage, stop the big 5-4 overwhelm. But looking at the trades here, you're fine taking the 4-3 trade onto the Spider, taking the 5-4 onto the Swain. There's no more fearsome blocker, and suddenly, you're in a very good position. You have the Culling Strike for the last Poro, taking no damage and making sure you have, the biggest open attack possible next turn to try and threaten lethal.
Yeah. And so Dinah getting punished here doesn't really push that much damage through. And with Swain about to open attack, this is going to end the game. Just about. This will set Dinah down to 1 HP. And, a top deck Twisted Fate to get that red card. What's that final draw? It is a Twisted Fate, yeah. So red card's going to come through here to deal that final point of damage. Jury Rig, unfortunately, not going to make a difference here.
Caster Blessing from Scar for Sari. Caster Curse for Dinah. Dinah will be getting taken down in this game too. Like you said, you cannot drag that Poro in front of Swain. That is not how it works, my friend. And you're going to have to take the hit there. I think he was in a tough spot last turn. I think there was no game plan or strategy that felt better than the one he took. I think, not attacking, you're not pushing damage, and it does feel bad because you're trying to, obviously end the game with a little health that there was in the Nexus for Sari. But yeah, you open up this possibility of a big open attack, and now Twisted Fate red card. Dinah claps. And Dinah
I think was probably did the math, said, I can sacrifice my overwhelms here, push a little bit of damage, go down to 1 HP, maybe try to top deck a Jinx and bring it back. That sort of thing. Because when you look at like the amount of cards that were drawn, maybe getting Rummage, another copy of Jinx perhaps likely there and just didn't come through. The big thing again is just you can't see the future. Keeping crowd favorite and having that first crowd favorite hit the board during that mid game would have been a huge swing, I think, for Dinah to have overwhelm units against those chump blockers, but just didn't really shake out here in game 2, actually. So that's actually going to take it to game 3, if I'm not mistaken. Dinah losing with discard aggro is now going to be forced to play discard aggro into Thralls.
Match that I don't have too much experience with. Do you have, Scar, have you been playing this Thralls deck at all? I know it's gone very popular in the past 2 weeks. Have you played against discard aggro at all? I'm going to assume...
Yes, I've played this matchup. It feels favorable for discard aggro, actually. You have to hard mulligan for your removals, like your avalanches and your ice shards. But if you are getting the draws that kind of force you to take the I need an 8/8 line of play, then it's not going to be enough. It's close. It's the standard, I think, deck with control deck versus discard aggro, where, based on the tool set, the deck with the removal is favored, but discard aggro, sometimes just has these really insane openers that most things struggle to keep up with.
Draven, there might even be a bad top deck because it might incentivize Dinah to play out on turn 3, and then obviously an avalanche could respond and wipe out most of his board before he can actually get use of, yeah, maybe all the board if he decides to play the rear guard and the Urchin here, and then the Draven next turn. If he falls to that bait, the Avalanche could be massive. If he doesn't, an Ice Shard is still maybe just as bad with the 1 health unit. So it's going to be a tricky one. I think any aggro player always feels bad knowing there's an Avalanche and an Ice Shard in the hand or in the deck for the opponent. It always feels a bit awkward.
It's that dance of death, developing just the right amount of pressure to get your opponent to cast an AoE spell. And if you can develop them here and go for an open attack, and it's just a matter of, do I want to, when you know it's coming, right? Do I want to just get as much damage as possible here? You've got rear guard into Zonite Urchin Vision. That's 12 damage on the open attack, and this is into Ice Shard. Sorry, potentially could get an Ice Shard, cut off a lot of this damage. Even with the Avalanche, the damage will already be dealt. And what's that top deck on Sari's side? Gets the Drac. Oh no, this is so much damage coming through. Dinah not going to go greed here. Sets down to 5, has Get Excited and Double Jinx in hand. This could be the sequence that Dinah was looking for. Sari has the Avalanche to wipe this post-combat, has the Kindly Tavern Keeper to maybe stabilize after. It remains to be seen if there's going to be enough time.
I've been noticed that I have been muted for the last minute, Scar. I'm like, Scar's interrupting me a lot. What's going on here? But you know, the usual caster. You know, once a tournament, you always have yourself muted. But yeah, I was going to mention that, yeah, big swing, big attack, lots of tempo here, and to get excited, you know, halfway there for the burn that he needs already in hand. So definitely the best case scenario for Dinah here. I think it could have gone very wrong if he didn't.
Yeah.
If he went, you know, oh, he doesn't have Avalanche, he has Ice Shard instead. I'm going to develop my Draven, and then this entire board is gone. So things definitely going in his favor. Avalanche comes in after the fact. Obviously, at this point, Dinah's not going to play out anything with his 3 mana that he has left. He's fine taking the spell mana. But now that this is played, maybe he does commit the Draven.
Gets in underneath the Avalanche. And this is when you look at the rest of Sari's hand as well, it looks awful. You got a Kindly Tavern Keeper, but that's fighting against Lysandra maybe trying to be developed here. You aren't even close to getting her leveled up. Even if you're looking for something that can block, it might be more important to just heal your Nexus so you aren't dying to double Jinx. And even when you're even blockers on board, Dinah has potential to do Spinning Axe for a Flame Chomper, still push through. And I think you're right. You could just... So here's what I'm thinking. Dinah's considering doing the Get Excited now, just in case you draw a second one. You can just do it, like if your opponent doesn't immediately heal. But, I mean, even a Blighted Ravine, maybe you just save it in order to punish something like that.
Goes to the Draven there instead. Now has a Flame Chompers, has the Jinx for 4 mana, of course, and that would be all his mana spent. Nothing to save up here, but again, I think with this list that Sari is running and that archetype in general, there isn't really that targeted removal. There's going to be, of course, board clears with Ice Shard. There's going to be kind of stalls with freezes, but I guess Entomb would be kind of the more vengeance-like or, you know, bigger kill spell, let's say, but still not something that is very mana efficient. So I think you're fine playing out these like mid-range value units like Jinx, like Draven, and not feel like you're under kind of any threat really.
You can just play the Jinx out here. She's not under any threat. Next round, you've got the Spinning Axe Flame Chopper, another caster blessing coming through to just pull the Kindly Tavern Keeper to the side, and then you've got another open attack, right? And even if Sari has like 3 Sisters Flash Freeze to Frostbite the Jinx, Draven is still going to be swinging through, potentially with the axe on him. That's 4 damage, and then you're just a couple points away from ending the game.
And this is where a deck like Thralls, it does have, of course, board clears that can help against the aggro, but it doesn't really have an early curve, which makes it so it's very one-dimensional in how it answers things, and in some situations it really just can't. Once it does, it's always behind the tempo, and we're seeing it here. It's happened to Deep a lot as well. Even when Deep ran kind of control tools, it still had stages of the game where it didn't really have a way to populate the board very quickly, and then it would just find itself always a bit behind and always taking this like free 6 damage every turn, and that just snowballs out of control, and you end up losing the game on turn 5 or turn 6, and it might be the case here as well. Flame Chompers comes down, double Get Excited in hand, Poros, an Experimenter, whatever you want, you got, and a big swing coming in.
Yep, set down to 1 HP. No Three Sisters, again, just not enough removal. You can hard mulligan, try to go for the clears. Sari's variant, only running 2 copies of Ice Shard in the main deck. Typically, the logic behind that has been the list levels up Lysandra very quickly, so you don't really need a lot of Ice Shards in the deck because you're going to be getting so many for free. But these are the sorts of matchups where you need those very consistently to stop them keep them falling too far behind. And this was definitely my experience playing the deck on ladder, as you have some really great matchups, but the deck is surprisingly weak to aggro, despite the Freljord package. And here it is, Get Excited coming through to deal that final point of damage. So Dinah's going to take this one in game 3, discard aggro, coming through with an enormous swing on round 3, 15 damage, you know, the classic aggro high roll before all the other decks started to copy. Nasus Thresh, Sand Soldiers, no. Discard aggro was doing it, and somehow nobody seems to care.
Well, I care a little bit. A little bit, Scar. I've always cared a little bit. But Dinah takes it there with 2 classic decks. One, I guess, very, very played throughout many, many metas. Always been 10% play rate. You know, and very good win rate overall. Discard aggro, and one not so played, but still always had a very good win rate that you're a big fan of as well in Nightfall. So doing it with 2 aggro decks, moving on to the winner's final, and also facing a player that has 2 aggro decks. Guardia has made it to that winner's final. We were kind of sus about his lineup, but as a player, not surprised to see him once again doing well, finding success with you know, a lineup that we didn't expect to see in this tournament, obviously. Noxus Elusives and TF Fizz. And looking at the bottom of the bracket there, last week's champion Pavlici has packed his bags and gone home. Cosimo still alive. And Turtle, also champion in Fight Night, has packed his bags and gone home. Lord Vaughn, on his debut, we talked about a lot of, you know, debut players like Pavlici last week, like a lot of Spanish players, winning 2-0 against Turtle, winning 2-0 against Salty Simon. Already waiting. He's gonna be waiting for like an hour, I think. And yeah, things are looking, you know, speeding up on the losers bracket side of things. Of course, Sari waiting for his match now. He's gonna start it off there against Cosimo.
So Lord Vaughn waiting for the next challenger, and we'll see who that will be when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to jump into the winners' finals. Guardia has advanced, and now Dinah is joining him, bringing an aggressive lineup. Guardia, a very well-known tournament player, and has actually seen a lot of success this time around. Is known for playing meta decks very well, helping other players figure out what lineups they should bring to tournaments, helping them scrim, and can never get away from the siren song of bringing something a little bit spicy just to collect a little bit more data on the metagame. And this elusive Noxus deck is paying off this week. Dinah also bringing a very aggressive lineup. And I was just talking to Panda. I said, I think we were overdue. Every handful of fight nights, we get these really aggressive strategies coming through just to punish the meta from getting too complacent.
The past few tournaments, with Azurelia, with TLC, I have to admit, I was not inspired. I was going through the motions, but my heart was not in it. But I'm an aggro player. I like seeing spice overall. I think the players could sense that, I wasn't quite there, and they said, all right, we got to do something to help Panda out. And they really put in a collective effort to bring the spice we see today. And we're seeing, in the winners final, aggro matchup here between these two players with four completely different lists. I think for me, obviously great to see, and I think it is obviously going to be very exciting to see how these different decks line up and matchups that we've maybe never seen before. Nightfall versus Noxus Elusives. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't think there's any matchup table to tell us how that matchup goes.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the flight, and you're just praying that you draw multiple copies. You try to chump block for days to keep yourself alive. Nightfall is not the sort of deck that's going to be able to deal with Zed effectively. But one list I wanted to dig a little bit more deeply into is Discard Aggro. It's a list that gets brought from time to time. We never get a chance to analyze it very cleanly. And everybody has their own way of building this deck, right? Like, I personally like to bring Mystic Shots in mine. This version only has 2 copies of Arena Battlecaster and a sneaky copy of Survival Skills. We've seen some versions go 2 or 3 copies, depending on how important you think getting that Jinx leveled up is. Only 2 copies of Rummage. Some discard aggro players might consider that to be blasphemy, but again, everybody has their own distribution, and it has gotten Dinah all the way up here to the winners finals. So, this is a solid variant, suffice to say.
That being said, the core of the deck, because it's a deck that really does rely on finding the right parts in the right moment, it's very synergistic. It has, different combination of cards that have to be in hand at the same time. It means that you can't really take too many risks, I think, and especially considering that, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Discard aggro has not been broke for a long time. It's been very much a well-oiled, killing you turn 5 machine. So don't start getting crazy. Don't start adding some weird cards if it, it's already very effective at doing what it does. And once you take out a card or two, unlike other decks that maybe you have the space depending on the meta, with if you change a few things, it might just completely break down in terms of, how your full combo, the whole strategy works out, because it has to be very consistent to work effectively.
But yeah, like, even chat I'm seeing is like, what? Only 2 copies of Augmented Experimenter, no Sump Dredger. Like, again, everybody has their own opinions on like what's the best way to build the deck. And because it is the sort of list that wants to draw like a very strong sequence of cards to just kind of end the game, it becomes a little bit murky when you consider what the best deck is, when as you mentioned, the core of the deck is so set, and if you draw that core strategy and that core synergy, it does the same thing that any other discard aggro will do. The rest of the cards around the sides are just there to kind of help when things aren't really going your way. And I think maybe with like a one of survival skills, Dinah recognizes, okay, well, these are the sorts of cards that are going to help me when I don't deal 15 damage on turn 3 and then kill my opponent. And so we also see chat is doubting that you're an aggro player, and I just want to remind them he single-handedly brought, hey, we had like a PSA where you down and go, okay,
For Runeterra.
yeah, Shurima Shuffle, not even once. But let me tell you, the deck does grow on you. I off of the board is great. Attack token also fantastic. Dinah, once more aggressive, not aggro variant, but more aggressive style with the fading memories. So that way you get the extra Stygian onlookers and the Solari soldiers, so you can get these early hits before your opponent can stabilize.
I was gonna say, I think the fact that it's Nightfall against TFAs maybe is a good thing. I think discard aggro would suffer a bit more to red card, even more. And also, yeah, I think you're mentioning it, and I think it's important to note that even though it's aggro versus aggro, it allows him to be kind of an anti-aggro tool. But definitely the red card controlling a board, and maybe not even having it in hand and the actual impact of the red card, but just the thought on Dinah's side that he has to be careful, he can't overextend in his development because it might be a possibility, is already a big deal.
Unfortunately, here is just gonna have to pass. The Fizz can't really. We've all been blown up by like portal cannons and things like that when you aren't expecting it. Already set to go to kill this Diana, so Fizz will live, and we'll see if maybe Dinah doesn't want to take the big rid on the board. Maybe tries to set up something like Stygian Onlooker, Fading Memories to just get like. Most notably, TF Fizz has a very difficult time dealing with fearsomes.
And there's a Diana, a lot of cards that would benefit from Nightfall, but having a hard time triggering it. The choice here between Ballistic Bot and the Soldier, I think it's not going to be playing out this turn. Just trying to get the Nightfall trigger open and available, and then going into other plays after that.
And look, we've got a 50-50 split, actually, I'm getting told, from the votes in chat about who's going to win this. But the players that voted for Dinah are putting much more of their channel points on the line. So when you look at Nightfall, you gotta go big. You gotta put your points on the line. I respect it. And so here it is. Gonna go for Fading Memories to grab another Solari Soldier. Sets up the Stygian Onlooker. Again, it's very awkward. You would ideally like to have a cheap spell that you could whiff rather than the Fading Memories, so that you could get 2 Stygian Onlookers this turn. But
I'm gonna say with this Twitch gambling stuff, should I be worried there's a points confident statistic available? How complex is this stuff? I was thinking just click the button, oh yay, I win. But interesting stats that are being recorded there. Not what I expected.
We've got to let the people know, what their peers are thinking of the matchup as a whole. But now we've got Diana, and now with the second Diana in play, we've got a Pale Cascade to live against this Mystic Shot. 4 more damage guaranteed to come through.
And Guardia continues to high roll his suit ups. Has one there waiting in hand for 2 mana.
Oh god. I was so worried about Diana getting answered by Mystic Shot that I was like, but what if I didn't even think of, but what if Fizz is a 4/4?
A few options for Dinah as well. Has the Unto Dusk. Push more damage onto the Onlooker if he chooses to. Obviously, the Soldier is a Daybreak unit, not Nightfall unit, which is, I think, relevant as well at this point.
And so Diana is 2 out of 4. So if you Unto Dusk the Diana, she would level up. It only becomes a 3/3. So I wonder if Dinah is going to pull the trigger here. Because it's like, Unto Dusk is on average 2 damage. If you're using it for like a Doom Beast down the road, that kind of thing. So right now, you could just get the guaranteed 2 damage. And then draw a card. Versus Pale Cascade to save your Solari Soldier. With the Doom Beast in hand, it's a tough call. I think that because when you look at the hand, there's really not a lot of good Nightfall activators. Might be best to just get use of this now.
Not entirely sure why Dinah was hovering the Unto Dusk onto Fizz. Not sure what kind of game-breaking bug he's trying to trigger there, but did not work out in his favor, it looks like. Gets the damage onto the Onlooker, pushes through. Some damage, 11 HP is important here for Guardia. Fearsome blockers, not always the easiest thing to come by in TF Fizz, and we talked about Nightfall being kind of a combo deck, not just an aggro deck, so getting him down to that threshold where comboing for a win is a possibility now later on is definitely important, and there is no healing in TF Fizz, obviously, so this is, when you're playing against Edgel Draven, Noxus PNZ combinations, there is never really healing, which is sometimes a problem, of course.
And we've got now double flight, which is fantastic. So you can start developing this elusive chip damage and just start punching through, drawing cards. Guardia does have burn, does have elusives in the deck, but the burble fishes and whatnot typically need to be saved, you know, for later in the game to finish off. And the Zap Spray Fins are kind of just dumped out. Like, if you can play Zap Spray Fin here, it's your whole turn, but you're still sneaking damage around the sides with the flight, which I think is fantastic.
And the hand a bit, I don't know, a bit awkward, right? You would want to see a TF, I think, at some point, at some stage. The Burblefish not quite very discounted there. You have, of course, the trigger for the Fizz to be able to attack as an elusive unit, get some chip damage in, but missing the TF, especially for next turn, if those flights are developed and there isn't an open attack, for example, it would be obviously huge to have a TF red card onto. Yeah, not all the units, not the onlooker will be trading here, possibly with the Ballistic Bot. I think maybe in, you know, again, because I mentioned the TF as a possibility, Dinah knows this as well. Maybe trading out this onlooker now, getting some chip damage in, just to make sure to just die to a red card later on.
Get value out of it now before it dies, versus saving it and attacking with it so you get another proc for Nocturne's level up. That's what Dinah's thinking about right now. Nocturne at 3 out of 5, because Diana and Doombeast are the only Nightfall cards in the hand. Like, the Flight's a great unit that you can develop early and keep attacking with it, and so is Slaughter Soldier, but they don't work on leveling up Nocturne, which can be kind of obnoxious. I think now, especially with Guardia not being at 4 mana, you can just play double flight and maybe push 4 damage on the open attack. And then by drawing 2 cards, you get, I think, perhaps extra shots at getting Fading Memories and Unto Dusk to just finish off with this Doom Beast while also offsetting the damage from the Suit Up Fizz. We've seen it before on Fight Night, where you get double flight cycled into the top of the deck, and you get stuck in this cursed cycle of just top decking 1 mana 2/1s. But this is a matchup where you don't mind it. At the worst, they're going to be chumping this Fizz.
Of course, you're fine playing both flights this turn because you have a Soldier next turn as a Daybreak effect, and then also as a Nightfall activator for the other cards in your hand, and possibly the card you top deck as well. If not, you probably would have wanted to save 1 flight just to have that possibility and not have an awkward hand, which does happen quite a bit with Nightfall. But I know Dinah's a very, very experienced Nightfall player, and he knows, you know, all the in and outs to navigate not having an awkward hand, because it can feel quite bad if you don't know what you're doing.
And you can see the calculations here. Double flight is a huge commitment, specifically because it can backfire so heavily. And by developing double flight, you're also committing to an open attack because you're extending into the red card. And Dinah's thinking, I might want to, again, do Solari Soldier into a Nightfall, maybe set up the second Diana, try to remove this Fizz from the board. But is running out of time and makes the choice. Double flight is the line.
And very patient play from Dinah. We mentioned it before, someone that really takes his time, even though, you know, it's an aggro matchup. People might think it's just, you know, vomit your cards into the board and hope you have a bigger swing. It's not quite the case, especially not with Nightfall. And I think it's the reason why Dinah likes this archetype so much. It does reward very calculated play and very precise play, I think.
Yes.
And yeah, he's always seemed to have a lot of success with it in the past.
Nightfall is a deck that you will lose a game because of a play you made like 4 or 5 rounds ago. Like, by using a card in a certain scenario where it gets a better payoff or potentially a lethal setup in a later scenario, it can mean the difference between victory and defeat. And the Nightfall in its prime, right, was a list that had like an obscenely high win rate, but one of the lowest play rates. And it just goes to show, like, when you play a ton with the deck, you know, the heights that you can reach. So Get Excited was fleeting on Guardia's side, which is why he's cashing it in here. Going to remove this flight, recognizing that having the chip damage from these elusives coming through is going to be too much to handle, I think.
Diana coming down now that obviously Get Excited has been played. It's kind of the green light. Please, you know, come join the party. And she comes down at 3 health, so the Mystic Shots in hand will have a harder time dealing with her.
Oh, and gets the 3rd flight. Still gets the Daybreak, gets the flight. You can attack here to draw 2 cards. It's risky. It's risky, though. You play this flight. Actually, well, if you play the Sorry Soldier, if a red card comes through, you still have the second flight to potentially draw a card. Um, you'd have to play the Doom Beast if you want to give Challenger to Diana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you just play out your whole hand here. Just the order in which you play it matters, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to play the flight first. You want to play, first the soldier, see what happens, and then you can react off of that. But I'm going to assume it'll be soldier, Doom Beast, and the flight. All cards played out.
Actually, maybe you save the Doom Beast because you can play the flight. You're threatening 4 elusive damage, and either they pop a spell so Fizz gets elusive and it trades, and you don't mind if it trades, I don't think. And they kind of have to block the Diana because that's 3 more damage coming through. This could be fine, actually, to just hold the Doom Beast because you're drawing 2 cards off the flight, and just having that extra potential to get Unto Dusk or Fading Memories gives you more damage off the Doom Beast. There's even with 2 cards in hand, Panda, there's like 3 or 4 lines of possible play here, while considering like Guardia just passing and threatening a Twisted Fate red card.
I would maybe like to see the Poro cannon onto the ignition there, just to put down the first Poro. You still have four mana, so you could still play TF, but it gives you the chance to. I guess you don't know there's a second flight in hand. I think the draws here matter a lot for Dinah. He's pretty much out of fuel, and he's not really that much closer to ending the game just yet. And there's still obviously fast speed reactions with both double Mystic Shots in hand. So yeah, I would like to see a Poro come down at this point.
Guardia also has this really tasty iterative improvement that you can pull the Doom Beast and also get some healing for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And now that Dinah does not have mana open for Pale Cascade, Guardia is going to let it rip here with these Mystic Shots.
That being said, the Doom Beast iterative improvement at a 4/3 stat line, it's still not really, you're not getting the trades you want because it's still dying to the soldier, to the other Doom Beast with 3/2. So the healing matters, of course, but then the combat trade, you're not getting that 2-for-1 value that you would want to get, I think.
Kills the Diana. This is going to make it so Guardia gets the trades that he wants. Fizz might be still forced to trade against one of these flights now. Now that taking that slower line, developing the Doom Beast first, 9 HP on Guardia's side, you have another elusive threat, and with that 1 mana left, Guardia can. Here it is with the Poro Cannon. Flip the Fizz, get an elusive blocker in play. So there's still one final hurdle that Dinah needs to overcome in order to end this game before Guardia gets the combo. There is a discounted Burblefish now in hand. Another blocker ready to go. Iterative improvement may be coming down.
There's the last flight coming down. Obviously, there's no mana for the second Poro, so Dinah might think that he's going to either draw a card with the second one or force a trade with both, elusives and kill the Fizz. But the Burblefish will help. I think it'll be the sacrifice instead of the Fizz. You don't let Dinah get any kind of momentum back.
Mm-hmm. This is a very specific decision from Dinah, right? You're committing this in order to wipe the elusives that are off of the board now, and right, that one of Guardia's cards is Daring Poro. Plays the Burblefish now in order to generate that spell, and because there's no threat of it going down, no challengers in play, no Unspeakable Horror in Dinah's variant, you can just set this up now and then have iterative improvement ready to go next round.
You have to wonder here, if he full attacks, maybe Guardia takes a risk and tries to go for just full value, blocking the 2-1 with the Ballistic Bot, leaving the Doom Beast alive. If you don't attack with Doom Beast, you open up the possibility of your Fading Memories, potentially being able to get some burn damage on your defense turn, and helping you obviously stay healthy as well. So I think it's going to be the safer option. You're going to force a trade here with the 2 elusives. Fizz obviously doesn't have to be sacrificed anymore. And Guardia, he's value oriented enough to not take the 3/3 trade and stay at 6 HP, which is not too bad against Nightfall.
Yeah, so sacrificing the Burblefish here, I think maybe does show us that Guardia has better plans for this iterative improvement.
Pale Cascade without the Nightfall trigger is not ideal.
And Ignition is going to be the trigger to level up Fizz. Oh, we see the Playful Trickster. This I've only seen Playful Trickster lethal and TF Fizz like once or twice. It's not a line that gets presented too often.
I think at 16 HP we're still a bit far away from lethal. If it was a bit less, it might be fine. But 16 I think is not going to be easily surmounted in just 2 attacks if it is played.
And you just have to take the damage here, right? Again, the Stygian Onlooker can block against the Ballistic Bot, but Guardia has 5 damage now from this Fizz, threatening.
I don't think you play the shakedown here. Doesn't really make any sense unless you're scared of like a Fading Memories with a Doom Beast. You want to kill it when you can, but no, I think it's really not. And ignition still matters, I think, for rummages if you find them, for pick a card. There's so many cards in this deck that will benefit from having a card to discard, especially when you're going to the late game and you need to refuel.
And Shakedown maybe pulls like an elusive unit to the side, and you're able to sneak through more damage. With all 3 copies of the Flight down, there is only Lunari Shadestalker as a one-of in Dinah's list. Again, without Unspeakable Horror, less ways to deal with the Burble Fish, and less card generation overall.
Whenever I'm spectating Dinah's games, I love to imagine he has no idea about Japanese at all. So he just opens a card, hovers over like, yeah, of course. This is what it does. Yes, let's continue. And he has just no idea what's going on.
That's a funny thought. Just he's playing cards and they're doing stuff, and he's
like, yes, these letters, of course.
Stumbling through, just pretending to know what the cards do, and everybody's like, oh, that was such a godlike play. How did you know that interaction would work? And he's just like, because I'm a beast. Could you imagine just like, that sounds like it'd be like the plot of an anime or something, where a case of mistaken identity, where somebody's like, oh, you're the guy who's the champion. But getting into, to just draw things back to the game, iterative improvement on Ballistic Bot. Guardia is a player that has demonstrated the real flexibility of iterative improvement. I think that his choices for that spell are pretty out far and away, very different from what you typically see other players go for. So like just doubling down on Ballistic Bot here to get a big blocker in play, extra protection against fearsomes, another unit that's going to keep scaling up. You've got the ignitions to come through to make your rummages even better. You've got more steady burn to kind of make up for this HP differential against Dinah's next couple top decks. I really like this line, and a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah, like I said, the importance of having a card to discard is huge. Having 2 cards to discard, even better. If you're able to get a rummage or TF, blue card, rummage, etc., any kind of combo, you can really start, refueling your hand completely over the next few turns. So we'll see if he doesn't find any of these cards. Pick a card, for example, also an option going forward.
Is going to connect with the Nexus here, generate that Chum the Waters. So Longtooth is going to be coming out here as well.
And now we'll see what the top deck is for Dinah. When he has nothing really to do, he has to find something good. Both cards that go off of Nightfall triggers. We talked about awkward situations, and this is something that I think Dinah, regardless of his experience, can't really help, what top decks are in this case. But this is one of the reasons, some people just don't like Nightfall, because it sometimes feels like you have too much of this, not enough of that, and then you're kind of stumped on having any kind of cohesive strategy.
So then it goes back to, should I have played that 3rd copy of the Flight? And it's just, you can't see the future. You know what I mean? You can play as much, as good as possible and calculate for a few different draw sequences. But Dinah doing the right thing here, just developing a 2-3, going for the Pale Cascade to draw a card. You can get Unto Dusk to give the Lunari Shadestalker elusive, but when we look at Guardia's hand now, we've got two ignitions to set Dinah down to 5 HP, Chum the Waters, that's going to grant vulnerable to something and then generate a unit with Overwhelm to swing through. Being able to give Fizz elusive at burst speed next round with the Shakedown as well. Definitely looks like this is going to be in Guardia's favor, and Dinah would need to top deck. off of this Pale Cascade, you would need... Not even Nocturne would do it.
Yeah, and I mean, the ballistic bots help a lot, and having the fearsome
Yep.
blockers that can also just gain attacks. So I think that was possibly a big part of Guardia's game plan as well, was just not just thinking about how he would win, but thinking about how he could possibly lose, and having, you know, plays ready to counter that line of play from Dinah.
And there's really not a lot of choices to be made about what you Pale Cascade, I don't think. If you put the Doom Beast up to 4 and swing in, you're threatening good trades against everything, even this 4 HP Doom Beast. Excuse me, Ballistic Bot, which could matter. And, you know, if you don't get Fading Memories or Unto Dusk here, you probably need to attack with the Doom Beast anyway.
The Jin Onlooker comes in 1 mana, 4 attack, fearsome, but not really anything that's too consequential. Like we talked about before, you're gonna have fearsome blockers here, so it's not a big deal.
Stygian Onlooker, this is just really unfortunate, running out of fuel. The flights all were drawn, but they just couldn't connect with the Nexus and start drawing and fueling and doing what they want to do. Guardia properly cut off that line and recognized my deck has way more card draw and fuel, so if I can stop Dinah from getting that resource generation, I can jump out ahead, and we're seeing it here. Like, 6 HP is very dangerous spot to be in versus Nightfall, but by cutting off the card draw, getting fearsome blockers in play, having a couple elusives here, even sacrificing a burble fish, right, to just block and keep that defense up, Guardia has really jumped out ahead now and is looking to close out the game this next round.
That being said, his hand is also kind of full of not exactly cards. Shakedown, not sure how relevant it will be. The Fizz champ spell as well, maybe not ideal. So I mean, maybe missing something here. This attack is gonna force some maybe awkward trades in some points, but maybe not now with a long, because I think you have enough blockers to really maybe pick your own trades if you're Guardia.
In attacking with the Stygian Onlooker, you're giving your opponent a trade, just trying to offset the damage you're going to take from Longtooth here, but you take the same amount of damage, I think, regardless, because you're just going to let the 4/4 go into the Stygian. With an empty hand, you know, Guard's not worrying about anything, can take the trades as he sees fit. And as I talked about before, the Pale Cascade on the Doom Beast maybe means that you can attack with it here and force one of these bigger targets to trade into it. Would that be enough? Because there's you have 5-6 damage worth of elusives coming through, and then with the ignitions, that's going to be all she wrote.
Dinah, they're thinking about attacking or not. Looks like the timer ran out before he could actually go in. I think it looks like he did want to end up attacking with the 2-1 in the end. But again, I think it won't be too consequential. Opting to trade in here with the Longtooth instead of Ballistic Bot does make sense. You do push maybe a bit more damage with the Longtooth. But actually, yeah, I mean, they're going to be blocked regardless, right? The Ballistic Bots, there are going to be enough non-elusive blockers that they're going to pair up. So it's not like the damage is going through regardless of the 7 or the 5 attack. So maybe, I don't know if the extra ignition is worth the damage you'll lose off of the overwhelm from the Longtooth.
And I mean, you've got the Shakedown here as well, and a Suit Up. So yeah, you can Suit Up the Daring Poro, Shakedown. Well, actually no, it does both. Yeah, you can just Suit Up and then just swing with your elusives. Guardia does need to respect Moonlight Affliction if you go for a line like that where you just want the elusive to finish off. Has the Mind Meld as well, but doesn't need to go for it here.
5 mana still to work with. If you're Guardia, you have the 2 ignitions just for 2 straight up Nexus damage right away. And you then still have the Suit Up. You have the Rummage in case you want to maybe... I think you just go for the ignitions. I don't think we're at a point in the game where, you know, your opponent's at 6 HP. You value maybe just the straight up Nexus damage over the Rummage. I guess you can see how things pan out after this attack, after the swing, after the Suit Up maybe, and then find out what you have to do.
Yeah, even if there was Moonlight Affliction here, you're still dealing 4, and then you can
Mhm.
suit up on reaction and then Ignition to finish off.
So a very calculated game one. Dinah, of course, known for taking his time. Not quite enough. The Nightfall archetype there had a very strong start, had a very start, mid game, but then just ran out of fuel, didn't have the right cards in the right order, couldn't really access, the Nightfall for the Pale Cascade, the cycling, didn't find the right top deck into the Onlooker in that one turn. And for Guardia, able to kind of take it slow at the beginning, and then just kind of stall out enough to get his own game plan online and just have maybe a better cascade of cards to end the game there and take game one. So now Guardia cannot play TFAs anymore, has to win with Noxus Elusives, but he's done it already twice, so I think he's not too scared about doing it one more time.
The Noxus Elusives into Nightfall is going to be pretty interesting. A deck that can generate a lot of elusive threats and just beat you up before, because, Nightfall, unless it draws a very specific sequence, typically does play very slowly, gathering those combo pieces, setting up for like bigger turns. So like an early Zed could be really troublesome to deal with. You're going to be sacrificing a lot of your early tokens like a Solari Soldier just to keep it from leveling up, trying to hope for Diana to come through. And hopefully that doesn't get answered by Sharpened Resolve, which we do see here in Guardia's opening hand. All the games we've seen with this Noxus Elusive deck, we haven't seen Sharpened Resolve make an appearance. And I wonder if this is a card that you keep in your hand, based on his experience with the deck, what the mulligans actually look like here for this thing.
Yeah, I think it's like I said before, you don't really have a chance to study these matchups, on ladder. I think it's at least with Guardia's deck. So it's hard. Maybe you just don't have the experience, but I guess you do have at least common sense and the intuitive knowledge of being a very good player to help you out and just decide which way to do it best.
So Dinah actually mulligans away a Diana. Doesn't want that challenger to try to even out these elusives. Also gets rid of a Doom Beast. So is looking for, I think, a very specific early curve. Guardia keeps the full hand, likes the 1, 2, 3 with the resolve, has 2 Navori Conspirators to cycle this dancing droplet.
And this is so important for this deck, not just because maybe you don't really have that many draw tools in Noctis and Ionia, initially, but also because there's going to be so many cheap combat trick type spells that you need to have, a big hand and a lot of ways to refuel to really not, run out of resources very quickly. So I think the Dancing Droplet Navori Conspirator combo really does help with that in this deck, and allows you to have, a bigger stretch where you're able to still have a lot of different threats in hand.
We might be witnessing the beginning of a new era, Panda, if this deck takes off. We're going to be seeing some really ridiculous inclusions like Syncopation. Oh my god. I can only
I'm all
imagine.
for it. I played Zed Teemo a lot this season. It's the deck I've played the most. So I'm very familiar with elusives this season. Not at the Noxus shell, but definitely something I will be testing out soon on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, Big Darius with Syncopation, Trevor Snooze Bottom with Darius. Because Dinah has shown, the propensity to take these games long. Nightfall is a deck that, because of its explosive potential, doesn't get punished as hard as other decks of its nature by having the game go into the late game. When you have tons of mana to work with, it just means you have that much more combo potential as long as you can keep your resources up. And the later the game goes, Guardia is also favored because of these big units like Darius or even Trevor, to just duplicate a unit, and then suddenly you have that advantage. So Dinah getting a very aggressive set of draws here with Solari Soldier on turn 1, and double Stygian Onlooker available here.
This is the thing, when you have very cheap units, you can combo them very effectively, and then you can create a big advantage very quickly, especially for the Nightfall triggers. The fact, for Nocturne level up, for Diana level up, it does end up mattering quite a bit. So, and we talked about it last game, a bit of an awkward hand, everything felt kind of bad, but we've seen many games where Nightfall does things that feel very good for the player piloting it.
And Dancing Droplet comes through. Guardia adopted, by keeping the Dancing Droplet and Navori Conspirator, had committed to this slower line, right? Something value oriented. You're drawing a lot of cards, and I think maybe not anticipating the aggressive potential of Dinah's deck. Like, not just the play style that he has adopted with Nightfall, but just the fact that sometimes the deck offers you this line and you take it. And Guardia might be taking a little bit more damage than he was initially thinking about. Because look at this, the 2 Fearsomes come through. You are worried, of course, a little bit here about Brothers Bond or something, but I don't think there's a reason not to pull the trigger here. At the very least, you're getting elusives out of the picture. The Dancing Droplet perhaps gets cashed in. You're cutting off that card draw. You're still getting Nightfall attack procs to level up your Nocturne. So I don't think Dinah needs to sweat too much here.
And this deck from Guardia is, a deck that can race you down very quickly with Zed if you're not careful, if you're not blocking it. And then obviously the combat tricks when you go into that open attack turn where you're not having to develop on like turn 5 or 6, you're just going all in and then just playing Brothers Bond or maybe Decisive Maneuver. But if you're racing, this is a race you might lose. I mean, these 2 onlookers hitting you for 8 on turn 3 is a pretty big deal, even in today's standards of Azir Aurelia and Thresh Nasus. This is, still a pretty big chunk of your health being gone. And you now have to consider if you are the beatdown deck, if you are the aggressor here, or if it's going to be the other way around.
And Guardia again forced to take this line with the Dancing Droplet, right? You have the potential to cycle like the Shadow Assassins and stuff to get even more card draw, but because of the mulligan, it wasn't just like a draw situation. It's because of the way the mulligan went. You have to go for this, and with enough blockers, you can stabilize from this position. If this is what the board stays like, you just have like 2/1s and things that you can block, then you're good. But with Nocturne in hand, with some Overwhelm being threatened, with Moonlight Affliction, which is a 1-of in the deck being drawn, Dinah, the pieces are there. The deck is speaking directly to him and telling him the plan of action he needs to take. And we talk about Nightfall's flexibility a lot, and like any deck, sometimes you just draw a sequence that is very clear cut, and hopefully Dinah doesn't try to overthink things and just wants to commit to the aggression, because 9 HP before your opponent is even close to developing a significant threat against you, a lot of HP to work with, takes some hits, is the way to go. Passes.
Got the option here now for the Blaze Cut. I guess it's a better option just to have that to trade next turn instead of having to sacrifice an elusive unit with the Dancing Droplet. Go for the attack here, push 6. Still not really a lot. I mean, Dinah's still at 18 HP here, so very, very healthy. Maybe the next attack token turn with the right cards could be a lethal threat, but not very likely regardless. And the next attack turn for Dinah is the one that you have to really, be careful about, because Nocturne might come down and Fearsome blockers might be necessary, which isn't really a possibility on the board right now.
Dinah thinking about playing Nocturne without the Nightfall effect, just getting a big 4/3 Fearsome in play. With the 2 Stygian onlookers already attacked, that's 2 out of 5. So an open attack would actually re-grant Fearsome to all 3 of these, and it would be up to Guardia having the right buff spells in order to get blockers. On the next turn, if you play Nocturne here, you have 1 mana floated and you're on 5. So, theoretically, with Dinah top decking the correct card, like a Fading Memories, you can simply go Fading Memories, Moonlight Affliction, strip 2 blockers, and still swing with everything. So even with buffs, you're still only able to block 1 thing. Despite what we've been talking about, Dinah being in a strong position after that early beatdown, Guardia fighting back. The HP looks pretty even. The game could be decided here in the next round or 2. Slaughter Soldier into Moonlight Affliction is possible.
There is an Elixir of Wrath in the hand for Guardia. Can suddenly boost the attack, not to deal damage, but to have a fearsome blocker, I would suppose.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you don't even care about the Moonlight Affliction, right? Because if you're giving your board Fearsome, you aren't trying to like strip blockers away just as an extra guarantee against Brothers Bond, which, we didn't see earlier when the Stygian onlookers were attacking, right? So
we also have Decisive Maneuver, which is very interesting as a way to create fearsome blockers with the attack buff and also stun one of the key units attacking.
Yeah, the development here. I wonder if Guardia is going to take that line. With the development here, you just preemptively Decisive Maneuver the Nocturne, or you preemptively decisive maneuver maybe even the Solari Soldier. So that way the Nocturne doesn't want to attack, because then you do have something before attack that's just going to trade into him. Goes for the open.
Yeah, it would have to happen before the attack is committed because of the way the attacks happen after it commits a spell. It is a fast speed, not burst speed. So, yeah, it would be an issue there, but we'll see. Yeah, Elixir of Wrath comes in. I think that was the obvious way to at least not take 6 damage. And we talked about it, having to play now defensively, even though you're an aggro deck and your deck is built around being very, very aggro. Because of the cards that Dinah had on turn 3 and because of the damage you put in, now you have to play more defensively and use some of your tools like Elixir of Wrath in a more defensive manner to just try and stay alive until you can swing next turn and potentially get some sort of lethal.
5 mana to protect Nocturne. That's a very heavy price to pay. And if you go for the Moonlight Affliction, there is also the Resolve in hand to just reboost it, so you just have to take that hit. You're still pushed 4 more damage. You have Unto Dusk in hand. Doom Beast could come through here. Remains to be seen. But with an open attack like that, Guardia now basically survived, killed a very important threat with only 1 mana, has tons of mana left now to just keep developing, getting these threats in play. Can also play Snooze Bottom this turn into Darius on 6. The timing has come through beautifully for Guardia.
Dinah just trying to play out blockers here. He had his chance to end the game. It has now gone. There was the Elixir of Wrath in response to kind of save the day here for Guardia. There is a chance for Burn to come in, but with the current hand we're seeing, not super likely. He's going to have to find, well, I mean, 3 Doom Beasts, I guess, essentially, or just a Doom Beast onto Dusk into Doom Beast, for example. But yeah, will be hard, and especially hard to get that done with 7 mana next turn.
Yeah, like it's a shame. You have this really aggressive line, like given to you, like the double onlooker early draw with the Nocturne. Everything was like ready to go. Everything was looking great, but then, you know, you just can't get that extra little bit of damage, and then you're just thinking about, was there a different line I could have taken? Was there a missequence I did where I missed 1 or 2 points of damage that maybe could have gotten me the win? And once you start thinking along those lines, you know, that's when the tilt sets in. So hopefully Dinah, you know, keeps his cool, just considers the game at large, keeps focusing on how to get this win. And now we do have a similar situation from Guardia, right? Where there seems to be a pretty decent open attack here, tons of elusives in play. Or, yeah, you just attack here, have a full board, you've got decisive maneuver, and another line that you talked about, Panda, where you just use the decisive maneuver as an AoE +2 attack for all your elusive blockers that your opponent can't deal with anyway. If you pre-commit this, it's still going to resolve after Moonlight Affliction.
Yeah, exactly. Moonlight Affliction is going to be I mean, you can, of course, still use it to just take away the elusives, which is also fine. You're still taking a lot of damage. But yeah, maybe I'm not sure if it's a safer play. I guess maybe the risky play with Darius. Guardia was a bit more worried about counterplay in that regard, but still, Moonlight Affliction here is going to stop the lethal with 2 stuns or 2 silences coming in on elusives. And I think with Sharpen and Resolve, it still won't be enough.
I mean, if you play Darius there, even if Dinah, you know, develops 1 more unit, I think that it still would have been like extremely clutch. But again, even Moonlight Affliction on the Darius, like, I think still having a big stat line like he has, minus Overwhelm, you're still duplicating that into a big elusive with the Snooze Bottom. So...
Oh, it is lethal. It is lethal, actually, yeah. It's going to be 13 damage coming in once the Sharpen Resolve gets played.
Yep.
And there's nothing...
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. By going for the open attack here with the maneuver, you keep mana open for the Sharpened Resolve. Guardia's doing a fantastic job of respecting the Moonlight Affliction. We even saw it in the previous match where there was potential lethal with like the Fizz with the suit up and everything, and waited a couple rounds to generate more resources and double down on that threat. Has the Sharpened Resolve, and Beautiful stacking of buffs. Guardia going to take this one 2-0. Nightfall unable to get it done.
Very quick wins there from Guardia. Again, decks that don't seem, all that reliable or consistent, but he's continued to put in the work, continues to stride in through this tournament. Get the win here in the winners final 2-0 against Dinah. Dinah playing very slow with Nightfall, very, very methodical, but still could not really do much against this. Just, again, the spell that I thought, the moment I saw this as a maneuver in this deck, it all made sense to me. I think it's the reason you go into Noxus in the first place and have cards that are maybe, more on the cheap side, cards like Shadow Apprentice. It doesn't make that much sense in the deck, but once you see that you want to have this very swarmy, even if they're very low stats, like the Dancing Droplets there, with the Dancing Maneuver, they come all of a sudden 3-1s and does add up very quickly.
The Dancing Maneuver was great, and the stun. We almost got to see it perhaps employed in the defensive nature we've seen from time to time, but Guardia, really showcasing that you can bring a new deck, and just sometimes your enemy's unfamiliarity with the list can allow you to get a lot of surprising damage. Like Sharpened Resolve is not a card that many players feel like they should be playing around at any time, and now when they're forced to, the lines that they have been setting up just subconsciously maybe are getting punished by the threat of this spell. So big shout out to Guardia for bringing something new, getting all the way to the grand finals. Now going to be waiting patiently there to see who Dinah will have to face to potentially get that rematch. But we're still waiting for Sorry versus Lord Vaughn up next.
Looks like Cosimo Leon did end up dropping, so Spanish player has been removed from the tournament, unfortunately for me. Simon, we saw results happen quite a while ago. Lord Vaughn has been waiting for a long time there, but we're going to be casting Sorry versus Lord Vaughn after this break, and then moving forward with the losers final and finally the grand final in a few hours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to decide in the losers semis to see who's going to take on Dinah to try to get that grand final slot to take on Guardia now.
And we'll be
The next,
seeing a player we have not seen yet in this tournament. It's his debut, Lord Vaughn, and he's already made it to top 4. So a big props to him. I think we've seen a lot of debuts that have worked out very well for the players. And at only 18, could be a bit inexperienced in the big stage, could have a bit of nerves or pressure, but it does not seem like that's the case. Already has made it to top 4 and is now facing Sorry, which is obviously a very tough competitor, someone that you don't want to be facing at any stage in the tournament, but definitely not in kind of an elimination match here in the losers semifinal.
we have had a lot of very young players in Runeterra just like have powerful starts, like they just break into the competitive scene. They have so much just like knowledge to get from older players, to just kind of get brought up to speed and then bring their own spin to the metagame. I think like the understanding of card games has sort of shifted, and like the way you approach deck building and the way you approach trying to construct a just construct a win and go for high rolls or maybe lines of play that maybe an older player just over the years maybe might shy away from because you've gotten burned on trying to take a really aggressive out one too many times. And so they might have an edge. We've seen it, I think, time and time again that these younger players just kind of really pop off.
I think just that they have very big brains. I've always seen very big brain plays from, kind of
Mhm.
prodigy-like players that come in. You might think, oh, these guys have not been playing card games for too long. They don't know anything. And then you're always wrong. We've seen it with Badge Attack, with a whole Czechia team in the EU match
Mhm.
with Thomas and Pokerback. All of them had, I think the average age there was like 18. And yeah, they seem like some of the smartest guys in that whole tournament, in the prep and everything. And just the responsibility of like, studying matchups and going through all the data and everything. Yeah, and it could be the case with many of the young players we have in Runeterra's scene. But moving into this young players matchup, Lord Vaughn versus Sorry. We'll be checking out a Zoe Lee Sin deck that I believe Lord Vaughn has brought here. And
Mhm.
do you want to go over it? Because I know there's a card here that you like very much, have a special place in your heart for that Gifts from Beyond.
The Gifts from Beyond. I liked when they did rework this card to offset the Moon Weapon nerf. Now Gifts from Beyond only costs 1. I love to play it in Nightfall personally, but it has slowly found its way into Lee Sin. You like the utility of having the Calibrum or the Gravitum, but you can see here with the 2 copies of Sparklefly as the only 2-drop, you also get the idea of being able to use Crescendum to tutor it out into play and have that easier stabilization against aggro. Triple Eye of the Dragon, double Sparklefly. Hopefully it's enough. We did see this backfire earlier on the stream, but we've got the standard package as well towards the top end. A cheeky syncopation helps you sidestep removal or set up a better trade. Maybe even play around a frostbite on the Lee Sin with your Dragon's Rage. I haven't seen that come through yet, but I do know it's a possibility. The rest of the spells on the list, I think, have pretty much been set in stone for a while. Concussive Palm took a break for a bit and has worked its way back in. And it's just a matter of what is your preference for navigating the early mid game.
Yeah, most of the core is going to be obviously the same, but then you have kind of maybe not even just switching out cards entirely, but just switching out the number of that copy, the copies that you have of that card in the deck, depending on the meta and depending on your what you expect to see in a tournament. Also, for tournaments, you're preparing a deck as a reflection of what you think is going to happen. You make a study on the meta, on the tournament meta, and you decide what decks you expect to see, and then prepare for that. And this is what Lord Vaughn has come up with. He's made it to top 4, so I guess it's been going good enough for him to make it this far. There's, of course, no bans in this tournament. You have to win with both decks every time in every series, so making it this far with the deck means it's worked already a few times, so definitely in his favor. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Sorry has some interesting decks. We'll just remind the viewers at home. TF, Swain, and Thralls is Sorry's lineup.
Now, Lee Sin is the deck that when it's drawing poorly, when you don't get your tools coming together, it looks just like such a weak thing, and has, I think, out of almost any of the decks in the entire game, the potential to pull off some astounding miracles. Sorry, going to set up the Thrall and Promising Future here right off the bat. There is no deny to stop that. And so now we've got Zoe and Mentor of the Stones potentially looking down the barrel of 2 8/8s here in a couple rounds.
And 3 denies in the deck as well. So some of these Lee Sin decks have been running 2 copies. I don't think less than that, but still had very high odds of having one in hand and did not have it for that moment. And really, that is maybe the spell you do want to counteract at this point in the game, because it's going to get pretty hairy in a little while.
And we saw Sari play this deck earlier. We saw Cosimo also play this deck a little bit earlier. And got some very slow outcomes. And now we're seeing what this deck can really do. Thrall on 1, Promising Future, Time in a Bottle. This is going to hatch, and because of the countdown 3, this is looking to hatch perfectly timed with Sari's attack token here in a couple rounds. Lord Vaughn responding by just getting as much HP in play as possible to get some blockers. Gets the Equinox, does let you cleanse the Overwhelm from the Thrall, was maybe hoping for a Crescent Strike.
Yeah, but still Equinox is very good, obviously 1 mana answer to at least one of the Thralls. Lee Sin coming into hand as well. A few more spells left to be played on Lee Sin, and of course you play the Zenith Blade on a different unit, but it is an important card to have.
Talia coming through. This was a champion that was a 1 of in the deck and is now a 2 of in Sari's variant. Hits the Thrall that has Promising Future on it. So we're going to get 4 Thralls hatching out here at the start of the next round. Lord Vaughn has the Lee Sin, has the Zenith Blade with Mentor of the Stones to come through here, but is it going to be enough? You got the Pale Cascade. You can do a really big hit, but can you survive the next round?
We could still see with that 3 Sisters in hand, a lot of different options for spells once Lee Sin becomes, dangerous enough to have to deal with. Lee Sin can deal with the Thralls now because they're obviously, protected in a little ice cocoon.
Wait a minute. 5, 7, 14, 17, 1 off lethal. There is 3 Sisters in Sari's hand, of course, to stop this, but man, this would be one of the quickest Lee Sin lethals I'd ever seen. If 1 more damage had been dealt, could you imagine 6-turn OTK?
And the pass comes in from both players there, and the Thralls come out to play. The landmarks are removed, and the 4 8/8s come down. The Poker of Thralls are in play now.
Oh, baby. 4 of a kind. You could play Lysandra and get the Watcher and just win now. Oh, man. But again, this is... Out of all the games we've seen, we saw the deck draw very slowly, being forced into a corner by aggressive lists, just drawing a lot of removal or hoping to, and not really getting the perfect Thrall sequence. But when this deck does what it needs to do with the perfect draws, this is the outcome you see.
There's a stun coming in at slow speed onto one of the Thralls, of course. Not gonna be able to kill that with the second side of this spell because of the 8th health. Just a bit too much there for Paddle Star. Gonna need a bigger paddle in that case.
Battle too small. Overwrite Talia with the Watcher. Talia's not a real card. She did her purpose. She duplicated the Thralls. You don't need to level her up. We've got Equinox to silence the Watcher so it doesn't blow up your deck, but you have to figure out what to do with the rest of this damage coming through.
Double deep med here to find maybe more answers. I'm not sure what exactly you would need at this point if you are Lord Vaughn. Has, of course, 2 Hushes in the deck. I
don't think there's a reason not for Sari to play the Watcher here.
Talia, you're out of here. Even with the buff. And there is the Equinox coming in. We talked about it before, how it would be very important later on, and maybe more important than Lord Vaughn ever imagined, because he didn't expect to see 4 Thralls and a Watcher coming in here. But still, the Watcher has been silenced, but he is still, a very beefy 11-17 body.
Look at those prime numbers go, Panda. And we've got 24 damage worth of overwhelm that needs to be sorted out here. We still have 3 Sisters in hand and a Lyssandra's Entomb to stop the Lee Sin. No Bastion available, even if Lord Vaughn can survive this turn.
Yeah, how exactly decide to block here?
And then Eye of the Dragon goes into the first Thrall, and I think you're good. It's like if you block with the Lee Sin, you're playing into Ice Shard to pop the barrier. So I wonder if Lord Vaughn just wants to go down to 2 HP, take the big risk. Because with Level Up Lysandra in play, being at 2 HP or whatever means that Blighted Ravine could finish you off. So respecting that at the very least. You can't play around everything when you're staring down a board like this.
There's potentially the Entomb coming down. Yeah, going to be trying to stop Lee Sin, and it would stop him next turn as well in the attack. Syncopation comes in. Zoe level up comes in as well. Something we weren't really keeping track of as obviously a win condition threat, but it definitely can be. Lee Sin and Zoe syncing up, doing a fusion dance here, both leveling up at the same time.
There we go. So Lee Sin just chilling, has 8 HP, gonna stop some of this overwhelm. And because the Entomb does remove the blocker, the full 8 damage from the Thrall does connect. Lord Vaughn missing out on the lifesteal from that Dragonling. And sorry, emoting there, sweating a little bit. Oh no, is the Lee Sin going to kill me? The Syncopation was cashed in.
You do have the Flash Freeze there. You might have to play it proactively. We don't see a Bastion in hand right now, which would be necessary to be played proactively. And yeah, Deep Med's still an option. You have 9 mana to work with if you are Lord Vaughn.
Sparkle Fly. So now you can do AoE, lifesteal, elusive on this Lee Sin and the Zoe. Get some healing. But even if you heal back up to 20 Nexus HP, I don't think it's going to be enough. You have to kill. Right? You have to kill this round. So is it Deep Med to look for that Bastion?
I mean, I think it has to be. We're seeing. I mean, the lifesteal is obviously going to help here, but like you said, there's a limit. 20 HP is the limit, and these 8/8 Thralls are going to continue attacking. The Equinox, of course, on the Watcher has removed that win condition for the rest of this game, but it's still a very big body you have to have blockers for, and most of those blockers are gone now from last turn. So it starts becoming a bit more difficult to be able to stop this entirely, unless you can end the game here with Lee Sin. But the Nexus toughness is also something relevant with Lysandra here.
The Zoe and the Sparklefly getting that extra bit of damage through is also really important. Because you don't need to buff Lee Sin super far in order to get that damage. Gonna kick a Thrall back rather than the Lysandra. Because if you kill Lysandra, then the Nexus loses tough. So this is actually less damage overall.
I think knowing that you can't end the game here, so you're gonna maybe have to start trying to control your opponent's win condition as well.
And it's like you can go for everything, like Mentor of the Stones and the Gems, and really beef up that Lee Sin and try to go for the OTK, but you're just all in against your opponent's 3 sisters and stuff like that. That maybe Lord Vaughn just isn't, comfortable with that. We do now have Behold the Infinite to get another Celestial invoked to maybe get more. I mean, lifesteal, elusive is pretty much the keyword combination you want. So, at the very least, you get another blocker off of this. Trickster looks good. Just HP to block. You could play the Warrior as well.
And still have, some mana left over to save a spell mana to have next turn, as, proactive. You might have, very proactive needs as soon as the open attack comes in.
Yeah, and again, because the Thrall was didn't die to Lee Sin, it just gets kicked back to the hand, and looks like Sari just plays it back out again.
The Meteor Shower coming down, hitting just 2 Thralls. Obviously, the Watcher's HP, I think, just too far to become relevant with the one ping, and Lissandra has tough on her, so really there was no real option there other than just killing that Thrall and pinging whichever one of the other 3 that you hated the most.
I like this, of course, just also preemptively healing the Sparklefly. Play around the Ice Shard that's going to be coming down next round. You've got Nopify to help out with that. And now, because your blockers have lifesteal, it makes up for the fact that you might not necessarily have enough of them. You can take, the first 2 hits here and then heal back up at the bottom of this conga line.
And the Blighted Ravines might be relevant as burn damage. It's a decent, little hit here and there. You can play both with the Ice Shards as well. We'll have to see what HP you're left at after this attack and see how that resolves, and then Sorry will have to decide. He has Preservariums as well, just try and reload his hand with maybe more answers to Lee Sin if he not able to end the game here.
More card draw coming through. Deep Med has a Pale Cascade too. Lord Vaughn, the pieces are already in place. We've got the Lee Sin leveled up with Overwhelm in play. It's just about this tango of surviving and trying to force Sari's removal out in other ways. The 3 sisters in Sari's hand gives him so much safety and so much confidence that he can survive another round, and eventually the Thralls will beat through despite all of this lifesteal.
There's a kill coming in on Lissandra, taking away not just the toughness on the Nexus, but also just the Ice Shard coming in every turn that could be a detriment for Lee Sin. One Lee Sin has died, second Lee Sin comes in. If you're playing it out this turn, that's really all you can do at this point. And this gives Sari, the chance to really decide how to take this. But again, 18 HP still for Lord Vaughn, so things are not over just yet.
Because again, you've got the second Lee Sin, your final Zenith Blade, Mentor of the Stones. I think that Lord Vaughn is comfortable just resetting here at 6 HP. Lee Sin doesn't need to do a whole lot.
Then Tomb comes in when there isn't an answer. This is very, very smart from Sari, knowing that its last 2 turns, this turn and the attack token turn. So really it's the same thing as using Flash Freeze, but it's much safer. It plays around Bastion. It can't be denied because there was no mana up. And it just really, puts a pickle into Lord Vaughn's plans for this attack token turn.
Oh man, so just not wanting to overcommit resources, wanted to save what was in the hand to just reestablish this second Lee Sin and get the lethal this turn. I think the way that Sari played that, the last few rounds maybe gave Lord Vaughn a false read that there wasn't a 3 sisters in hand, and gets punished huge by the Entomb. Has to fish another Sparklefly out of the deck with Crescendum.
And we could see a Pale Cascade, or rather a Blighted Ravine, coming down. Random Negation probably better. Deny comes in now. Do you just Blighted Ravine, overwrite the 8-1, because it's going to be dying anyway? Clear both the... Okay, never mind. So it's not the Sparklefly coming out. It is going to be the Eye of the Dragon instead. So I was imagining it would be the Sparklefly coming out. Because he is running 3 Eye of the Dragons and 2 Sparkleflies in the deck, not just a Sparklefly for the Crescendums.
Yeah, so it's just about getting a blocker here, getting that lifesteal from the Dragonling. Because Zoe's level up has been achieved when the Dragonling does spawn next round, you do get the lifesteal on these 2 units. And I think when Lee Sin hatches from the Frozen Tomb here, he would also get lifesteal. But Sari just going to draw some cards here, overriding the Preservarium, accelerating the other.
And that's going to be the full swing coming in now. Once again for Sorry, still living off of these 4 thralls that came in at the very start of the game. His entire game plan has not changed. He just tried and defend and kept going. And the stats have really helped with the thralls surviving for this long and still being a threat on the 3rd time that they're attacking.
And it's just amazing that Lord Vaughn is even still alive after this onslaught. If Lee Sin can survive now with 3 sisters down, surviving at 4 HP, there is double Blighted Ravine. So Lord Vaughn needs to respect the double Blighted Ravine here, I think. Doesn't go for the Pale Cascade to get the +1 HP.
Four HP here for Lord Vaughn. Does not have any healing in hand. Does not have any way to cycle in hand.
Blighted Ravine. Pale Cascade here.
He has Pale Cascade.
Has to go for it. Pale Cascade. Do you get the miracle? The guiding touch?
Fine.
No, it's a Zoe.
The Zoe instead, and we talked about it. The Blighted Ravine sometimes can get you lethal, and this time for Sorry, it is the way here. The sad portal, the Shen emote, and that's how things go sometimes. It was a very back and forth game. I think we weren't really sure what would be happening with the lifesteal. It was very hard to really even calculate, how much damage was going in, how much overall damage was coming in. But in the end, Sorry takes that game 1, had a very fortunate start to the game, very explosive start, but then the Zoe level up kind of counteracted that with a lifesteal, able to fight in it for quite a few rounds for Lord Vaughn, but in the end, not quite enough, and there were always going to be, entombs and flash freezes in hand for Sorry, so he had a lot of answers for Lee Sin's game plan.
Yeah, Lord Vaughn dipped down to very low HP there, tried to maximize the amount of mana that you would have to respond and develop post-combat. Didn't use Concussive Palm there. Got punished by specifically Blighted Ravine, double Blighted Ravine there. And maybe has another chance to bring it back. Lee Sin, we know, has a lot of things going on at any given time. And when you're under that much pressure that early in the game, it's definitely going to put a crack in your ability to evaluate everything that's happening at that moment while trying to still set up your combo.
That being said, Lord Vaughn continues to stick onto this Zoe Lee Sin deck. Sorry, after getting that win with the Thralls deck, is moving on to maybe not better things, but definitely different things. TF making a resurgence in the tournament meta, with Sorry bringing it back with some nerfs to TF, some nerfs to Make It Rain. Overall, I think a lower power level than what it used to have, but still a very competitive deck, it seems like.
And so we've got Zoe on turn 1, gonna be answered with Death Lotus. No Pale Cascade to stop this. Sorry recognizes that you need to cut off the possibility of Equinox being generated very early. There's 2 Leviathan in hand, and Sorry knows what the win condition is.
2 Leviathan versus 2 Zoe. Who wins that battle? Unfortunately, I think it's going to be the Zoe every time. That's not how it should go, but one little magical being can overtake a big Noxus warship, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, it's the big Noxus warship losing to a beautiful painting of a white deer.
That's it.
Zoe number 2 completes her mission, hits the Nexus. The job is done. The game is won, right? The star chart is in hand. The heist has been achieved. The Nexus strike. But here we go. Sorry developing a very wide board. Has the Fortune Croaker. Despite the potential for Zoe to kind of offset the late game win condition of the Leviathan, perhaps this early pressure could set up Swain to just do some damage.
He does end up missing that Equinox there, finds a Serpent instead, which maybe, it's okay in this state of the game. Maybe you find Equinox later on when you need it. Right now, you do need maybe a blocker. That being said, the Dragonling will help, definitely mitigate some of the damage coming in. Not this turn, but maybe in the future when it does come out and get some lifesteal going as well.
Yep, so we get a full swing here. Lord Vaughn is very happy to take this damage, just get the trade with the Serpent. Doesn't need to put Zoe at risk. Has the Dragonling coming from the Eye of the Dragon potentially, and that's also just going to heal back up. When you have a deck like this that needs to get damage through on the board in the early mid game before you can kind of close out with Leviathan in the late game, the Dragling does feel pretty terrible. We see that Sari has a Culling Strike in hand. You got to hit the Lee Sin. Praying against Nopify, praying against Pale Cascade here. And it connects.
And that is a big trade to get. We talked about Culling Strike being a very dangerous spell because it can fizzle very often. There's so much counterplay in so many different decks. It is, of course, great in the current meta, answering Thresh, answering Azir Aurelia, for example. But in other matchups, it can be, you just don't feel very confident when you play it. You feel like this could just be, it can really just bite me. But in the end, he does end up taking that kill there on Lee Sin.
Lord Vaughn, this is the first time I've actually seen this. All 6 champions have been drawn from the deck. 3 copies of Lee Sin, 3 copies of Zoe. Despite these 2 Zoes being answered by Sari, the Death Lotus tech, the Death's Hand coming through. There's still one more Zoe that's still going to be a threat here, and it is every time a Zoe connects, it's another chance for Lord Vaughn to get that answer to Leviathan. If you can get that set up with Swain, the stun goes through preemptively. So it's going to keep Lee Sin from doing what he wants to do on offense.
A nice visual, Dinah being swallowed up by Death's Hands on both sides, and in the end, Zoe will also succumb. Death's Hand ends up there, and 12 HP already on the Nexus for Lord Vaughn there, so it's slowly going down, and this is not necessarily a burn deck, but once you start getting pinged down by the Leviathan, if you don't have an Equinox, it can be a problem going forward.
Yeah, so now we've got, that was 6 mana, right, to answer that second Zoe, and then the third one comes down anyway. Sari is like feeling pretty upset about that. We do have Swain coming through with Fearsome, however, and this is going to force Concussive Palm from Lord Vaughn to stop this from coming through.
There's a Full House Spider attack once again.
Yeah, just trying to push through as much damage around the sides as possible. With the Dragonling not coming out this round, this is the key opportunity. With Lord Vaughn set down to 8, maybe the Leviathan, if it doesn't get silenced, just the raw damage from it could help.
Well, you have 3 now, so if one gets silenced, you still have the fairly big body, and then you still have other answers there to continue making Swain a very big threat.
So Crescendum comes through. That's going to fish out another Eye of the Dragon. The healing is going to be immense next round, and there's a Sparkle Fly in hand. There really isn't a lot of combo pieces in the hand. There's no Zenith Blade, no Mentor of the Stones, but because of the aggressiveness of Sari, Lord Vaughn is actually happy to draw all of these champions and all of these units just to block and heal as much as possible.
And Sari, of course, wants to wait till after the attack to then drop the Leviathan without any kind of interruption. And in the end, Lord Vaughn doesn't attack because of this, ending up just passing the turn there, making Sari burn the mana. And now Sari can play Leviathan on his attack token turn and start getting some damage going and really force an answer here from Lord Vaughn, because the stuns will come in start of the round next turn. And with Swain on the board, it could definitely be a problem.
With the Death's Hands went through earlier, the rest of the damage that's kind of been done has just been purely through units. Still a little bit of work needs to be done to level up Swain. With the chip damage coming through on the Eye of the Dragon, this is going to set up Ravenous Flock, which is fantastic. Trying to get damage on the Lee Sin is going to be very difficult to do to try to set up the Scorched Earth, however. Considering Ravenous Flock on his own unit in order to sidestep that lifesteal and still work on Swain's level up.
The good thing for Sari is that Lord Vaughn is, kind of almost out of cards, doesn't have deep meds, doesn't have ways to fish for more cards, which could be a problem if Sari has the right answers for the next, big threat turn. That could be the next one here for Lord Vaughn. But yeah, in terms of really trying to kill his own units, I'm not sure if there's going to be a burn race in the end. You're not pushing any damage here, of course. Leviathan will be pushing 3 per turn, but
Yeah, so that was going to put Swain at 10 out of 12. So at the start of the next round, Swain will flip and then get that stun on Lee Sin.
Nine mana to work with here. If you are Lord Vaughn, can play the Zenith Blade onto something. If he plays it onto the Sparklefly, it could die to a second Ravenous Flock that, of course, Lord Vaughn does not know that Sorry has. But yeah, gonna opt to play it onto the unstunned, undamaged Eye of the Dragon instead.
Yeah, just keeping this healthy. With the board full like this, not going to be generating a lot of Dragon Links. It's all about just keeping this Lee Sin stunned, right? That's the ticket. And the rest is just chip damage. So here it is, Ravenous Flock. If this connects, then this would pre-level up Swain, so you'd have 3 stuns going into the next round. And Lord Vaughn lets it go through. Doesn't want to do anything cheeky with the syncopation that's in hand to make it fizzle. Just says, yeah, Lee Sin's going to get stunned, but I still have Zoe about to level up, and with Lifesteal, I can offset a lot of this damage, and then just swing through. The big issue, I suppose, comes down to, can you stop the Swain Fearsome, however, from hitting your Nexus and then wiping the board?
And the Zoe level up isn't too far away now. Maybe it might have some relevance like we saw in the last game. I'm not sure if we're going to get to that point. Star Chart comes in. Equinox is hoped by Lord Vaughn. We'll see if he finds it. He has...
Ooh, double Leviathan!
And no answer. The machine guns are out. Everything gets stunned.
And then
the
you
full
get the
swing
open
comes
attack
in.
with all... Plays the third Leviathan! Says,
for the
yeah,
style
there's
points.
nothing you can play this round. Goes for the... Okay, the emotes, my goodness. You can hush the Lee Sin.
The
Do
Zoe
the
levels up.
Swapperoonie.
I'm not sure if this is just, him just making any plays. I'm not sure if there's a game plan here. Let's find out. It's like when he just move things around and then everything's in the same spot. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, just powering up. Lord Vaughn knows that you can't beat triple Leviathan. Didn't even go for the open attack. Just said, go. Just 3 Leviathans to close things out beyond all odds here.
The stream might end here if it's lagging a bit too much. The 9 machine gun shots are not helping.
We couldn't load up all of the pigs hitting the Nexus.
We don't have the FPS. Technology is not there yet to really support the 9 machine gun shots from Noxus warships. It's just no PC in the world can handle that. But Sorry takes the win there, takes the 2-0 series win, and now moves on to the losers final. Going to be facing off against Dinah, of course, who we saw in the winners final. That ended up losing to Guardia, and yeah, has a chance now to make it back up and try and fight for a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, playing this Swain TF is going to be very interesting against Dinah's aggressive lineup, because we've seen it before where you need to have your Death Lotuses and a lot of removal really line up in order to get that to to do what you want. With no invokes, really just Moonlight Affliction to maybe stop Leviathan, with the stabilization of TF Swain into Nightfall. When the game goes long, we're going to see, I think, perhaps a very similar board state. Swain plus Leviathan kind of just doing the things. But we will see how that matchup actually plays out when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to jump into the losers bracket finals between Dinah and Sorry. Sorry just fought their way back up to face Dinah to get that rematch. This is a rematch between both of these players, actually, already from earlier in the bracket, where excuse me, I just looked at it and then I just it lost me. Dinah was able to win it 2-1. Sorry, just barely dropping it there. It was super close. And I think the key match that we did have in that was the discard aggro against the Swain, where the discard aggro just kind of ran out of fuel. The crowd favorites were very poorly timed on the draws there, and Swain ended up soloing the deck because it had no fearsome blockers.
Yeah, discard aggro deck that's always been just, very consistent in its win rate and its play rate. Always one of the just strongest aggro decks in the game that can do things that, a lot of aggro decks, they run out of fuel very quickly and they don't have a way to refuel and to really continue being a threat once they get this initial big push. But discard aggro is not, it's not the case for this deck. You have the experimenters, you have Jinx, of course, once she levels up, and it really has a few more avenues of threats that makes it a more consistent and a more complete deck, I think.
And with the survival skills, like you said, just having that one card in the deck that your opponent kind of needs to respect at any given time does make it pretty difficult, I think, for your opponent to respond to removing your Draven or your Jinx. The last time these players clashed, we saw, I think, as I mentioned, the best case scenario where survival skills just kind of protected a Draven and let Draven push through a little bit more damage. And it ended up kind of going to waste. I think that Dinah might alter the game plan there if another opportunity like what happened last game presents itself. Crowd favorite could be a much bigger factor in the mid game.
Look at Swain TF coming from Sorry, a deck that has, had great success. We just saw it bullying Lee Sin when it tends to be the other way around. So maybe some justice finally in the world. But triple Leviathan finisher. So the style points were there for Sorry. I think he's feeling good with his momentum with the deck as well going forward. A deck that maybe could be considered more experimental. You're not very confident in, why did I bring this? But it's working out for Sorry. He's top 3 already in this tournament, and he's doing with a deck that people, didn't really think was a meta call or a possibility at all in the current stage of Runeterra. But yeah, it's here. It's made, quite a few changes. No more Make It Rain, of course. Twisted Fate got nerfed a little bit, but overall, still, I think, a very strong list. And yeah, this whole package from Noxus has always been, I think, very strong in specific metas.
A lot of tools on display here. It's just a matter of using them at the right time. Sorry has had a pretty consistent curse, however, through what we've seen on the broadcast, is that Arachnoid Sentry and Ravenous Flock have not been lining up. That tempo play is so strong to answer something in the mid game, retaining a 3-2 unit to maybe get a nice open attack, get that chip damage through, and keep setting up. Getting early Ravenous Flock is so key as well to leveling up Swain, and if you can get that to happen, having a 4-7 with Fearsome, if that connects with the Nexus, get that 3 damage AoE to wipe your opponent's board, is game winning unto itself. No Leviathan required.
We have to see also that, discard aggro versus Thralls, for example, was a matchup we saw. That's why Dinah won that series. And it was because, there was an avalanche, but there wasn't an ice shard. And, depending on which of these two spells you draw, if you draw neither of them, you might be in a very big trouble, because so much of the deck we talked about has some reactive possibilities, but also has a lot of just, 1 unit per turn kind of plays with Draklorn, with the whole setup involved, the promising future, etc. That against something like discard aggro that really ramps up to 100 very, very quickly with when you have a full board and vision, etc. We saw it. We saw, I don't know, what was it, 13 damage on turn 3 that had no way to be answered really, because there was no ice shard in hand. So we could see the same happen if that matchup occurs in the series.
And the other issue is, right, it's like, oh, I missed out on an Ice Shard, but if you draw Frozen Thrall on 1 and, triple time in a bottle, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get a Frozen Thrall super fast, 1/8/8 is also not going to stop you. Again, is not going to stop discard aggro. So I think that you have to hard mulligan for that Ice Shard, and I think that what we saw earlier with Cosimo, right, trying to play it in a more control-y style might be the way that Sorry needs to approach this matchup. Is not saying the way to win isn't getting a Thrall out super early to stabilize. It's about getting those board wipes and keeping from taking so much damage early in the game. It's going to be close because that discard aggro was like the closeout game against Lissandra Talia. It was very fast. And when you shuffle the cards and let Turbo Thralls have another go, the deck can, have a much different outcome, like what we saw in that Lee Sin game, right?
And we'll see how they queue up. We'll see if it's the same deck. Dinah has been leading off with Nightfall very often in most of his series, and we've seen Sorry in this series specifically. He led off with Swain TF, got the loss with Nightfall, played it again, got the win, and then he moved on to Thralls. So we'll see if they follow the same pattern. So obviously playing a matchup going into it, you might have a certain game plan that you've kind of off statistics and off of the metrics with data, you think, okay, this is the way to do it. But after having played that exact matchup and seeing how things went, Sorry lost. So maybe he thinks, oh, I have to change this around. And he is playing Thralls to start things off, whereas Dinah continues on this Nightfall deck.
Yeah, so when you're anticipating Dinah to lead off with Nightfall and you pick Thralls, you're keeping the Tavern Keeper. It's a fearsome blocker. You get some healing. Lissandra on 3 is also going to be pretty fantastic, I think. But no Avalanche, no Ice Shard once again, no enablers for the Thralls just yet. Dinah thinking about keeping Nocturne. This is a matchup that's not as bad as the classic Freljord Shadow Isles matchups that shuts Nightfall down pretty consistently, but there is still the potential for Ice Shard Avalanche or Ice Shard Blighted Ravine to stack up on each other and hit that really important 3 HP break point that you need to rely on to keep your units in play.
Even Three Sisters into Flash Freeze later on in the game and trying to get a lethal with certain fearsome combination on the attack with Nocturne, which you 2 of in hand, could definitely be something as well to consider. So a few different options for Sorry. That being said, same as with discard aggro, a lot of the other part of the deck kind of does its own thing, and you'll have to make sure you have these reactive tools against more aggressive decks like Nightfall and like discard aggro.
And a quick decision being presented to Dinah here. Do you want to play the Shadestalker out as just a tempo 2/3, get an open attack for potential 4 more damage here? Do you want to cast the Dusk Petal Dust to give it elusive, just to make sure you're able to get that elusive damage continuously hitting the enemy nexus? Or do you want to save that for Nocturne? If you pass here, you are, giving Sorry the opportunity to float mana here, and you're under pressure now of Avalanche if you do want to develop here.
I have to say, Scarzig, your use of words, quick decision with Dinah, I don't think that computes from what I have seen today. Dinah, there is no quick decisions in Dinah's brain. He is taking his time with every single decision, trying to min-max and make sure that everything is working in the right order. Possibly the Japanese on his cards makes him have to, really take the time to make sure the cards do what they think he does. But quick decision is not something that I'm going to stand behind.
Dinah's working on that Keikaku right now. So the Slurry Soldier into the Shadestalker does connect here. Just the Lissandra just to hold this down, but still a lot of damage being presented, right? Even if Lissandra... you can see Dinah wants this to happen. You're offering the value trade in exchange for getting more damage around the sides. And if Lissandra opts for blocking the Slurry Soldier, you're happy with that too, because you're still getting 2 damage out of the deal.
I want to highlight that this deck that Dinah is playing is called 420, and we have 420 viewers in the stream right now. Could this be a blessing for Dinah? Could this be the stars aligning for him to, once again win this game and win the series? We'll find out, but definitely a coincidence there. I'm not entirely sure what the term 420 means. It could just be a random number, I suppose. Who knows?
It's just it's that funny internet number that kids these days. But we've got 5 more damage coming through. This is a slow and steady race when it comes to Nightfall. It's all about chip damage. It's very difficult to safely set up your combo turns, your really explosive attacks in matchups like this because of the Frostbites, because of the AoE. Sorry now, not even feeling a lot of pressure, decides to go for the Curators this turn rather than kindly Tavern Keeper. This is going to accelerate the Thrall down to 3 and potentially crack this open. When the Thrall is on 3 like this, you're able to set it up so it does pop open on your attack token with 1 key top deck. Sorry's variant is not running Preservationist to remind the viewers here, so we don't have the giraffe to accelerate that by another 3 rounds.
And still, no Avalanche and no Ice Shard. Of course, Dinah does not know this. He's going to have to play respecting the possibility that you cannot overextend. And sorry, will do his best to put on the poker face and pretend, the snow's coming up from up high, gonna rain down on Dinah's parade. But really, we talked about it, the possibility of having these awkward hands where you do have a bit of a board now. That is true. You do have blockers at least with curators, but you're missing that board that you might need at certain points in the game.
Ooh, sorry, playing the second curator wants this 8/8 badly, wants it as soon as possible, and invites further development from Dinah. Has the 3 mana open to still threaten Ice Shard, however, against the onlookers. It looks like, because of their previous set, 58% of the chat still favoring Dinah, with a lot of points being gambled on his side once again.
There's a Nocturne possibly coming down. At this point, I think you can't waste, the opportunity to develop. I think you have to, and I think, especially once you see 2 curators come down that have 2 health, that Avalanche is probably not in hand. You can read that information, because if not, your opponent's not gonna, it could be, a big brain play of just, I'm just gonna develop a lot of 2 health units and then just clear everything, kind of like a Ruination for 4 mana. But it could just be that, it just doesn't have the Avalanche, and that is information that Dinah can get, and something I think Dinah is very good at. He plays so slow because he's really looking at every single input of information that has possibly come to him in this game, and making sure, with all this information in mind, he can make the best decision.
Then the Avalanche top deck anyway. Sorry also has the potential to just go for the 3rd Clockwork Curator, to pop open this Thrall, and then you just use your 2/2s to defend the board, and you maybe not even need to wipe it. After Lysandra summons the Thrall, it's not that big a deal if she does go down here to Nocturne, and you have a second Lysandra in hand and ready to go.
You have 8 mana to work with here. If you are sorry, you can play a bit of a priority pass move with the Tavern Keeper, healing up, getting a fearsome blocker, and still, that was that, would survive the Avalanche. And you can play the Avalanche after the fact, if that's the play you want to go for on this defense turn.
And so Dinah goes for the ephemeral Stygian Onlooker first. If there is indeed a removal, of course, your ephemeral unit dying is not that bad for you. And I think maybe this says that Dinah doesn't want to develop any further. You get to have like a very strong dual pressure on your opponent, right? Where they're like, if I AoE here, I'm not really taking a card from my opponent. This is gonna die anyway. You know what I mean? So, this is a very nice in-between play from Dinah. If you are sorry, I think that you could take this very easily, however.
Again, with Nightfall, it's always the case that it's this one turn where suddenly a few plays are made and you just don't have blockers. You're getting hit for 13 damage, and this could be that turn. So Sorry has to be very careful about what he's doing. This is a turn where I just throw my cards out, and then when it's too late, I think, damn, I messed this up. And Sorry, of course, I think a much better player, a much more calculated player, knows what to play around and knows, to keep his cool against this deck. It's a deck that can be very explosive very quickly.
Ooh, look at the Unto Dusk here. Could proc the Nocturne to debuff this board. Kindly Tavern Keeper wouldn't be able to block. And Nocturne, I think there's only 1 out of 5 for the attack. So he's 1 extra attacker out of leveling up here. Yes, 1 out of 5. And so the combo turn could go through. If you take a huge gamble here to play the second Stygian Onlooker, then you Unto Dusk the Nocturne, so the Kindly Tavern Keeper can't block. You get your potential combo into an Ice Shard, but I think you can go for it. I think Unto Dusk on Nocturne, and then swing, and then you can maybe even try to have the Ephemeral Stygian Onlooker kill the Lysandra.
And there's the Unto Dusk being played out at burst speed. There's, like you said, the debuff Shades of Nasus, but without the Scarabs. Nocturne's he's just a discount Nasus.
Yeah, so this pull, again, is just to push damage through. Confident that there is no Ice Shard in the hand now. And doesn't mind if the Lissandra lives, if you're going to be pushing your opponent all the way down to 5 HP with the Doom Beast in hand.
50 Cent blesses the attack once again. Always a good sign for Dinah when that occurs. I think the stats on 50 Cent coming up is 100% win rate from the games we've seen already. And he knows it. You can see the confidence in Dinah's face going for this big attack here. Knowing there is there's not going to be any fast speed reaction here. I guess, yeah, the Entomb would be one option.
Goes for the Entomb. There is a second Nocturne in hand for Dinah, so this opens up a very interesting situation that I have not yet seen, where you could have multiple Nocturnes in play, getting like a crazy debuff AoE once they're leveled up. It takes 2 Nocturnes to make 1 leveled up Nasus.
And there's Lissandra still surviving, of course, and the Thralls, potentially being a problem very soon, or the Thrall rather, the one of there.
Yeah, you can play Clockwork Curator here to pop that open if you want, to get the 8/8, but sorry, just going for the open attack. Pushing through some damage, recognizes the 8/8s do create a lot of pressure once they do come out.
I think he just wants to clear the board a bit, so he has space to play Talia, and then just have the 8/8s first as blockers next turn, and just defending, and then going for a bigger swing with a more impactful board later on. I think he knows that even if he gets an 8/8 out now, Diana's at 20 HP, he's not going to be threatening lethal, so just go for the more optimal, value-centric strategy for not just this turn, but the next 4 or 5 turns possibly.
And so with the board full like this, you can't do... you need one thing to die in order to do Talia Thrall. So we could see... Yeah, and then like you don't have an extra turn now to offset that. You can't do Avalanche to wipe your board. And Dinah picking up on this, right? Not going for like a trade up until Lissandra or anything like that.
And now he doesn't have to play around Avalanche because everything on Sari's board dies to Avalanche as well. So Dinah, we talked about it. I think he's someone that we've seen it before, but we've learned today as well that he does play very slow, but I think it's for a reason. He's really keeping track of every possibility, not just, the play that's happening right now, but the play that can happen in a few turns, and keeping track of all these different variables to try and get the best out of his deck in this matchup right now with Nightfall.
Ooh. This is very interesting to think about, where you've got the Crescent Guardians, with Nocturne about to hatch, getting fearsome, and this much attack power is theoretically more than what the Doom Beast is going to give you. Having the healing from the Doom Beast, but when you have one in hand already, maybe is diminishing returns. Picks the Crescent Guardian over Doom Beast. When you're a new Nightfall player, I've said this before, Stalking Shadows, picking Doom Beast is like a really strong play. If you don't know what to pick the Doom Beast, but the really experienced Nightfall players know the very rare circumstances where you deviate from that, and I'm wondering if this is going to pay off for Dinah in the way that he hopes.
Crescent Guardians also make the Ice Shards more off-putting, because if you try an Ice Shard to try and kill an Onlooker, for example, or to reduce the Fearsome board from Dinah, it'll take away health from the blockers onto overwhelm units, so you're pushing some damage in that way as well. So I think Dinah keeping track again of all these different variables and making sure that, sure, his opponent might have these answers that are usually going to be these huge, tempo swings in his favor, like Avalanche and like Ice Shard, but in this case, maybe make it as awkward as possible, like he's doing here with the board space as well. Dinah really taking control of all the different factors and just making it, awkward for Sari. And
yeah, I love the focus on the importance of 3 HP in this matchup. You can develop the now that there's only 1 HP on Sari's side, you can develop the Crescent Guardian here. You can develop Stygian Onlooker if you want, even though you're losing out on the Fearsome. That's going to be another Nightfall unit that you can attack alongside the Nocturne with. I was really hoping that Dinah would develop the second Nocturne, though, and just have 2 in play. But just wants to space those out a little bit. once the first nocturne rehatches, then of course you do have perhaps a copy of Unspeakable Horror in play that can give you something as well.
There's yet another 2-1. Again, these smaller units aren't going to be really too impactful because the board is so full for Sari anyway. You're not really pushing damage through just a very wide attack. Instead, it's going to be more of a tactical attack with overall units, with fearsome units, with elusive units. And with an 8/8, maybe not even that. It makes things a bit more complicated for most of those.
Yeah, we've got 3 fearsome blockers now to wall out this Nocturne. We've got a Harsh Winds top deck from Sari, so any big combo that's constructed by Dinah here to try to threaten lethal or threaten close to lethal will get shut down. That is such a strong draw in a position like this where your board is already established, and so you're more than happy to spend all of your mana on a big defensive spell like this.
This is where it gets very tricky for Nightfall players when you have so many different options. You have 10 mana to work with on this attack token turn, and you have to think, what is the best line of play here? Obviously, without knowing things like what you're going to generate from Unspeakable Horror, what you're going to draw from Pill Cascade. So a lot of thought has to be put into this round.
And Sari only has, can't do both. So just has to keep passing. Says, I have Harsh Winds. Maybe Dinah picks up on that, but because you developed the Ephemeral Crescent Guardian, you sort of committed to that line already. I wonder if Dinah might just attack with enough Nightfall units in order to flip Nocturne. But the other issue becomes anything that you attack with into Harsh Winds is going to die. You do not have the stat advantage here at all. And with no Diana to maybe pull the 8/8 to the side and maybe get a debuff here or there, it's definitely pretty rough.
Yeah, still a lot of options here with 6 mana left for Dinah. Unspeakable Horror. I mean, killing something on the board for Sari just doesn't really make that much sense, because then you're just giving Sari the chance to repopulate with something else, whereas now he can't really make a play regardless.
And next round, Sari has the Clock Hand, so that's going to level up Lysandra and get, Tough Nexus, start getting the Ice Shards. So the window of opportunity for Dinah is closing very swiftly here. And I think that it's just so unfortunate that you have to take this attack into the Harsh Winds.
There's a big swing coming in. The full attack from...
Yeah, there's still only a handful of blockers available. Just going to pull the Lysandra here, thinking about preventing the level up. Perhaps rewarded for not developing double Nocturne. Gets the Unspeakable Horror, pings this 3/1 away, and can generate one more card. Maybe a Pale Cascade. Unto Dusk. Cygnus the Moonstalker.
A bit too late for him. Only 3 unit mana available for Dinah to play with now. Still has a chance for a Doom Beast after combat. A complex game, I think. A very, a game where there's this very big stall on the board, and both players. Maybe more for Dinah because he is more of the aggressor in this case, and has a lot more decisions to make with Nightfall, obviously. But a game that you can't really, until you're seeing all the actions unfold on just this turn, for example, you can't really have a clear idea of where the game is going.
Yeah, exactly. In a deck against a deck like this with so much board clear, and your units are so small, finding those niches and carving out those corners for yourself where you can develop safely or take calculated risks to try to bait out this removal is so key. And as the aggressive player like Dinah is under so much pressure. This game is Sari's to lose, and Dinah has to overcome so many obstacles in order to win. So all the blockers come through, tries to facilitate as much damage going through potentially as possible, or at the very least, trading against this Talia, right, by forcing her to trade into the 5/3. Lethal still being presented, but we do have Harsh Winds to stop this.
Good challenge to Leo with the 5/3 ephemeral unit as well. You're gonna push the same damage because the center's stopping 2 damage from coming in, either on the 2/1 or on the overwhelm. Two of the overwhelm damage coming in from the ephemeral Crescent Guardian, but there's a harsh ones coming in, denying obviously a lot of the damage.
I think that just challenging the Lissandra with a 2/1 like that means that Sari's going to prioritize using harsh winds on the highest attack targets here to prevent as much damage, and this sort of quote-unquote guarantees that Lissandra will go down to prevent Tough Nexus and Ice Shard from, wiping the board even further.
We're going to see a Pale Cascade onto the Nocturne to try and hit the thrall, but of course the Unspeakable Horror was used already, so you don't have that extra ping to try and kill it. And hoping for one off the top deck would be maybe a bit much, but still you're pretty healthy if you're Dinah. Playing the Doom Beast here now as well, especially so. Your opponent, not going to play it in the end. Going to opt to save the spell mana.
Floats the spell mana. You do have Fading Memories. Maybe gives you a bit more flexibility. If you play the Doom Beast there, then you don't have to top deck another Nightfall trigger, and then you can just Fading Memories and play another Doom Beast if you'd like.
Which now makes things a bit awkward.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if what Dinah was thinking, wants to save is trying to build up perhaps a bigger combo. If you lull Sari into a false sense of security at 8 HP, maybe you can do some kind of cheeky combo. Dinah not trying to show too much of the hand at this juncture. And at the very least, maybe you play Cygnus. With Unto Dusk, you can re-establish the elusive on Cygnus himself, the same way you can with the Lunari Shadestalker.
I have to say,
you aren't really doing that much else this turn.
Cygnus's name sounding very, very close to sickness makes me not want to play this card. I don't want any kind of sickness right now.
You gotta be down with the sickness, for sure.
This is not an appealing archetype to me anymore. Just the name of the card is already not going to make me want to play Nightfall, I think.
This card had its time. Like, they buffed it back in the day. They gave it +1/+1 or something like that. But, it came out at the same time as Hush. So a big elusive unit was like... It's a cheeky win con for certain matchups. Getting it off of Unspeakable Horror is the best case scenario. And you see Dinah's like in a really sticky situation. So honestly, I think you just play out the Cygnus as a blocker. Well, the Harsh Winds is down. And when we look at Sari's deck, because this is an open deck list format, Dinah does know that Sari only has 1 Harsh Winds. So, by that logic, keeping the Cygnus is correct.
Yeah, you can already start counting out, certain plays that you don't have to play around anymore because you've seen them if they're one-off copies, and Harsh Winds is that option there. Now we see Doom Beast finally coming in. 6 HP now for Sari.
And there's only 1 Thrall in play, so even though things were looking pretty dicey there in the mid game, it was just because Sari had a full board of defenders. There wasn't really a lot of offensive pressure coming through. Dinah at 17 HP can take a big hit here. No leveled up Lissandra in play to continue this pressure. Not under threat of a Blighted Ravine at this moment either. And if Dinah is worried about, maybe another Tavern Keeper or another Blighted Ravine, you just calculate your lethal to be +3 or +4 over what you originally want, and you should be good to go. There is still 2 copies of 3 Sisters in Sari's deck, so we could see a Flash Freeze come through. And there is the Tavern Keeper indeed. The blessings are strong today.
And Dinah very happy with the pass there. It seemed like he was a bit surprised, but I think he was going to take a lot of damage, like you said.
Yeah.
He could have done blocks so that Draklorn and the 2 couriers stayed alive and still made the Avalanche awkward while killing off the overwhelm unit, and then still not blocking with elusives to have 2/2/3s hitting him for 2 or for 2 each, and then the Pill Cascades to finish it off, or at least try to finish it off. But I'll just play it very safe there.
So I like the Fading Memories top deck here. You can go for Fading Memories on the Doom Beast, then you can put Cygnus down. Then you still have the Doom Beast, you have Pale Cascade. to protect your 3/2 elusive against this avalanche. Thinking about Fading Memories on the Frozen Thrall, that it's also a very cheeky idea, but you have to pay the full 8 mana for it. Cygnus, off of Nocturne's Unspeakable Horror, trying to push through lethal damage for Dinah. Again, a very slow crawl up the frozen mountain to finally get this lethal. Sorry has the Avalanche or a Kindly Tavern Keeper, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Avalanche, if it's played, Pale Cascade will, of course, answer and give that extra bit of health to the now elusive Doom Beast and make it in for the win, or for the lethal win there. Tavern Keeper coming down, you're still going to have Pale Cascade to push more damage, and
Another Doom Beast in hand.
The Doom Beast as well.
So saving the Doom Beast from several rounds ago, right? Got the double Fading Memories top deck. Beautiful. Nightfall managing to do it. And again, there are still cards that Sorry can have to live through the situation. It was specifically Avalanche plus Ice Shard. You know, to live through the 3 HP, to wipe the 3 HP. But a lot of these games with Thralls have come down to the fact that the Ice Shards haven't come through. If you don't get that flip on the Lysandra early enough, and even through the 9 damage here, Dinah can go for it. Still worried about 3 Sisters. A very cautious player, even though we can see the math with Caster Vision. He's still wondering if they do have the 3 Sisters flash freeze, or something like that. Like, what's my line of play going to be after that? You use your turn timer for a reason, not just to figure out what you're going to do that turn, but use it to think about what you're going to do the turn after and the turn after. Dinah isn't considering that this is going to be victory here. This isn't guaranteed. Is thinking about, you know, the turn, what's it going to look like 4 rounds from now.
I think you always develop, though. I mean, Avalanche isn't really a threat. First of all, because obviously most of your units are not going to be dying to it. Only the Doom Beast in this case, but you have the protection either way. And second, because the current Thrall on board has 2 health, and that means that it's very counterintuitive to Sorry's game plan as well. If he tries to maybe rush or push damage this next turn, and I mean, not attacking last turn as well goes into that problem as well. So I think really Sorry is in a place here where he doesn't really have a chance to win with the cards he has in hand. There's the Avalanche coming down, trying to survive, but even then you're going to have still 4 mana with the Pale Cascades to protect the Doom Beast, and then just go for the big push with the elusive units.
Yeah, so it is. It's like if you Pale Cascade here to save your Doom Beast from the Avalanche, you still have lethal if you don't do that, and you're still at the mercy of Ice Shard. So, I mean, you're drawing another card, so you might as well, right? Before it makes it awkward and you don't have that Nightfall activator after you already have it. Well,
if there's Ice Shard, this way you win if you don't use it there, because if Ice Shard is played, then you have the Pale Cascade on both the 5/1 and 2/1. That's exactly 9.
Well, there you go.
And there's finally Dinah. I think he's very happy because this game has gone on for 40 minutes. It's been a long game. Seemed like the end of the series, but no, that was game 1, my friends.
Game 1.
Dinah has to celebrate, you know, I think according to how long the game went, his celebration ramps up as well.
The Nightfall, it's very difficult. You have to play against a lot of very specific percentages and developments there where, you know, Dinah's trying to consider the Blighted Ravine and the Avalanches at all times. Like, because if you overextend into an AoE once with Nightfall, you get blown out of the water and there's really no chance for you to come back into the game. And to consistently, from what we've seen Dinah do, like very consistently either win or get very close to winning in AoE heavy, very controlling matchups is just a testament to his skill as a Nightfall player.
And there it is, a switch up now. We've seen this before. Discard aggro versus Swain TF. In the last series that we casted, Swain TF managed to get the win in game 2 to force a game 3. The Dinah then won with discard aggro against the Thralls deck. And I told you when 50 Cent blesses the game, Dinah wins it.
So we're going to see if we get another blessing here. Previously in this matchup, Dinah had the opportunity to keep a crowd favorite in the opening hand, it decided against it. Wasn't expecting the board to get as wide as it did. And so we will see, how things shake out. You've got the Zonite Urchin to discard either the Jury Rig or the Flame Chomper.
Both feel a bit awkward because both don't exactly trade into the Crusty Crodger, so not ideal in either case. I guess you must be thinking if you maybe want to challenge or something with a Flame Chomper when you have access, you have vision enabled later on, but I'm not sure if there's any really key early mid-game unit you want to kill. I guess TF could be an option maybe.
Yeah. And the big factor as well is the Twisted Fate, which I don't think we saw the last game, like a really juicy red card come through. It came through like towards the later stage of the game, and the board was pretty thin already, if I'm not mistaken. And so just brings out the Jury Rig. The Sari's not going to attack with the Crusty Codger because you have the trade with the 2-1. And Dinah now, with the crowd favorite in hand, just has to focus on this line, right? Has the House Spider available. Next round can maybe go a bit wider. Crowd favorite on 4. You take some hits in the meantime. I don't think you attack. You don't want to play into the Death Lotus, I think.
Yeah, maybe missing just the House Spider of his own for Sari. This is a deck that I think reminds me a lot of Go Hard in the early to mid game, where they weren't an aggro deck and they weren't necessarily a zoo strategy like flood the board with cheap units kind of deck. It was more Go Hard and that as a finisher with like Ledros and just different other versions. But they were also very competent at flooding the board early on and just stalling out aggro decks. And I think TF swaying with House Spider, etc., does a lot of the same things.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's like you even see a little bit of that DNA coming through in Ezreal Draven, right? Where sometimes you just draw like double House Spider, Sump Dredger, and suddenly you just have like your spells become tempo tools, and you're just clearing your opponent's board and just hitting them for damage over and over. And Dinah taking a very strong half measure, as he's wont to do, right? Not overextending into a Death Lotus, still offering Sari a good trade into the 2-2 and sneaking in a little bit of damage here. This is fantastic top deck.
It does seem like it, but the Sentry plus Ravenous Flock combo has been waiting for a juicy target, and Draven might
finally
just be
coming
that.
together. I mean, yeah, you can play the Draven here. You get the Axe, so then you can do Spinning Axe into the Flame Chompers instead of the crowd favorite. And Dinah thinking, maybe I could just end the round here. Maybe push 4 damage against the Death Lotus. It's a double-edged sword, the crowd favorite, where it might bait you into doing like these really, you're just developing in order to make it as best as it can be. And then you're just giving your opponent really good targets for their removals.
There's the bye-bye on the Draven. When a stun like this comes in, you know what's coming next. The Ravenous Flock. Ravenous for yet another victim. The tally has gone too far since this card has been added to the game. But it will go even further in this game. One more victim coming in.
I mean, I would play a 3-mana 3/2 discard a card, deal 4 damage to something. In any deck, right?
50 Cent coming in. All of a sudden,
50 Cent leaving. He's like, Ravenous Flock, I'm out of here.
All right, so that's the curse. That's not the blessing. All right, Dinah, wrap it up. Just hit surrender. Let's go to game 3.
But again, with no Twisted Fate in the hand, with a crowd favorite maybe coming through with a decent-ish board, it's still overwhelms that need to be dealt with. I think it's fine. Because then you can go, again, the Spinning Axe on the Flame Chompers to get the +1 on the crowd favorite, pull a blocker to the side, get more overwhelm damage, potentially keep the crowd favorite from taking chip damage and getting set up for another flock. House Spider is Sari's top deck so strong in this recipe. There's only 2 copies in the deck, and they are hitting right when they need to.
And obviously you would love to rummage there, but you can't because of the mana limitations. You do need that exactly 4 mana for the crowd favorite. You don't have that spell mana banked because you have played pretty much on curve the entirety of the game. So having to add the extra attack there to Just a servant of the discard aggro, not the main character. It doesn't feel great, obviously, with Draven having died last turn.
Yeah, it's still pretty. Again, it's still a pretty big boy, right? You got the 6/5. If Sari wants to go for like min max to block it with a 1/1 to set up the Ravenous Flock, then you're still pushing 5 damage. Rummage and survival skills will hopefully come into play here shortly. The next couple top decks from Dinah, I think, are going to make or break this game. Augmented Experimenter in the next couple rounds could really help, or just a Jinx can really change the way this will play out. Sari was able to answer the Jinx quite effectively last time with the, I believe it was Stun Ravenous Flock, right? In order to cover the 4 HP on her flipping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was the flock that was saved. Wasn't played on Draven for the first few turns, and then finally when Jinx came down, it was instantly locked onto her. I have to say this 5 health with the crowd favorite makes things a bit more difficult. We'll see. Yeah, I think if it'll attack here, the sentry can actually just block it. You'll take some damage, sure, but then you have a Death's Hand to clean it up after the fact. And like we said many times before, in this combination of regions, there isn't really much in terms of survivability, other than, of course, well, as the card is named, survival skills, but cannot be triggered this turn. The discard would have to be 1 mana, and there's no mana left for Dinah.
Yeah, Dinah is very hesitant. You can see the way that Sari has like set up the match here is threatening the Death Lotus, and Dinah like has been holding back 1 or 2 units every time he attacks to kind of cut off that value as much as possible. Is willing to just keep this in play, just to have a blocker in an emergency.
I would say, looking at this 5 health on the crowd favorite, I'm gonna quickly plug in the fact that I've been playing Monster Harpoon in an Ezreal Bilgewater deck with Tribeam and Probulator. It is some interesting stuff, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, baby.
You're seeing generated cards from all kinds of regions that have Jaw Hunters in there, because why not? He's a 3 mana, you just throw him in, he generates a card. Devour targets a unit, Ezreal accounts for a level up. Listen, there was some things that were working quite well yesterday.
Oh no, not like this. I mean, I was getting desperate the other day. I was running Weight of Judgment in my
That's too desperate,
deck.
Scar. I think you gotta stop.
It's Screeching Dragon.
That's
it's
going
so
too
good.
far, Scar. Close the client. No more experimenting. Go back to Zerrelia, please.
Weight of Judgment. It hit Screeching Dragon. It was hitting Inspiring Marshal, but that's okay. But looking at the board right now, we do have the Death's Hand to hit the crowd favorite. We could save with the survival skills for this round, and potentially give Dinah another open attack. If he reads this removal is pretty desperate, might get a read that there's not going to be any further removal in hand, because that saving effect is happening at burst speed and persists for the whole round. So the red card and the second Death's Hand, both of those won't be able to kill the crowd favorite this turn.
See what the top decks are here. Well,
oh baby,
you're 2 champions. I guess you can't complain too much if you're Dinah.
So here we go, and seeing the Death's Hand there maybe gives away that Sari doesn't have Ravenous Flock, and now you're more confident being able to play the Jinx this turn.
That being said, if my math checks out, a Jinx has 3 health, you play Death's Hand, everything's at 1 HP, a red card flies out from out of nowhere, and your board is cleared. That being said, if Jinx levels up before that, then of course you would be surviving, but definitely a line that I think Sari might consider.
Oh man, Dinah actually opting to summon the Draven, wants Draven to run interference, absorb maybe 1 more removal spell to keep this Jinx safe. Learning his lesson from last time, recognizing, Jinx needs to be perhaps the last card you play, so she levels up.
Problem here, of course, you can red card this turn, and next turn you're going to get open attacked by a very big overall unit that still has, 6/1. The attack is still there, even though his health is very low.
Oh, the Death Lotus finally coming through here.
Uh-oh.
And 50 Cent
No
actually
wonder. No wonder he's leaving. He saw the top
flip
deck. He's
that
like,
gif.
nah.
Flip that gif horizontally so it looks like he's walking back into the room. Like, oh, Death Lotus, I'm out of here. I'm
Death,
back. Death
Death
Lotus.
Lotus was a fast speed top deck that Sari needed to really, stop most of this game plan here. We
Oh
can't
no,
see
Dinah's
TF.
getting fed another line here. If you play Death Lotus, excuse me, if you play the crowd favorite, then Sari can just play Twisted Fate to wipe the board and not have to worry about casting Death Lotus. Or you red card, you gold card the other crowd favorite because it's going to be bigger than the other.
Well, you can stun it with a sentry, and then just Death Lotus to clear.
I guess that's true.
Because you can't do both sentry and TF this turn. Then you have the possibility to play TF, for gold later on, or for blue card even, because
Yeah, I'm just saying if you can gold card this crowd. I guess you do in this matchup want to save TF specifically for red card. If your opponent's able to reestablish after the fact against this Death Lotus, right?
You also have Scorched Earth, so I mean, your line of play is
yeah.
also fine if you do red card into then Scorched Earth, the crowd favorite. The biggest thing is you don't want either of these crowd favorites attacking you because you're at 12 HP right now, so it would get pretty dangerous.
There's so many like different options on Sari's side. I think that red card into Scorched Earth is pretty dope.
Obviously now, with only 2 unit mana left for Dinah, he doesn't really have a chance to, develop anything else after the clear. So I think Sari's going to feel very safe just trying to clear this board, even just with red card now, and then having the Scorched Earth, because there's just no counterplay really other than survival tools. And I think it's a one of, right, in the discard list?
This list just has it as a one of. And like with the red card, you're just wiping so much damage. You've got to do it. So doing red into Scorched. The big issue for Sari is you're wiping the current board. Dinah has set it up so that Jinx remains in the hand. There is a Get Excited. This is going to be forcing through a lot of burn damage. And if the next few top decks don't come through to be proper removal lineup against Jinx, the Super Mega Death Rocket perhaps can push through, especially like if you set up Jinx and then get the Augmented Experimenter to reload after the fact.
There's a board now. You do still have to get excited, of course, that you can play out onto the axe if you want to kill TF, but I think TF isn't really it's not going to attract as much attention as he used to before.
Yeah, this is one of the lists where Twisted Fate doesn't really level up super consistently. It's just for the utility. The red card leveling up Swain, that sort of thing. The stun coming in clutch to maybe set up a Ravenous Flock or stop a big unit. Throughout all my time playing the deck, I think I've only leveled up Twisted Fate like twice, and that was just in the mirror where my opponent really couldn't deal with the Twisted Fate. So Scorched Earth is indeed cashed in here. And we are going to need to see a Ravenous Flock in order to beat the Jinx now.
Yeah. A vision for Dinah without a board, not ideal. For Sari, we're seeing the card late. It's going to be a Forging Croaker, so you have a chance to still dig for a bit more, and you have obviously the HP to do it onto the Zap Strafin, being at 2-1 or 2-2. Not really a big deal unless a Poro comes onto the board as a blocker.
And Dinah actually hesitating here. Do I want to just cash in the Draven to save 2 HP? I think you do want to keep him alive, to be honest. At 2 HP, he's going to survive through a Death Lotus. You're going to get more quick attackers so that you can force Sari to cash in their board on defense. And this list isn't known for like its explosive, out of hand damage or anything. So I think 12 HP is pretty comfortable. You're a couple turns off of Leviathan coming down and that threatening to close out the game very heavily though, because of the pings on your Nexus and the overwhelm damage that you cannot realistically stop. Dinah just needs to recognize that you have to accelerate here. You can go for Jinx and then get excited and then Axe the Vision and get excited onto the Nexus, so that way you clear your hand immediately.
We'll see what Fortune Croaker can find, what kind of pull it can make. Obviously, Ravenous Flock would be probably the ideal pull just to make sure you can clear Jinx before she becomes a problem. There's the delay in the hand, so we're going to have to deal with the suspense for a few more seconds. And it's another sentry, so stuns are there. The damage following up the stun, not so much.
Yep. And there, by setting the Zap Spray Fin down to 1 HP, you know, it'll potentially die to a rocket. Goes for the burst speed pass. Sorry to spend one more card if possible. It's a habit you pick up from playing Nightfall. It's just burst passing into people. But this is going to be the line of play no matter what. So, again, not even answering the Twisted Fate, right? This is key, to leave the Twisted Fate in play, because, you know, you don't want to kill it, and then they perhaps top deck another one to get a red card or a gold card. You're just going to send this face, and this is going to set Sari down to 9, meaning that 2 rockets and a little bit of elbow grease can close this one out.
Let's see what kind of pulls you can get now that Jinx has leveled up, and if Sari can find any kind of efficient answer here. From its top decks, always a delay. House Spider, not the greatest of top decks. The Urchin, of course, you can use to cycle and continue emptying out your hand.
Yeah, I like this. Just cycle it.
So yet another Fortune Croaker, I guess. Sorry, just wants to make us keep waiting to see what cards he draws. It's just keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Do you? This is an interesting decision. Do you keep the Jury Rig here? Now, you've got the attack token. Maybe just throw it out to just push that one more damage, right? Because you get that one damage around the sides, and then it means that, you know, Rocket's lethal. You are just throwing it at a Death Lotus, however, I suppose. And maybe Dinah, actually, if you're Dinah, you probably don't attack. So that way you don't get Jinx damaged by a Death Lotus in order to open up like Scorched Earth or something, right?
Kiev has been on the board for a while now. I don't think he's close to leveling up, but definitely something we should maybe monitor. He has played Fortune Croaker. I think he'll be at around 4.
I think, yeah, we saw like a split-second hover. I think it was 4 out of 9. And, you know, a couple whispered words comes through. Will the game even last that long, though?
That's why I didn't even consider mentioning it, because I think we might just not get that far. The odds are pretty low of it happening. The Cooling Strike came in off of that very delayed top deck from the Fortune Croaker, but obviously against discard aggro and against, you know, Draven's Axes and just the current stat lines here, not going to be all that effective.
Yeah, see, Dinah recognizes the Death Lotus about to pop off here. And there is 2 copies of Scorched Earth in this deck. Dealing 1 damage to Jinx also opens her up to you know, getting hit by Ravenous Flock or Noxian Fervor as well. I think that you probably could attack with everything and maybe not the Jinx to keep her as safe as possible. But with the setup here again, with Rocket and maybe getting a Rocket next round at burst speed, and then just trying to top deck another Jinx or another Get Excited to close out, could be the way to go.
There is the Death Lotus coming in, a card we haven't seen too much of outside of maybe Braum Vlad most of last season when that deck became popular, but here it is in TF. Swain obviously works well with Swain's level up condition. Once Make It Rain was gone, I had to replace that with something that can also kind of clear the board in some ways, and Death Lotus fills that gap. Not perfectly, but well enough. There's a Rocket coming in now. The damage coming into the Nexus, the damage coming into TF as well. You can still open attack next turn if you want to with the TF. Because if the Jinx blocks, then she becomes, obviously, you can kill her with the Death's Hand. And that is obviously the biggest thing here you want to do if you're sorry. Or the top deck
Scorched Earth off the top. Dinah shaking his head. Knew that, you know, you wanted to attack to kind of keep the pressure up there, but ends up getting punished with the Death Lotus. After spending all this time, you can you? No, you can't. You can't empty your hand here. Because if you Poro Cannon the House Spider, you get 2 Poros, and then you can only axe one of them. If you Yeah, it doesn't work. So can't get the rocket on.
If you launch one of your cards behind your head physically, then yes. But if not, no.
Oof.
Following the rules of the game, it is not possible.
Yeah. Ah, that's rough. That's like there's so many top decks you could get from the Jinx that would just make it possible to get a rocket on reaction. But now Dinah's back to the drawing board. To be fair, Jinx has been leveled, so you could easily draw another one.
If Runeterra was played in real life, you could just, put one of the axes into your sleeve, pretend you never had it. Like, nope, no axe wasn't there. You're misremembering. I don't know anything about any axes.
Ditch it on the discard pile. So Dinah not developing the house spider here. Is this gonna take the 2 damage from Twisted Fate? Looks like.
And we're back once again to the same exact state we were when these players played with this exact matchup back in the winter side of things, with just a very drawn out game. Dinah wasn't able to find that final bit of burn, and then he just kind of didn't have the fuel, and eventually, took over the game going into the late game. Maybe a TF level up will make this happen once again. We talked about it before, that there was maybe a clock that he wouldn't beat, but with Jinx now out of the picture, that could change things.
And that last attack, like, really, hurt Dinah in more ways than one. You opened up the Jinx to the Scorched Earth thanks to the Death Lotus. You hit with the Draven and got that axe that threw away your ability to top deck, because, if you don't have that axe in hand, you can Portal Cannon the House Spider, and you do technically empty your hand for a split second before the Daring Portals are added to your hand. You'd be able to get that rocket, so just really a shame overall. You can chump block this Twisted Fate if you'd like. Dinah maybe going to exchange 2 HP just for the option of having a slightly stronger crowd favorite top deck.
I wish the APM was rewarded, where if you discarded 2 cards very quickly, one with a pearl and one with the axe, there was like a second or 2 milliseconds where you would have an empty hand and Jinx would level up. Could reward some more mechanical players coming in from League of Legends. And really, you're laughing, Scar, but you have to think about
perfect discards.
You have to think about different play styles, different kind of people coming in from shooters. We have to cater to them as well. It's not just all about the big brains,
Yeah, Riot has Valorant now. Like we need a 360 no scope with these removals. So let's see here. We got a Battlecaster.
The Culling Strike will deal with it before it can attack.
These top decks are insane. Sorry is
we're still
out
waiting for his top deck. We're still waiting. It's a Swain. It's a Swain, guys. Actually,
anyway,
something impactful.
The top decks are still insane. Are there, honestly, I don't think there's any bad cards left in Sari's deck. I don't think there's any cards that you could draw that aren't good. I think the Dreadway Deckhand maybe hasn't been played yet. That'd be pretty weak. And nothing right now in play can block Swain. This is exactly what happened last time. Sari was able to stabilize at incredibly low HP, live through all of Dinah's pressure, and then Swain just came down to seal the deal. Meanwhile, Swain is... Twisted Fate is 5 out of 9, 6 out of 9 now?
He's getting
and
there.
So a top deck Whispered Words would do it.
That being said, I'm going to have to assume at this stage in the game, turn 10, 13 mana for each player, Swain has leveled up. He's been doing his work behind the scenes. He's going to come in. There's no fearsome blockers. If this Battlecaster is played, it wouldn't really matter too much more, with Culling Strike and the Sentry. And all of these plays are possible to be made this turn with the mana you have right now if you're Sari. Is there anything that Dinah can do other than pray for or get excited? He's keeping his Battlecaster in hand for that reason, I think. Trying to go for that 2 damage from the Poros and have the top deck get excited be an out. But Sari's going to be very careful here and make sure that he only takes 1 here. And now there's no out for Dinah.
Yeah. And and probably you even attack with everything, right? If you attack with 4 units, even if they can remove 1, you have the other. Dinah just afraid of the second Death Lotus, I suppose. Twisted Fate going down and potentially activating a second one is key. If Sari gets a second Twisted Fate, you get pick a card, which gives you even more fuel. And is the Vision going to come through to stop this Twisted Fate? And that's going to be no. An open attack. And 50 Cent is also leaving the building.
50 Cent doesn't want to see what's happening. He doesn't want to see Swain just pummeling on these poor spiders. This is some extreme housekeeping here, getting rid of all the insects. The general comes in and, well, doesn't get the lethal there, but close enough.
Okay. Get these webs out of my sight. They all die anyway, so. And because Swain, of course, connects first. Boom, just wipes it. And so now we've got a cycle off of the Zonite Urchin, holding the Arena Battlecaster for this opportunity, like you mentioned, either get excited or the Urchin to throw it away. And what do you draw? Like, if you draw a get excited here, or a Jinx, that's what you need.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Jinx is the only real option at this point. We've only seen one played out. Well,
Get excited.
Dinah's getting excited, but not going to be enough, I think, here with 4.
Because now the top deck Jinx doesn't work.
Yeah, it makes things very awkward here. If you get a Poro Cannon, doesn't really work. I mean, this is why discard aggro is very good when you have all the pieces, but when you have only one piece.
Augmented Experimenter?
Oh, I'm seeing a level up. I'm seeing a level up.
Wait!
Oh, it's happening. Scar, we made it. We made it this far. We've climbed up the mountain. TF has leveled up. We were laughing before. We thought it wouldn't happen, but there it is. The rear guard, not what you want to see.
So, let me think. This is why I run Mystic Shot. I'm so bad. But, so you just pass, and even if you top deck another Get Excited, you don't have the resources to do double Get Excited to fish for the lethal. Sorry gets to draw a ton of cards here with blue card and Whispered Words.
It's happening. What's coming up next?
We
see a keg on the board. We see a red card about to come in. Ken Sorry, he's won with triple Leviathan on the board. Is he going to win it with a 2 damage red card? Or will Dinah have to play Get Excited in defense? It's a sad day when you're a discard aggro player. Killing a keg with Get Excited when your opponent's at 4 HP. This is humiliating for Dinah.
Whispered Words into Noxie and Fervor. I said that. Is Dreadwave Deckhand the worst top deck in this position?
The most humiliating defeat you can possibly get if you're Dinah. No wonder 50 Cent left so many times. He tried to leave 5 times because he did not want to witness what was going to happen here. I don't know if Dinah's going to recover from this. It's 1-1 in the series, but he's not going to make it to game 3. His mental has shattered after this.
This psychological damage from the Noxie and Fervor with the kegs. Whew. So this is going to go to game 3. Dinah going to try. This is what happened last time, though. Discard aggro, just going to maybe pop off against these thralls. TF Swain, I always used to think, like, if you don't get Twisted Fate, like, the matchup is really rough, but Death Lotus came through, and the last sequence of top decks was just ridiculous. Getting that Scorched Earth for the Jinx, getting the Culling Strike to throw off the Battlecaster to stop that Poro from dealing that last little bit of damage. The attack from Dinah, that key turn where you attack with the Draven and the Jinx, was definitely the swing point. You opened up Jinx to be damaged, to open up to die to Ravenous Flock or Scorched Earth there. The Draven Axe meant you couldn't get a rocket on reaction, because if that were the case, you got that rocket, then the Get Excited top deck would have been lethal. Very unfortunate to see it shake out that way. And now going into game 3, Sorry has some healing and an avalanche. Thinking about keeping time in a bottle just in case you get a thrall.
Very awkward hand here for Dinah as well. I mean, double Get Excited. Like, this is kind of the late game hand you want to see, not early on. You want to flood the board with cheap units, and we'll see what the draws are. Rear guard does help here. Get a big swinging. You can keep obviously the Urchin, try and get some more discard synergy with your next few top decks. But Avalanche is there, Frozen Thrall is there to at least start things off on the right foot, and Tavern Keeper for the heals as well. Yeah,
this deck doesn't have a way to stop any 1-mana aggression like this, so you get your rear guard going, and rewarded. Sorry gets rewarded here for keeping the time in a bottle, gets the Frozen Thrall on turn 1. You can use time in a bottle to, rig your top decks, start looking for those ice shards, which are, as we've said, time and time and time again, so key to this deck surviving. Maybe even getting a Three Sisters to Frostbite, a crowd favorite, could be enormous, but goes for the greedier line. You have to play the Thralls out early, right? Because if you hesitate 2 or 3 rounds, then you're never going to get around to playing it. So you just have to hope that there isn't going to be a massive punish here.
Things are going real bad if you're playing your Urchin onto your Experimenter on turn 2. Obviously, this does happen sometimes with these very synergistic decks that have to have all these combo pieces. And oh my goodness, Triple got excited.
Dinah has a plan. He has a plan.
He's going to have to get excited every axe that Draven creates. What is your purpose? Just to get discarded by Get Excited for the next 5 turns.
So we've got Draven about to come through. Honestly, I like the open attack because you get 3 damage against Ice Shard, and you get 5 damage if they're only on Avalanche. And like if you play the Draven here, Avalanche only nets you 3. You see what I mean? Like it's.
Mm-hmm.
I really do like the open attack here over developing Draven. It's
Although
close.
It might be good to get the Avalanche out now, and not have to deal with it later once you continue developing a lot more.
Yeah, but if you play Draven into the Avalanche and then he's at 1 HP, it puts him in Ice Shard range, where if you play him after an AoE, then you have a fresh 3/3 to keep swinging. You're missing out on the Axe generation this round to enable these Get Exciteds, which is maybe a little problematic, but
Sorry won't play Avalanche after his attack. He'll just play Tavern Keeper and just continue waiting to try and get a more juicy one later on. If he would have played Draven first, then maybe he does play Avalanche proactively to obviously take out these units from the board. Or just ignore everything we said.
Sorry is playing this very, very daring, right? Going for the double Frozen Thrall, not going for Avalanche or Tavern Keeper this turn. Going to go down to 12. It's just all in on hatching this 8/8 and beating face. Dinah now can develop the Draven safely here.
I'm not surprised, sorry, because the last game that we saw in this matchup, he took 13 on turn 3, and now he only took 8. So, I mean, it's like he already healed for 5, I think he has to be feeling pretty confident going into turn 4.
And just if you play the Draven out, you're playing him into AoE once again, but you're getting the Axe, right? So maybe you get the Axe for the Get Excited, and you just try to push through with burn damage. Theoretically, Dinah only needs to deal 3 more damage. Sorry, going for another time in a bottle. Predicts 1 more card to the top of the deck. So Sorry predicted that time in a bottle to come through this round. And you could develop a Tavern Keeper after this is resolved. We get a glimpse here. Very hard choice from Sorry. Promising Future would make sense for the very aggressive line that he has taken so far, going all in on this Thrall plan, but Lissandra is a more defensive pick. With this Thrall about to hatch, the Promising Future might not be timed well enough.
Now at this point, I think you have to go for the Avalanche. Obviously, the Poro is going to come out, but you don't know that if you're Sorry. Or at least one Poro will be coming out.
Mm-hmm. Poro Cannon, discard the Axe, and do you use a Get Excited this round? You'll be able to down the road. You're still floating with 3 mana. You can do it whenever you want, right?
There's the burst pass again with no mana from Sorry. Literally no reason to do it, and he couldn't help himself. He had to click the button.
It's about that. It's just about that dominance. You force your opponent to click that button one more time. So with Avalanche through, you're worried again about Ice Shard. But Sorry's been pretty unlucky with getting the Ice Shards. I think you can maybe extend a bit with the Daring Poro here if you want. Because without it, you're only pushing 1 damage. And I think you want to try to push 2 or 3 this round simply because of, the triple Get Excited in hand.
Yeah, 3 would be ideal. We'll see what the play is here by Sorry. I think he's going to play, probably I think he wants to try and threaten the Ice Shard, even though he doesn't have it in hand, obviously. And he can't find it, of course, if he plays Preservarium. Gets the 3 sisters instead. Only 3 mana to work with, so cannot be played this turn. Will have no impact on the current board.
Yeah, very interesting to play the Preservarium first over the Lysandra. I guess just, again, keeping the 3 mana open threatens Ice Shard.
And trying to draw the Ice
Shard,
I think, as well. Trying to top deck it, not very likely, but there's a chance at least.
Yeah. So, yeah, Tavern Keeper goes through just to basically admitting, okay, I don't have Ice Shard. You got me. 4 damage coming through. You could attack with Draven here. For sure. I mean, it smacks the 8/8, but you get an axe, which is kind of important because your hand is triple get excited.
Anyway, it might just die to an avalanche or an Ice Shard anyway, so I think you do try and at least milk it for an axe.
Yeah, get the axe. I think. Especially now that you see the Tavern Keeper, it throws off your math, even though you're pushing 4 damage this round. Ooh. Because, I mean, it's 1 HP, so it's like, on defense, is it just... Dinah was kind of hovering with the mouse, probably just saying, I'm going to keep Draven alive to keep the Tavern Keeper from hitting me.
Yeah, if you don't expect Ice Shard to be in hand, which it wasn't, or another avalanche, then it's probably best to try and be a bit defensive at least. You're at 20 HP, but you have to remember this is a Thrall's deck that can suddenly, maybe not this attack token turn, but the next one, create a lethal threat.
Yeah, important to note that Sari did go for the Lysandra off of the Predict and Not Promising Future. This second Thrall is going to hatch here pretty soon, thanks to Time in a Bottle. And with the second Thrall hatching, perfectly timed with the Lysandra coming into play, Tough Nexus means that these Daring Poros are not going to be able to get the damage through that they want. I guess you still get you're getting 1 axe either way from this play, and if Sari doesn't attack with the Kindly Tavern Keeper because they don't want to give you the trade, then you're just kind of saving some HP against the Thralls that you can't deal with anyway. So, very interesting long play here. Gets the axe now. With the next top deck, lets you opens up some space for Rummage. Or you get excited with the axe right now, send it to the Nexus just to spend some mana. Sari is wanting to keep this burst damage concealed, another habit you picked up on while playing Nightfall.
I just don't know how viable it is to just rely on these 3 get excited to win the game when your opponent's still, at 11 HP. They're still gonna heal more with the Tavern Keeper. This is the 50-cent bless. So any predictions in chat, any gamblers, I would immediately swing all your chips to Dinah winning, because every time we've seen that skin of 50 Cent to come in, he always won with that version. So just saying, Caster Blessing might come in.
I mean, next round you have 10 mana. You have enough to cast all 3 get exciteds. If Sari is feeling confident, at 11 HP, then maybe you do get the Giga Jabate, because no player is going to think Dinah has triple get excited. Like, those cards have been in the hand pretty much since the beginning of the game, right? And by open attacking like this, you're like, okay, it's not a crowd favorite. Maybe crowd favorite's bad because I have an 8/8 to block it, and that's why they're just dead crowd favorites. Or,
I mean, there's an Ice Shard now in the hand for Sari, so I think regardless of anything, you're not going to take the 4 here. You're going to want to clear out everything on this board. And that really just dampens the mood a bit for Dinah. He is going to be 1 HP off because the Ice Shard, of course, damages Sari's Nexus as well.
And so the Ice Shard comes through. And Dinah was, getting that previous attack before the Ice Shard came through is just, already pretty lucky. And, getting a second rep against the Ice Shard would have just been icing on the cake. So, Now, what do? You play Jinx, start trying to empty your hand with the Get Exciteds and go for a rocket?
Well, you'll have to defend from dying next turn on the open attack because Sari has 11 units of attack on the board, and Dinah has 11 units. And 50 Cent is out of here. He's done. He saw the ice shard on the portal. He's like, all right.
Yeah, we're packing up. We're getting out of here. This party is whack. So yeah, you got to play the Jinx here. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, maybe you can like flip her on
You have
reaction.
you have to play a Jinx on the board to just have a blocker for the Tavern Keeper. Even you might even consider. I mean, I don't think you consider getting excited onto any of the units. I think.
Yeah, because if you like block the Frozen Thrall, you get Entombed from the Three Sisters. The Thrall's gonna hatch, so you get Tough Nexus off Lysandra.
And now you do maybe have to get excited the Tavern Keeper. Yeah, because Lysandra hitting you for 2 plus the 8 from the Thrall. There's another Thrall coming in as well. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty doomed here.
And then Ice Shard. Yeah, it's
exactly.
Doomed.
We saw it, in the series when they played in the winner's side of the bracket that Dinah had a very, very rapid start with 13 damage thrown on turn 3, and then he finished it off with just Get Excited near the end. But in this case, just not enough damage. Too many Tavern Keepers were drawn. The right board clears, both Avalanche and Ice Shard came in clutch at different moments in the game for Sari. And although we saw a very awkward hand and a very awkward kind of mid-game in that winner's bracket series that we saw before, it was very different in this game. There was a much more control from Sari, and he found a lot of the right tools that he has in this deck for this reason of teching against aggro. He found them at the right time in this matchup.
Yeah, the triple Get Excited just was like so awkward. If these were any other cards that give you like more pressure on board, where you aren't super weak to the Ice Shard, right? Where if you get a crowd favorite there to pressure, or you get a Flame Chomper to pull something to the side to push through a little bit with the Draven, that kind of thing, then, this is a much different game. Like that turn where you can really attack with the Draven. If you pull the Thrall to the side, you threaten the 3/1 quick attack into the Tavern Keeper. You have 2 axes suddenly, makes it easier to use this Rummage, makes it easier to use this Get Excited. But Jinx will flip here just by, not even cashing and gets double vision. Ooh, the curse!
That's the new Jinx level up. You turn 2 Get Excited into 2 visions. That's the trade you get when you level her up from now on. A lot of very weird draws from Dinah, finding all his Get Excited and now finding 2 visions in a row. And really, this is a deck that we talked about it many times. Has so many different pieces that you want to find in combination. When you're getting 3 of the same card, it's really just overwriting what you're trying to do, and it doesn't really work out all that well.
And another Jinx, another Get Excited. It's not enough to stop all this damage coming through, unfortunately.
Yeah, the math is not checking out for me here. It's going to be a little bit too much damage coming in. Just with Lysandra and the 8/8 Thrall, it's enough, plus the extra Overwhelm onto the one hitting Jinx. And there's the acceptance there. Sari takes game 3, takes the series versus Dinah. Dinah, I think, can be very proud, I think, of his play today. He played great on Nightfall, especially. I think he's one of the best players on Nightfall that I've seen, and I've casted over in Europe at least. But Sari, with TF Swain and Thralls able to climb back, get the revenge here against Dinah, and now climb back up into the winners, or into the grand finals against Guardia, who has been waiting very patiently with his aggro decks, waiting to close out the series in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and these 2 players actually have not faced each other yet in the bracket, so this is going to be pretty exciting matchup we haven't seen before. TF Swain and Thralls into another aggro player.
And we'll be seeing that after this very short break. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the grand finals of this Friday's Fight Night tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. After a very back and forth, hard won victory, Sorry has advanced to join Guardia for the grand finals match that is just about to happen. We're going to quickly familiarize ourselves with the players here today and the bracket runs that led us up to this point. Guardia, a very strong player from Germany, has been in several fight nights before, but with a very spicy, aggressive lineup, has managed to get to the grand finals and has been waiting very patiently. TF Fizz being brought back from the waste bin. Guardia has been a vocal fan of the list, even after the nerfs, loves to play it, and is open to all of the lines of play that the deck is capable of.
I have to imagine Guardia with TFA. It's like when you flush your goldfish down the toilet, but then you find it somehow. That's how it must feel. I think he's reunited with his long lost friend, and the friend has led him to a grand finals appearance, coming in from the winner side of the bracket as well. So very impressive showing from him. Sorry, 27 from Lebanon, of course, someone that we know very well from EU Masters as well in that tournament, trying to make it through that Group A and get Lebanon into the top 8. But in this tournament as well, trying to make it through the gauntlet of a losers bracket run. Mission accomplished. You've made it to the grand finals now, but you have to face a possible bracket reset if you want to win this tournament. You have to, beat Guardia once and then beat him once again.
Yeah, Guardia with that very aggressive lineup went 2-1 and then immediately 2-0, 2-0 back to back to secure that spot in the grand finals. These players have not faced each other yet in the bracket, so this is going to be the first time for both lineups that players are going to be trying to figure out the best mulligans and the best strategies going forward. However, Sorry did just get done playing against a player who did also bring an aggressive lineup, so some of those same rules will still apply. Sorry has brought the, of course, we just saw the Thralls and the TF Swain, but Guardia, we already talked about the TF Fizz that was brought. There's a little bit of a subtle change to this deck. After the nerfs, after some things have kind of gone left and right with the list, it's gone back to the drawing board, and this is the variant that Guardia has brought today. Only one Zonite Urchin for a little bit of struggle, a little bit of cycle, and Zap Sprayfin only a 2 of in the list, really doubling down on the get excited. Wants to do a little bit of early pressure with Fizz and Ballistic Bot to burn and close out with get excited. Mind Meld now just a 1 of in the deck once again because of Ice Shard maybe wiping your elusives before you get a chance for it to resolve. Rite of Negation and Deny, both big threats in the metagame once again. So Mind Meld just as a 1 of.
It is interesting to see only 2 copies of Zap's Rafen in the deck, a card that, was always, staple and then just so strong. Just a, interesting note to see there. But deck number 2 for Guardia, Noxus Elusives. You heard me right. Noxus Elusives. Not for all your elusives, not PNZ elusives, not any kind of weird stuff, just Ionia with Noxus, a combination we don't see very often. We've seen it in a few decks with like Riven and Draven and just, some weird stuff on ladder, but this is something that I haven't seen before, and it you have to start thinking, why go into Noxus if you're playing elusives, and the answer might be decisive maneuver. When you have so many cheap elusive units that can't be blocked because they're elusive, they don't have a lot of attack because they're understated elusives, but when you're adding +2 to the entire board, all of a sudden you might have a big swing on turn 5, for example, on turn 6. And it really does help out, of course, with Darius as well. When he's attacking, you can stun the unit he's attacking and then get even more damage in. And a card like Sharpen Resolve, a card that, +3/+2 for 3 mana with elusives is very strong in being able to push damage and be able to open attack while not being too scared of something like an Ice Shard or Avalanches.
The reactivity that's been put in this list, as you mentioned, with Sharpen Resolve and also Nopify, is huge for just getting this damage through, keeping tempo. This is what, elusives have wanted to do consistently, is just get on the board with all of this damage and then just stay ahead in that tempo game to close things out. You're really restricting what your opponent can do in terms of stopping your game plan. We have yet to see Darius come down on the board yet. It's been in the hand a couple times for Guardia, but we'll see if the games go long enough that Darius actually becomes a bigger threat, especially when combined with Trevor Snooze Bottom.
And we're going to the game right now. I think we also mentioned it at some point in the broadcast, but the Dancing Droplet, Conspirator combination, being able to cycle, get more card draw, and fuel your hand when you're using, very cheap spells like Brother's Bond, like Elixir of Wrath, especially, is definitely always going to be a good thing. Death Lotus against TF is also always going to be a good thing.
Keeping the Death Lotus is great. Guardia, however, is, very skilled at not overcommitting into removal or just finding alternate win conditions like iterative improvement on ballistic bot, just to double down on having a scaling unit with enough HP and burn damage, right? Sari's deck does not have any healing, so every little bit of damage that Guardia can force through will stick. Hard mulligans, probably again looking for that ballistic bot. We get Fizz here on turn 1, but no way to enable him just yet.
Yeah, Fizz kind of ruined his day there with that one drop coming down. Suddenly can't even attack. Will we see the turn 2 suit up top deck? We've seen it before in this game already. I might be caster cursing, or I might be caster blessing. We'll find out in a few seconds once Guardia acknowledges he cannot attack here. It is correct to pass.
But what if I did trade away the Fizz?
Oh, you got the wrong call there. It wasn't. You got the Fizz already. You gotta get the suit up now.
So yeah, Fizz is just gonna sit here, not do much. Early deckhand is rather nice, actually, to set up like, 2 damage Death Lotus. All the things that you think are safe are no longer safe. And by pulling the barrel, you're baiting your opponent into putting something in combat to eat this Death Lotus. You could, with the second Fizz, Guardia I think could trade here.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine to do so. Do you care what you need to trade into?
It actually maybe you trade into the Crusty Codger, right? Because you leave the Dreadway deckhand open just in case you want an iterative improvement for some reason.
I accept the explanation. It wasn't a trick question. I was just looking for a trick answer, and I got it. So correct.
I got you baited.
Let's say correct.
Played like a fiddle.
I'll read from my empty white paper and say, "Yep, that's the answer I have here." Correct.
But Guardia, unfortunately, is also playing a deck with no healing, so you need to be a little bit more proactive about developing the board. Sari doesn't have like a house spider or anything. Consistently, I think, from this Twisted Fate Swain deck, it has just been curving out and very swarmy with like the house spiders and the fortune croakers and stuff. And fortunately, not a lot of like unit pressure coming through just yet. So this is going to give Guardia a lot of time to think and maybe gather some resources. The pick a card on stress testing could be a very interesting idea if you feel you can deal with 3 fleeting cards next round.
I mean, all this hand is missing is the TF. You have the Rummage and the double stress testing and the pick a card as well. Guardia hoping or wishing could just nab that TF out of Sari's hand, but thankfully that technology is not quite there yet, or else it would definitely be a big problem. Because Guardia's deck is obviously much more built around TF leveling up very quickly. Sari's not so much. It's more of just a versatile tool for controlling the board, and also, of course, we've seen it before against discard aggro, for example. It did level up eventually.
Yeah, no way to answer the Twisted Fate, but Sari not falling for it. We had the idea there for the Death's Hand to clear the 3/3, but you need this to wipe out an elusive threat later down the road. The 2 damage is key because it covers the extra HP on an iterative improvement Burblefish. So the barrels just go down. Just taking the free attacks while they can. Guards are going to pass. Very, very awkward hand. Like, there's a lot of pieces here, and you just need like 1 or 2 more draws to really tie this together. A Twisted Fate would make this hand completely monstrous. Another pick a card. Without any pressure coming from Sari, Guardia is more than happy to just like play this slowly, I believe.
Well, until the Leviathan comes down, and then you don't have an answer for it.
Then you iterative improve it the Leviathan. I've actually lost to that before.
And you wait for your Leviathan to do 3 damage per turn, only like 7 turns, and you'll be able to deal 20 to kill Sari. I guess you just have to pick a card, maybe even double pick a card to really just try and find actual units that you can play on the board. But even if you do, I mean, there's going to be an accumulation of responses that are being stored here in hand by Sorry. He has the Death's Hand, he has the Death Lotus as well. A lot of death, as you can imagine.
And now with the Swain in play, this 3/3 is more important than ever to keep alive. With 6 mana in the next round, Guardia, like if you do go for the pick of cards and the stress testing and you get like a lot of fleeting cards, you have mana now to play them out. So Guardia hopefully gets rewarded for the patience here of almost guaranteeing that you can cast these fleeting cards rather than just looking for the fuel just out of fear of pressure. But now the pressure is here.
There's a pick a card being played onto the stress testing. It seems just really trying to find, you have to take a risk here, maybe not play as optimally and try and find the right answers for next turn. You can take it, extra risky, hope that in the 3 cards you do draw next turn with a natural draw on the 2 from pick a card from the last one that was played. You find a TF, for example, and then can just maybe turbo level him in 1 turn. But then, of course, there's going to be some kind of a response or some kind of a removal from Sorry. Yeah. So I'm not sure if you can really go into that game plan.
Yeah, if you go for pick a card here, you can also get like suit up more consistently. Maybe help out with this board. Get the Fizz up to a 4/4. Start beating down to close this game. Because Leviathan is very scary. I'll admit it. Gonna push some damage here. And Sorry has the option for Death Lotus. Because it's an untargeted spell, it can't get negated by Fizz. So, but just gonna take the 2 damage instead. Wants to save this for a wider board of elusives like the Daring Poros, etc. And there is the suit up indeed coming through.
And there's a TF as well, possibly a TF into a suit up protection if it's if you try and kill it with a Death's Hand. You might be onto something finally here, but it might be too late. I mean, I'm not sure how much pressure you can possibly generate from these cards at this point in the game when your opponent's still at 18 HP and has a lot of tools like Death Lotus to stop elusive attacks.
How quickly you forget, Panda, that leveled up Twisted Fate can make miracles happen.
He hasn't leveled up yet, and the suit up is now being hovered on Fizz, so I don't think he will be anytime soon with Death's Hand in Sorry's hand.
I guess it's just because if you put the suit up on Twisted Fate, you're worried about like Arachnoid Sentry, Ravenous Flock, yeah, or just like removal into Scorched Earth, Ravenous Flock, that kind of stuff. Whereas putting it on Fizz means that you can negate those effects and those removals by just casting spells in response. You maybe could have gone for a gold card here.
Yeah.
Against the Swain, but at the very least you do have a 3/3 to block.
And it leaves this Swain now at a much more killable HP level with the possibility of get excited as long as it doesn't level up. Once he does, then obviously the extra health might put him out of range once again and would force a gold card or a Mystic Shot to accompany that get excited.
Was gold card always in the middle?
I didn't play TF enough to be able to recall. I'm sorry. I'm not
I
a
don't
dirty
know.
tier 1 spammer. There's the Death's Hand coming in, killing the TF as we predicted. And again, most of this momentum from Guardia's entire game plan. And once you don't really push a lot of tempo in the early game, because of the nerfs to Burblefish, etc., it becomes much harder to have that very explosive ending where you're really just putting constant pressure.
And the Death's Hand was saved right specifically there and finds its target.
And the fact that, Sorry's still at 18 HP. It's not like he's been chipped down with ignitions and bits of damage here and there. Like, he's still very, very healthy. There's a Ravenous Flock in hand now. Once, I guess Death Lotus won't target Fizz, so it will actually damage him. Yeah,
and then you can, if you keep the spell mana open, you can react to that Ravenous Flock being targeted onto him. Card, you're going for a burn game plan.
Well, you got a long way. That's a lot of mystic shots.
Yeah, I know. Like because you've got to get excited, right? And like you could try to use that to kill the Swain here, but you need to keep that 1 mana open and maybe play around some sort of effect here.
8 more mystic shots to go, and we got ourselves a game 1 win for Guardia, but I'm not sure if we'll make it that far. Zap Strafing comes down. Remember, 1 of 2 copies, only 2. Like, it's been narrowed down to only 2 copies now in this deck list, which is something that we obviously never saw before. Zap has always been a very, very important card in almost any Bilgewater deck. Looking back at it, go hard as well.
Yeah. And like playing the 2/2 elusive is just really important for getting that chip damage and that draw and the attune, because this deck is just like so draw heavy. I guess that when you're really desperately looking for cuts, right, to put in like to get excited, have more consistent burn to close out games because you don't have that overwhelming damage of Mind Meld as consistently anymore, or just the raw power of leveled up Twisted Fate, then I think it does become a huge issue when you're looking for your win conditions, and Zap ends up being the cut. If not Zap, then you're cutting even more of your early game. And this deck has been infamously weak to, just very aggressive strategies that were, at the time when this was top of the meta, were getting held in check by Fiora Shen.
We're looking now at 6 possible elusive damage coming in this turn. No real answer. Ravenous Fault can't be played on any of these undamaged units. Death Lotus, because these are both the elusive units that have a bit more health thanks to the suit up on the Fizz, gonna go through 10 HP then for Sorry. Next turn is turn 8. Leviathan comes down. Things get very hairy for Guardia. So the clock, kind of the timer's already there for Guardia. We were laughing before about the Mystic Shot to face, but I mean, obviously the damage is going to start coming through with the elusives. And Guardia has to be looking at his hand and thinking, start adding up all the possible burn damage, start adding up potential top decks, and see if he can make it to, that 0 HP before Leviathan and Swain take him down.
And because the iterative improvement on the Dreadway deckhand was cashed in to block the Swain the last round, there really isn't a blocker for Swain other than Fizz. And you have to stop the Swain. If he levels up, like the Get Excited is no longer going to be an option to stop it here. We've got the Death Lotus perhaps coming through here just in order to get that last couple points of that Swain needs to level. He's very close. I think like 9 out of 12 or 10 out of 12.
And we talk about Get Excited being an option to kill him if necessary, if, in an emergency. At this point, if he levels up, it won't be. And at this point, maybe you want to save that, for burn damage for a face, because you are going to maybe be so close.
I suppose it is fine if Fizz does block the Swain if it comes right down to it, because then you can just protect him against the removals that are trying to finish him off. Buy yourself another round. The 1 Death Lotus is cashed in here, and maybe Sorry just says, okay, I'm going to force you to keep wasting your spells now to protect this Fizz.
There's a Scorched Earth, a very hopeful Scorched Earth. Obviously, anytime you target Fizz, if a spell is played, then your spell will fizzle. I guess that's where that comes from. Is that how the English language is invented? You just go off of the lore in Runeterra. I imagine that's the case. Definitely makes a lot of sense to me. But it will be gone there, and Fizz will of course survive and be ready to block next turn.
Yeah, Guardia right now thinking about just going for the Rummage here. To draw 2 cards immediately, protect the Fizz, versus just going for like Get Excited, right? To save the Chum the Waters, discard the stress testing anyway.
Scarzig, we're looking at 2 Get Excited in hand. Things are slowly, we were laughing before, but suddenly things are very serious here. With the right top deck, which is not any of those, which might be Twisted Fate if he gets, a blue card into, I guess maybe leveling him up is not going to really happen anytime soon. The red card is 1 point of damage.
Yeah.
You're a Mystic Shot away at that point. If you play Ballistic Bot with the Ignition, we're getting closer.
Stress testing is another draw for the Get Excited. It's coming together. The red card needs to wipe these elusives. Sorry's actually feeling the pressure here.
And that's a big wipe in terms of your blockers. So suddenly Guardia has the shift from, focusing on just the Nexus, kind of tunnel vision, and now focusing on his own health, because And just red card damage for the Swain level up. It's definitely going to happen here once all this damage comes in.
Yeah, so you respond to the red card probably with your own Twisted Fate gold card, just to stun that, and try to go from there. Then you get Ballistic Bot, and get Excited Stress Testing maybe, get another draw, start working on the Twisted Fate once again. Sorry does have mana open, of course, for the Noxian Fervor to maybe deal a little bit of damage to the Nexus. So if you're counting on a stun and then +3...
Trying to kill. This is ambitious. This is quite ambitious. This is really focusing, I think, putting all your eggs into the Fizz basket and hoping that he can do enough damage next turn with a bit more of burn, and just sacrificing to get excited to just keep control of the game a little bit. Because, you know, if you survive this turn and you stay above maybe 3 HP for Leviathan, you're fine, and you're going to have one more big swing of your own to try and end the game next turn.
Sorry puts the Ravenous Flock down onto the stack. Wants to level up this Swain, so survives with 1 damage. The good news, though, is I think Guardia's happy with this result, because then you still get to respond with red card.
Yeah. It would leave you with very few blockers, and you're only taking down, ideally, the Crusty Codger and the Swain. You can obviously Noxian Fervor as well in response to the red card, and sacrifice one of those two to clear out even more of the units on the board, or just the TF rather, and make it so only the Fizz survives.
Yeah, and Guardia just really thinking right now. The 4 HP open, you know, what's the possibilities here? Noxian Fervor's 2 of in the deck. There's another Scorched Earth to worry about. We have Arachnoid Sentry also to come through and maybe smork with some more damage, but red card is going to be a godsend here.
And the stun, yeah, I forgot about the stun on Fizz as well. So really just very, very few blockers here.
Oh yeah, the red card levels, but because it hits everything individually, once it levels, that final ping comes through.
Gonna be 2 units being taken down. The Fervor in response, I think does make sense, because obviously, if you kill the TF, I guess it depends on if you expect units to be played after the fact and what units those are. If they're gonna be elusive units that can maybe damage you next turn, you want to save it to have more of a interactive reaction on Guardia swing next turn, because you're not winning this turn.
Exactly. Even with like Leviathan being played next turn, you still have to wait a couple more rounds for that damage to stack up properly. There is still a 5 attack Fizz in play and a Get Excited in hand. If Fizz can connect with the Nexus, that is going to be lethal. Guardia really navigated a very awkward hand here to get to this point in the game, even sacrificing one of the Get Exciteds of burn.
Ballistic Bot will have to be played here just to chump something, because that would be 11 damage coming in, and the Noxian Fervor can then be played onto the face, and that would be a problem. Playing a Ballistic Bot here, you're going to block the 3-2. You don't trade, but that's fine, because at this point, combat won't really matter past the elusive combat, really, and you'll be at 6 HP. So Noxian Fervor is no longer a response, or a possible response from Sorry, unless he top decks the second Fervor. There are 2 in the deck.
So I think that you can maybe value block. Yeah. Keep this alive. You get the ignition. You know, that way you get a freebie to give elusive to the Fizz.
We're taking 7 here. Going to be at 5. This puts you only in range of 2 Fervors. Best hand would deal 1 damage.
So if you're taking 2, like, you can just block the 2-1, right? Like if you're chump blocking anyway, you're taking 2 damage regardless. This kills the Twisted Fate rather, but
which maybe won't be super relevant, but I guess it's a good habit to have to kill TFs when possible.
Yeah, because if you kill Twisted Fate there, you give your opponent the option to throw another red card at you. So I don't know if it matters, like if leaving Twisted Fate alive to delay the way you would like we talked about
There's
before,
a
like discard
TF.
aggro. You see what I mean? Like now, because gold card doesn't target technically, right? You can't fizzle it.
There's the elusive on the
And
Fizz.
then using ignition there rather than going for a burst speed to get the elusive and open attacking.
Guardia not obviously happy with what he's seeing right now. He had the game in his hands. He survived kind of the more difficult part, which was surviving that last turn that had a lot of different moving parts. In the end, his Fizz gets gold carded, down to 1 HP as well. Obviously, now that it's damaged, it's at the mercy of many things, as long as there are no spells to kind of counter. But yeah, like you said, you can't counter that, the gold card there. TF attacking for free because it's going to have quick attack, going to trade with anything. And you do want to try and, narrow down this board on Sari's side because you're at 5 HP. So anything that goes wider than you might just die to that. Plus, Death's Hand or the Fervor that is in hand.
Yeah, I think, again, like killing the Twisted Fate there opened up this possibility for the second Twisted Fate gold card to come down to punish the Fizz. Really unfortunate. It's like, it's a double-edged sword where you leave the Fizz up, the Twisted Fate up. You're looking to close the game out, so I don't think you're worried about the Twisted Fate leveling. It's just going for the high-value target in that scenario.
At this point, you've lost the game, though. I mean, Leviathan comes out next turn. You don't have a way to burn your opponent down for 7 on your defense, and Leviathan plus an Noxian Fervor. Unless you can, of course, react to the Fervor from your opponent, will get excited, then you can, of course, stop that damage.
Yeah, and like you can go for a couple cheeky attacks here. You've got Playful Trickster in hand to rally, but that doesn't like threaten lethal. Having the Fizz stunned here is such a heartbreak. I wonder if like get excited on your own Fizz so that the gold card goes elsewhere and you can play a second Fizz was a line. But I still don't think that you have the resources now.
And you have a elusive blocker now in the Zap Spray frame. You need to play it next turn. But there's Leviathan coming down. Obviously going to be dealing 3 damage passively as a turn, once a turn flips back to Guardia's attack token turn. And there's still an attack here that might come in, The Leviathan is 5/8 Overwhelm. That's something that in some matchups you don't care about. You just think about the, the Swain synergy. But in this matchup, you might, because there's not much health with your units on the board here.
Yeah, so you just try to block as much as possible, even taking like your highest HP blocker into the Leviathan. You're still taking 2, and then plus 3 from its passive damage here.
That's going to be it, just for the overwhelm damage. Plus, obviously, there being no real answer for Leviathan in this deck. No way to deal 7 damage to it. No need to even play the Fervor from hand in response. It would be a possibility if Sari had less HP and Guardia was going to try and go for a Hail Mary, get excited to win the game, then you had even the backup plan, the plan B of playing Fervor after the fact on the stack and winning it outright. So yeah, unfortunate sequence of events for Guardia at the end there, and Sari finds a way to climb back into the game.
The pressure mounts, right? Like Guardia playing this matchup, having such an awkward hand in the beginning, knowing about this clock of the Leviathan, and just one slip up there, right, is what allowed the Twisted Fate to come through. And even if you were at like 1 more HP to survive the Leviathan, we've got Noxian Fervor in hand. It just doesn't work, unfortunately.
I guess Guardia's going to get excited with the TF to try, and I'm not sure what he's trying to draw to win here. But it's nice, exploring your options, seeing what you might have top decked is an interesting exercise to have here, but there'll be a Fervor return, not even going to let him get that information. And game one will be going to Sari. Sari, of course, trying to force the bracket reset in this game. Has to win the next game or, the third game in this series. And then we'll have yet another best of 3 to decide who wins this Fight Night tournament. Or Guardia can come back, reverse sweep, and win it 2-1. And that would be it.
Yeah, the Noxus deck we've seen is very volatile, has some very explosive turns, a lot of steady damage against decks that can't answer it effectively, but like any aggressive deck, can sometimes get walled out by very removal-heavy lists like this, and that is what Sari has brought. He did have some very struggle matches against Dinah, another player who brought an aggressive lineup, but I mean, when you're running Noxus Bilgewater, and then your other deck is Freljord, you have those removals. You just have to get lucky and draw them.
And of course, best of 3 conquest. Sari has a win now on TF. Swain has to move on to a second deck, which is going to be this Thralls list with Lissandra and Talia. A list that has answers to aggro. We saw it with discard aggro in that losers final against Dinah. He had the right answers to clear the board and control the board really with Avalanche and Ice Shard, but it can sometimes get trickier against this TF Fizz deck. When you find Fizz on turn 1, find the suit up on turn 2, which we've seen in this tournament already, these elusives become a lot more sticky and harder to remove.
But now we've got the Lissandra with Promising Future and a Clockwork Curator and a Draklorn. This sequence is very potent. We've also got Avalanche and Blighted Ravine to back this up. Guardia has shown to be a very passive player when it comes to TF Fizz. Plays it in a very slow, methodical, just chip damage style. And when you give that much room to a deck like this that can, cheat out a bunch of 8/8s very quickly, the Overwhelm is going to come a knockin', and this list cannot handle it. We saw it in the last round. Leviathan, the Overwhelm, is what closes the game. Ballistic Bot on 2, trying his very best to get a little bit of damage here.
And the chip damage does usually matter, but Sari is running a few Tavern Keepers like the one he just drew in his list and has a chance to heal back up some of this chip damage. So we saw it with discard aggro. You were able to push damage with the Poros and coming in at the end, trying to get to that when he had triple get excited in hand. But every time he was getting closer to that magical 9, it would just be a Tavern Keeper coming in and healing back up a little bit and getting him out of that range. So we might see the same happen in this matchup.
Yeah, Sari, I think, especially after getting a lot of experience against aggressive players in that previous set, like if you've played a lot of Turbo Thralls, maybe scrimmed it or practiced it on ladder a little bit, it might have been more difficult to run into specific matchups like TF Fizz or even discard aggro enough to get a good feel. But now Sari recognizes, okay, now that I've gotten some experience in that matchup, I can let my HP dip down a little bit and go for Kindly Tavern Keeper. Because there's only one Mind Meld in the deck, we haven't even seen like a pop-off Burblefish combo, which Guardia really doesn't even like to do that often. There's not going to be huge bursts of damage that Sari needs to worry about, and I think that you can take a lot of damage here in the early mid-game as you work on your Thrall win condition.
Like you said, a very slow play here. You're going to have the Fizz Elusive. You can try and go in. Obviously, playing the suit up for 4 mana instead of 2. Not ideal, but it's still going to help a lot with, trying to protect against Ice Shards, for example, with the 1 HP on the Fizz right now.
Yeah. And it's like you can use suit up to beat out an Ice Shard if you just want to just bait it out of your opponent right now, but getting the 4 damage is just perfectly fine here. And the Promising Future comes through. Sari, once again, because there's not a lot of pressure on board, not a lot happening, is more than happy to make this play. And with this ticking down to 4 and Draklorn about to hit the board on 4, on curve here, then, that's going to instantly advance the Frozen Thrall to get 2 8/8 Overwhelm units, the Frostguard Thralls, to attack Guardia's Nexus.
And TF has historically been bad against Overwhelm decks because usually the units have very low HP. So when it comes to that race, you're always you tend to lose on those, turns 5 or 6. Of course, not necessarily an Overwhelm deck. It's very different, but the keyword still, does similar things here. And Maybe this board is looking a bit healthier because of the suit up on the Fizz, but usually it's a lot of 1 HP units, and when you're attacking with an 8/8, you're pushing 7 damage on each of those attacks. It can add up very quickly.
I think, yeah, now that you mention that overwhelm weakness, I believe the existence of TF Fizz was one of the catalysts for the development of the Noxus Freljord very heavy overwhelm, like Rico Rex style lists that eventually evolved into the Shurima overwhelms that we're seeing now. And again, it's just a testament to like how much of an effect this deck had on the metagame in its prime. And going into the next round, Guardia knows that a couple of thralls are going to be coming through here. Only one, actually. This is important. I just forgot. The Draklorn Inquisitor summons a Frozen Thrall of its own. So the board is full. And sorry, going to miss out on a Thrall here.
Ignition. I think we might be lagging a little bit. Hopefully it's not, or maybe it's just Guardia lagging with pressing the button. Could be both, to be honest. We've seen a lot of very, like you said, methodical play styles today from both Dinah and Guardia in this case as well.
Unfortunately, Guardia is providing us his perspective with a delay, just to maintain competitive integrity, but is streaming from a laptop that cannot handle these gorgeous animations.
There's Lysandra coming down.
The
landmark disappearing opens up the space on the board. So you have the double thralls. You have Lysandra obviously with the level up. You have a flip of a camera there just to try and disorient some of the viewers, but we're still in the same game.
It's been a long cast, Panda. I'm like, they're gonna miss out on a thrall, but it's the way it works out where the thrall hatches, it creates that final space for the 8/8. So that will be Lysandra level. Whew.
And the ice shards, of course, coming in. The toughness on the Nexus with Lysandra leveled up is very important as well, especially for a deck that has a lot of burn, like Mystic Shots, like Ignitions, for example, that are suddenly not doing anything, for example. And all of these lower cost elusives like the Poros. We see 2 Poro cannons in hand. That would just add up to basically 0 damage at this point, unless Lysandra's killed.
Going out of your way to like kill Lysandra, this is so huge, where Lysandra providing you protection against aggressive decks going for that Hail Mary over the top like burn to kind of close out the game, having that extra insurance, and also with Kindly Tavern Keeper and a Blighted Ravine in hand, with the tough Nexus, the healing from the Blighted Ravine is a net gain while also wiping your opponent's board.
And how do you react to your Guardia? I mean, how do you really stop these thralls? I think we saw it last game already with Leviathan when it was attacking, and there's nothing in the deck that TF is they're just so catered to their own game plan and it being very, very synergistic, of course, with the draws and trying to level up TF, that they don't have any room for any kind of, interactive removal against certain decks that have bigger units and bigger threats. And if you can't erase them down quickly, then you can't really defend yourself.
And we've seen some miracles before where like a few Poro cannons and Burble Fishes into like a really clutch Mind Meld here could maybe finish the job, but we just aren't seeing it in the hand right now. We've got 3 Sisters plus Flash Freeze to stop the Fizz, even if there was like a playful Trickster in hand to rally. Cutting the damage in half from these elusives is enormous, and the Daring Poros are also not going to be dealing any damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Obviously, Sari's Ice Shard at 0 mana is his public information, and Guardia's Poros, and it's like, well, what do we do now? I can't do anything with these Poros. You have a very clear answer for them, so it is a bit awkward here for Guardia.
Yeah, so iterative improvement on the Burble Fish, you get to play that. Try to get something going. I mean, you can iterative improvement the Burble Fish and then counterfeit to put more copies of it in the deck, and then you're top decking some maybe buffed elusives. But 16 damage being threatened next round, most likely.
There's a Zap trying to draw more cards. Obviously, with a higher health, you're going to dodge any kind of Ice Shard, but Avalanche plus Ice Shard becomes more of a problem in combination, especially when Ice Shard costs 0. Lysandra does a lot of things very well. Get your Nexus Get Nexus tough. Creates the Watcher, one of the definitely the most controversial cards in the game right now, and also creates 0 mana ice shards. Maybe there should be 1 mana. Just a suggestion there. Doing a lot of stuff for what should be a weak champion.
I mean, you have to jump through a lot of hoops by summoning 8/8s. You have to summon 8 mana units.
I mean, do you? Fading Memories, Ice Pillar. I don't know how many hoops those are. Those are pretty big hoops, though. You can jump through them pretty easily.
They aren't really hoops. They're just like archways that are just at ground level that you walk through.
I think they're just sticks. You just step over them. Like, all right, you made it. Well done. Very impressive. You passed the test.
The hoop is just like painted around you while you're just standing in one place.
There's the ice shard coming in, denying the damage from the zap. And obviously, because your Nexus is tough, the ice shard doesn't do damage to you. That's the flavor aspect of it. Perfect, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, Lissandra should be immune to the cold. Why aren't the Frozen Frostguard thralls tough? They shouldn't be taking damage from the cold either. We
need consistency here. I think every Freljord unit no longer takes damage from Ice Shard. I think that's the way it should work. Does that sound fair? I think we need to give Freljord a bit more to work with.
I mean, I can't believe the Watcher's not discounted yet.
Does it normally cost 17? I thought it was just always 0.
I know, it's so weird. Like, that's gotta be a bug. It's gotta be a bug.
Guardia trying his best here, but like we mentioned, I think especially with a Nexus being tough, it's just I mean, half your cards stop working. There's really just no point in playing them out. The ones that are still working are pretty impaired. Get Excited doing 2 damage, Mystic Shot doing 1 damage. Things get pretty difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, there is still like maybe a chance to draw a Mind Meld here to push through something if you can get a wide enough board. But the only units that you have available really from Guardia are, Zap, because even if you have a bunch of Daring Poros and Mind Meld, Ice Shard just comes through to wipe the board before it resolves.
Quite a bit of damage coming in here. We're gonna have to get at least a kill on the Draklorn, or maybe. Well, yeah, the units don't have tough at least, so
yeah. So you can put like a Mystic Shot or Get Excited on the Draklorn, but then you have 3 Sisters, Fury of the North.
Oh, it looks like we have possibly Fury of the North would work. Obviously, there's still mana to work with for Guardia. You're gonna have 5 more mana to play. Get Excited and Mystic Shot. I think he wants to play him on the. Sorry, should just accept here. He has Ice Shard, Blight Ravine, lethal, and there's no heal in TFAs. So why give any chance for Guardia to do anything? Accept this. Once you accept, obviously your opponent can no longer react, and you have lethal through Ice Shard and Blight Ravine. But gonna go for maybe, I'm not sure if I have to add the math here, but this opens a possibility now for you to play or for Guardia to react with Get Excited, Mystic Shot onto the 8/5 and deny 8 damage. So you'll be 1 off lethal with Ice Shard, Blight Ravine, and you can't play it this turn. So I don't think this was maybe the correct play, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, because the Blight Ravine's delayed damage, so you are potentially giving Guardia a chance to pull off some shenanigans, but at the same time, if all the burn is spent just to survive against these overwhelms, you're effectively neutering your opponent, right?
Well, I don't think it'd be hitting Nexus regardless, considering the tough. I think at least they feel somewhat useful.
I have only seen it once, where a tough Nexus did get burned down. It was like triple Get Excited, double Mystic Shot. I think it was like an Ezreal Draven game or something. It was like the math was very, very, very specific. But yeah, the Thrall goes down, and Guard's just going to survive with 4 HP. 3 HP.
Ezreal Karma pre-nerf, maybe? Was that what it was? Just the machine gun?
But yeah, this is again just a safe line. You go for the with Fizz going down, maybe just aren't worried about having to keep open a Frostbite any longer. And who knows if this is going to be some kind of weird throw from Sorry. But again, it's just that in a position like this with an empty board, 3 HP, Lissandra goes down, 11 HP on Sari's side.
I mean,
Blighted Ravine.
I don't think there's any safety to this line. No, what was the counterplay for the one I mentioned? I think that there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You Ice Shard to 2 HP, you Blighted Ravine, even if it's the next round, sure, but it's immediately once the round starts, so it just there's no space for reaction other than the 5 mana that Guardia had, but with 5 mana. Because he can't heal, there's
because
really
now
nothing...
Lissandra's dead, and you don't get the subsequent ice shards to follow up, even if you do have these attackers with, you know, Twisted Fate red card, maybe being able to to get excited this other Frostguard Thrall, and with all the Thralls being answered, right, and this one may be ticking down within only the next round or two, you do give Guardia now a few rounds to pull off some shenanigan. I can't tell you what that is, but you never want to give your opponent an extra couple rounds.
8 mana to work with. TF leveling up is not really a possibility. Obviously, you're kind of done with the Ice Shard, so the Poros can actually start doing something. There's no real response as we see here in hand, at least for this turn. Blighted Ravine, obviously next turn would be an issue. And you have to start thinking about not just what you can do on this turn to attack, but how can you defend against, you know, the Thralls coming back at you next turn.
And then slowly but surely, Guardia is being forced to develop here, right? And then you can just Blighted Ravine.
You're pushing some damage here. I mean, all of a sudden, you're pushing 5 damage this turn. You have Get Excited for 3 in hand. You're 3 off lethal. I'm not sure how many Get Excited were played over the last few, in the course of this game, but suddenly, there's a chance, a small one, but a chance nonetheless that Sari did just give Guardia for no reason. I think that obviously it's not the most obvious line to go into Ice Shards and Blighted Ravine, and you were very, very much in control of the game, but it's a chance nonetheless, and the right top deck could swing the game in favor of in favor of Guardia, sorry.
And I mean, game 1, right? Guardia was like on the verge of winning that one, and then one small misstep caused him to lose the grip on the game and just got strangled out by the Leviathan. And so TF Fizz, it's very similar to Lee Sin, right? In that if you give it a chance, it can pull off some stuff. And so we've got like Twisted Fate red card is 1 damage.
It might have been that both were played already, both got excited. I'm not, or all 3 rather. There are...
This is Get Excited
3
number
in the
3,
list.
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's all 3 in the list. I think that this is the 3rd one that's in hand.
All right. Then I guess he's safe. I guess, well, I mean, you can have all Mystic Shots been played? Maybe just all the Burn has been played already.
You can counterfeit copies to get excited.
Tell me more.
To rig your top deck. There's a pick a card.
And that's it. That's it, Scar. We've hyped up this moment, but it will be, Sari, taking game 2 and taking the bracket reset. A quick 2-0. Now we're going to go into the next best of 3 to see which of these 2 players can take, the final series in this tournament and win it all. Bad start for Guardia, maybe mentally as well, with that kind of misplay or maybe less than optimal play in game 1, and now this game as well, facing just a board state and a game plan that he couldn't really do much about.
Yeah, I mean the first game was winnable, so hopefully you can have that affect your mental state, right? Where you're like, well, even though there was a small mistake there, the odds of getting that like last Twisted Fate, it's like, oh, what are the odds of that top deck? Sari has gotten like the top deck blessing, I think, over the course of the game. Like even against Dinah was like got the Scorched Earth and then the Culling Strike and then like everything like back to back to back. So I mean, it's like a subtle buff that you get when you're in Fight Night, where if you're like kind of destined to win, your top decks seem to be pretty on point across the entire game.
And for any new viewers, just a quick reminder, that was an intense series, but not the last one of this tournament. There is a bracket reset. Sari came in from the losers bracket, as we're seeing here. Guardia, because he has not lost the entire tournament, his advantage is that he has kind of 1 extra life. to give. That was the life that was just given. That sacrifice that was made there with the TF Fizz deck losing twice. And now we're going to go into the actual final best of 3 series in this tournament, which will decide the victor between Guardia and Sorry.
And again, these players did not meet in the upper bracket, right? They were at opposite ends of the bracket, and so this would be their first time meeting, and so they're also still feeling out these matchups. The diversity of decks that we've seen is very significant. A lot of old decks from previous metas have shown up again, like TF Swain, TF Fizz, and Thralls being a very new up and comer for the tournament meta, is getting a lot of attention right now, a lot of speculation, a lot of experimentation, a lot of optimization. And this is what Sorry had settled on. This version runs 2 Talia just for the sake of duplicating those Frozen Thralls, usually when they're at a very low countdown. So you get those, you get those Thralls in multiples, right? 188 is not really that big a threat for some decks to deal with, but 2 or 3 is what allows you to close out these games, coupled with the burn from Ice Shards and Blighted Ravine, like we saw in that last game. This list is touted right now as being very strong in tournaments, but bad on the ladder because you're able to tech it in a more greedy fashion in a tournament. And a deck like this that kind of wants to focus on its own strategy, being greedier favors it much more than having to run general ladder play style techs in the list.
And we've seen some games where you find the right answers at the right time, and it seems like everything is fine. Your deck is fantastic. But when you don't find these answers to very polarizing matchups that are, TF Fizz, not just that we haven't seen yet, but that could come out as well. And we saw it with Nightfall and Discard Aggro. You feel like your deck is terrible because it has a lot of, beefier bodies and kind of a very slow game plan. So it's going to come down to that. The mulligans will matter a lot, and what cards are drawn by Sorry when he's playing this Thralls deck as well.
The predicts do help a little bit. We've got Time in a Bottle in the list. Some versions run Ancient Prep, and also Aspiring Chronomancer, just to get a little bit more of that ability to fish for your removals, get your combo pieces in a stronger sequence. I think that, like we saw previously, where you get Thrall on 1 into Curator into Lissandra Promising Future Draklorn, like that's like the key sequence that you want with that list. And trying to make that happen as often as possible is definitely the strategy. But the 2 Ice Shards rather than 3 Ice Shards, I think, has been the biggest weakness of the list. Is I don't know if it's a function of just this week's metagame, but living and dying by whether or not you have that Ice Shard on turn 3 or turn 4 has been so massive for the outcomes of Thralls today.
I think it is obviously a more aggro meta in this tournament than we expected. Maybe a Zero Relia would have also applied in kind of the same space, but still, we were seeing, Nightfall, Discard Aggro. The 2 lineups in the top 3 are just extreme aggro, basically, which is not something we maybe anticipated coming into this tournament. So I don't think you can really, say anything about Sorry's lineup in that case. And anyways, Lissandra will give you Ice Shards anyway, so why put him in the deck? Just wait. Just wait for the 0 mana ones, even better.
I definitely see the logic. You aren't anticipating a super aggressive meta like this, and you're getting free Ice Shards, but it's just, if you have it, I think it hurts even more. Like, a high level player can disregard those edge cases where, oh, I didn't happen to have this card and my opponent got this crazy 15 damage on turn 3, which we did see earlier in the broadcast. And you just have to just say, you take the L and you go next, right? You can't let that affect you. And the variance of not having a certain card when you do need it is, not as important as having your deck more optimized so that you just have a higher win rate overall. We're drawing an Ice Shard when you need that next combo piece to get an 8/8. Is really what is going to be the thing that truly wins or loses you games in other situations in a wider variety of matchups.
Elite players were taking a quick break. We are going to be going to the game very, very soon. We can check out the Swain TF list from Sorry that won the very first game in that series against Guardia that we just saw. Nothing too crazy here. Obviously, the list has adapted after nerfs to Make It Rain, nerfs to Twisted Fate. has changed a few cards around and added to the current meta as well with Death Lotus. And like you mentioned, swapping out the Salvage for the Whispered Words makes a lot of sense. You're almost never going to get the discount on Whispered Words. I think it might be almost impossible unless you swing with Leviathan many times. But, better than nothing. There's a chance. We saw 3 Leviathans played against that Zoe Lee deck in against Lord Vaughn, I believe,
Oh
against the
my
Italian
God,
player.
yeah.
So there's a chance.
And the thing too is that this deck used to run Salvage, right? So which was 4 mana, draw 2, toss 2. So you're already used to paying that sort of premium for the card draw because this deck really needs it. And getting Fortune Croaker added in to give it more card draw just lets you get your removal spells, lets you swarm the board a little bit to keep things under control. I think one of the biggest hits for sure for this deck was just the loss of Riptide Rex after that nerf. Because this list used to run the Yordle Grifter to get the warning shots and have that as the ability to level up your Swain. Like Riptide Rex, I think, like even if your Swain had no progress, like that would level up the Swain, right? And then you'd be able to go in. But overall, this is still a pretty solid deck, and I'm glad to see it make make an appearance here.
An appearance. I think resurgence is the better
Resurgence.
word because it was very much forgotten, but it has been a big, meta titan back in the day where in game 1, players are just straight on going at it already, and turn 1, Crusty Codger played 4 Sorry. Obviously, the self-damage effect helps as non-combat damage for Swain's level up, so that's already 2 on that counter. Always going to be helpful. We've seen Guardia get very good hands for TF to start things off, and in the past few games we've seen very bad hands or very clunky hands. And this game could be much of the same. If a Death Lotus is drawn, all of a sudden this attack seems pretty bad in the future.
Early stress testing was interesting because you draw that card that's fleeting. Guardia thinking, do I want to cash in this pick a card and dig deeper into this hole of being forced to cast these spells? Or do I want to just let this pick a card go?
It does feel bad already committing to a board state where obviously TF red card is going to be an easy clear, but you can't really do much about it. I mean, this elusive deck has a lot of 1 HP units, and that's part of the weakness of the deck. And you have to just know when you can continue developing and when you have to kind of stop and try and read out your opponent's intentions.
And the elusive, the early elusive damage like this is very important. This version does have the double Death Lotus, like you had talked about. So the chip does matter, but now we've got double Twisted Fate, and this is going to be just enough, I think, to kind of stop this. Guardia's been playing this deck in a very slow, plodding fashion, but this is a list where, as we saw in the first set, you have to perhaps play at a slightly more accelerated rate. You're going to be taking a lot of hit damage here, and maybe Guardia recognizing, with Death Lotus, with red card, I maybe need to get value out of these Daring Poros to just clear these 2/1s, rather than take 6 damage here.
We talked about it before about this Bilgewater Noxus combination being very similar to Go Hard Shadow Isles Bilgewater combination, where you had a lot of these very cheap units like the Fortune Croakers, and you get some advantages from them as well. You have some extra value from the draws, from the health damage, for example, but you're also just flooding the board. And it's not an aggro deck, but it's a deck that wants to try and get some chip damage in early. So when Leviathan does come down, when you're trying to finish the game with Swain, you can do so in just 1 or 2 attacks. You're not going from 20 HP to 0.
And every little bit of damage matters. Pick a card now being used needs to get something here. Some threat, something to stick to the board. Ballistic Bot, MIA, Twisted Fate can maybe come down here, start to threaten. Some pieces now coming together here for Guardia. I wonder if Iterative Improvement into a second Ballistic Bot might be the line.
Yeah, it might have to be. We can see a TF come down now with maybe a blue card just to try and start getting that level up condition going. But we see obviously a Mystic Shot there that is fleeting currently in hand from Guardia, was drawn from pick a card, and will probably be used to very efficiently clear Twisted Fate. And in that case, you can't play the second Ballistic Bot this turn.
And so it seems like the turns have tabled. Sorry, going for the Twisted Fate blue card here. Has the second Twisted Fate in hand for a pick a card, and a Whispered Words. Might be zeroing in on this leveled up Twisted Fate win condition. Now that Guardia has, that early Poro Cannon Swarm has been wiped. I think the slow play has kind of indicated to Sari that Guardia has not the greatest hand. And Guardia can answer the Twisted Fate whenever he wants, pretty much. It's just that this Mystic Shot is fleeting. So if you want to do it right now efficiently, this is the way to do it, right?
And usually you do want to do it now because maybe you have the habit of, he can draw suit up and then I can't kill him anymore. But obviously this is a different deck. You're not playing against TF-Fizz, you're playing TF-Fizz yourself. And there is no suit up in either Bilgewater or Noxus.
Guardia might even say, if you're going for blue card there, maybe that means your hand is bad and I actually have more time to get something set up, get a combo going. Maybe you send the Mystic Shot to the face. If you're going to lose it anyway. Leader of Improvement has a lot of good targets, not just in this deck, but also in Sari's list. So having two in the hand means you do maybe want to cash one in immediately, but it comes down to where this Mystic Shot is going to go. Guardia does not want to use it. Gonna give it up here. Just wants to attack in, force the Twisted Fate to trade, rather than answering it directly.
Getting some chip damage in here as well, if you're Guardia. That being said, this TF could be a problem. I mean, we're seeing pick a card in hand. Obviously, at any point in time that a burn spell is drawn, the TF will be at the mercy of that burn spell. It'll be very easy to remove it overall with Mystic Shots or get excited, but you're burning one here already. That's maybe a burn that you want to save for going to the face. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Ballistic Bot here play. I guess he's just going for just the ignitions, double ignitions quickly, trying to maybe get a lead that way on the burn damage race, I guess you could say. But we'll see. We'll see if it pays off.
Keeps the Twisted Fate up. Sorry. After you played the Twisted Fate blue card, and it's so tantalizing, right? With the Whispered Words in hand and this pick a card. Sorry, I think just wants to live the dream here. Because, outside of Mystic Shot and a very important burn spell to answer this Twisted Fate, it is very difficult for Guardia to remove this thing from the board. And back when the mirror match for TF-Fizz was a bigger deal and more common, that was something the deck really struggled with, was answering the enemy Twisted Fate outside of having Mystic Shot at that specific timing.
There's the ignition. Can come down as a burn. You can just rummage them away to try and get obviously some cards that you can actually play this turn. You can play another Ballistic Bot. If you would have done that, though, I think you would have done it before this, so you would have gone on the attack counter. But it is a possibility. And so I'm not sure if it's an enticing one. I mean, there's the idea of just doing 3 damage per turn just from the ignitions.
If Sari was playing perhaps maybe a bit slower, you'd go for it. And Iterative Improvement has Guardia is a very big fan of Iterative Improvement on Ballistic Bot. He's, out of all the Twisted Fate players that I've had to cast, he's the player that goes for that the most often, rather than just sitting on the Iterative Improvement, using it as a combo piece with Burplefish. The getting it down early, getting those ignitions, is going to theoretically result in more damage over the course of the entire game than an extra Burplefish towards the end, right? So I do like the lines of play that he's setting up, and I'm thinking that Guardia might even be considering Iterative Improvement against Sari Zap Sprayfin. Blocking here is just going to keep the HP even, 14 to 14 now.
At this point, do you decide to flock? Yeah, I think you end up flocking these 2 units. Really, they're going to give too big of an advantage to Guardia in terms of not just damage, but discard outlets as well for rummage. And because there's no development on the board right now, you're thinking, okay, these are the 2 biggest threats. I deal with them now. I still have TF. I still have a Zap on the board. We're getting closer and closer to 8 mana, and my opponent's at 14 HP. You're in a pretty good place. You still have Death's Hand for something like a TF or you know, a Zap Strafen, for example. So I think you're fine committing both Ravenous Flocks here.
This is fantastic. There's not really even a lot of good targets for the flock. Everything else that you want to answer has like 1 HP or 2 HP and just be answered directly by most of your other removal. And this is so much progress towards Swain. I really like that decision there to just cash those in right now. And yeah, it forces Guardia into this slightly awkward line. Hit of Improvement, Zap Sprayfin, you're drawing a card, but this is pretty much all of your mana. And just no threats really coming out of the list.
I think you're happy with the pass here. You're not going to do much more with the current turn with 4 mana. You're burning some of your opponent's mana as well. 3 mana advantage for you. You still have a blocker for the Zap next turn. But you are, of course, getting closer and closer to Leviathan being a thing.
And leveled up Twisted Fate. There is still that Whispered Words in hand, so if it goes to 7 out of 9, you just level up at burst speed and you're off to the races. Actually, I'm seeing now double Whispered Words. Heavens to Betsy. Next round, I wonder if Sardi will commit a full turn just to leveling that up.
There's the end around button, Guardia. Press it, and there we go. You burned 3 mana from your opponent. A small advantage for Guardia, but of course, going to the late game, unless it's a very explosive mind meld on Guardia's side, I'm not sure if it's going to have what it takes to deal 14 damage through burn. It might be difficult. And we might see Sari entering the burn race there. Double Fervor in hand.
There it is. The double Whispered Words gets the level up Twisted Fate. Is this the second time we've seen Sari level up Twisted Fate in this deck?
Almost by accident. Just not even. He's like, hey, just kill it. Just kill it. Come on. Kill it, please. But no, Guardia decides not to. And now you have to get excited.
Yes, not using the Mystic Shot back then to set up that ballistic bot.
The suit up is definitely great though on the Fizz.
It's Fizz and suit up offered, so that's going to be 7 damage on the next attack token, hopefully. We still got a lot of spells in hand to protect the Fizz against like Noxian Fervor or something.
And the Zap will be there to block as well.
Yeah, so the Zap still needs to be moved out of the way. There is a plan here. We've still got a second Twisted Fate in hand, so you can start getting even more card draw, more removals, another red card for free, levels up the Swain, double Noxian Fervor to ping the Nexus, not only to deal 6 damage, but also to get 2 stuns and swing through. These units, if they die before Swain hits the board, Guardia's going to be left without fearsome blockers. Sari is in a very commanding position here, I'd say. If Zap wasn't there to block this and Guardia could really deal 7 here, I'd feel perhaps like it was more even, but only dealing 4 from a position like this is going to be pretty difficult, and it's like very awkward now.
There's yet another Zap in hand as well. If you want, you need another elusive blocker. That being said, we are at turn 8. Suddenly, a very important card. The Leviathan comes into play, or is a possibility to come into play, and I think both players are going to warp their strategies in this turn around that possibility. Maybe Guardia not so much because he can't do anything about it, but definitely Sari will have to commit. We'll have to think if he wants to commit that or play a more defensive role and have some more mana available to counter Guardia's strategy.
And so Twisted Fate can gold card to kill the Zap Sprayfin. And because Fizz got hit with a suit up, he is a 4/4. He will be tanking the gold card from Sari's Twisted Fate, which is, the interaction that really spelled doom for this matchup the last time. Where gold card, because it is untargetable, it is untargeted. You can't fizzle it You can't make it go away from directly being assigned to Fizz.
There's level up TF coming down once again. Already the hard work has been done, so already leveled up, and you still have to get excited to take it down, but that is one get excited less that you have to burn your opponent's Nexus damage down.
Yeah, and then if you get excited, there is enough mana for Noxian Fervor and Death's Hand, so you're only getting blue card and red card, unfortunately. I suppose if you know, you do get excited with Twisted Fate, maybe you could just like Noxian Fervor the Zap, Noxian Fervor Guardia's Twisted Fate, just again to keep these threats under control, keep the board clear, and just make it so that you can play Leviathan onto a pretty much empty board next round and set up for everything else, or even a Swain.
There's 3 damage coming in from the Zap. The Fizz has been blocked, of course. No real threat to try and kill the Fizz with Scorched Earth or Death's Hand, because obviously it has its champion ability of countering the spells that target it. Maybe if Guardia's hand is ever completely empty, that would be a possibility.
So here's the Noxian Fervor. You can go for the Get Excited to disrupt this. Sorry has the second Noxian Fervor in hand. Guardia is aware that there are 2 copies in the list. And doesn't want to fall for it, right? Like, what's the value of getting an extra Noxian Fervor out of my opponent's hand versus having Get Excited maybe answer this Twisted Fate or go face?
Get Excited is being used in the Poro. Poro's, of course, probably not going to survive or do much with Death Lotus and TF being a thing with the red card. But yeah, I think killing TF has to be the priority here. Everything else, if you don't kill him, just spirals out of control and becomes worse and worse. Maybe you should have killed him way at the beginning of the game at this point. I think maybe players will start learning the lesson. The TF Swain does level up TF with some consistency, at least, if you ignore it most of the game.
I mean, disrespecting Twisted Fate is a lesson that we all learned. We all said, everybody in the chat right now has been, I can let this Twisted Fate live for 1 or 2 more rounds and kill them.
There's a red card coming in as well. And that will be all the mana depleted now for Sorry. 4 mana still for Guardia, but really not much to do here. Has a Rummage and the Poro. Can only discard 1 card, and I'm not sure that's what you want to do in this case.
Yeah, but just really strong, you know, outcomes from Sorry here. Look at the card advantage that's been gained over the course of the game. Guardia had a very awkward opening, was forced into like iterative improvement on the ballistic bots, and because of the early aggression, Guardia was forced to trade those units away, right? Typically TF Fizz likes to have those ballistic bots and everything hang out on the board for several rounds, but because Sorry has such a threatening stance in this matchup, you can't afford to take all that damage and expect to be able to burst your opponent down when you know they're able to answer your elusives quite well. They can keep your Twisted Fate from leveling. And even, again, Mind Meld not really being a realistic Hail Mary from a position like this. We'll see. Every game so far, it hasn't really come through.
It might have had to been used there as a defensive tool. He had to play the Poro maybe before Swain came down, but even then there would have been so much counterplay available for Sorry as well. Now at this point, your Fizz is stunned. You don't have a blocker here. Swain is leveled up. I mean, this is just not the board you want to have Mind Meld with. You're gonna have to rummage, try and find something. I guess TF Gold card would be a possibility here to stop the direct lethal coming in right now, but Fearsome blockers in TFA is not really a thing once Purple Fish got nerfed. It's too late now. I mean, if you wanted to try and play the Pour into Mind Meld, you had to do it before Swain came down. Instead, there was a pass there, priority pass from Guardia, and it's no longer a possibility.
Yeah, and if you play the Daring Poro, you can block the Arachnoid Sentry, but then of course you just dead to Leviathan, the second Noxian Fervor. I'm not sure what you can get off the top here with the Rummage.
Nothing. I guess
improvement.
Sentry into Swain is definitely more than nothing, actually. But again, still with the Leviathan, with no real way to kill the Leviathan or Swain, and with still 14 HP for Sorry, I'm not sure you can do much about this.
Yeah, the matchup, you know, kind of shook out in a way that you had to use all your burn, right? For
you can heal one with suit up.
Heal your fizz for one. Try to go face here. I mean, you rummage it, draw a spell so you can protect this fizz against the Noxian Fervor or something.
He doesn't know.
And an
uncastable. Don't worry. Let's pretend it's not a Poro Cannon Scar. Sorry has to be, you know, sweating right now. What spell can it be? There's no response here. Oh no, sorry, don't do it. Okay, Guardia's seen enough. Game 1 goes to Sorry, takes the commanding lead here in this series, has won 3 games in a row now against TF Fizz. That's a stat for the viewers at home. Will Guardia continue believing and once again queue up TF Fizz and try and get the win against the Turbo Thralls deck list from Sorry?
I think that you can just stick with it, right? TF Fizz is one of those decks that you need to be in the right mindset for it. Maybe, you know, just get loosened up. Guardia's been waiting in the wings for the opponent to be decided, and now it's just trying to get back into the groove of everything, especially TF Fizz. Playing a deck. Oh, I got to put my foot in my mouth. Switched over to Noxus Ionia. Wants to just try to get a win. Wants to shake things up. Change the momentum. We'll see if Guardia can switch decks and change his fate. This is potentially the final game tournament match for Sorry now. Here as we go into this next one.
Not a good start. It looks like the attack token is on Sorry's side of the board. It looks like, let's see once the mulligan screens come down, because that might be some weird stuff happening there. But if it is, that means there's no turn 3 Zed, and the hand for Guardia right now is all around that turn 3 Zed and the pressure coming in. Yeah, it's gonna be a turn 4 attack. So already, you know, right away, seems like something that might be inconsequential in some matchups, but in this one, it's very, very important to have that Zed on turn 3, especially with the, you know, obviously the sharpened resolve to back it up.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage here and there. You can get that initial really big hit with Zed, but it's definitely not looking too good. You float here, I guess, just so you have Zed plus Sharpened Resolve. Actually, wait, with the Dancing Droplet, you're fine, right? Pays for itself. Yeah, you pay 1, game 1.
There is the Attune coming in, still as if nothing has happened, but you have 2 elusive units on the board. Maybe, you know, as if nothing has happened, because they will be dying to Ice Shard or Ravine very soon. So they did 2 damage, they did their job, got some Attune in, but I think little else. If Zed comes down here, you don't want to be using Sharpen Resolve as a health tool on your defense turn, because then you don't get benefit from the attack. So I do like that pass there. Gets the Zed down now. If you want to spend, you don't have really any unit to play. You have to actually just play the Blighted Ravine, I think, and the Ice Shard this turn, but then you can't clear anything on the board here. Was it on an Avalanche in hand? I guess no. It was Ravine. Okay.
Yeah, no Avalanche. Just Blighted Ravine and the Ice Shard lonely over there on the side of the hand. Sorry, thinking about how he wants to stack this one out. You could develop a Clockwork Curator here if you're really afraid. Just he block.
He should be. We have Elixir of Wrath and Sharpen Resolve on Zed. There needs to be a blocker on the board.
Yeah, because you go for, if you're Guardia, do you go all in? Do you just level up your Zed and take your win? Or do you try to like really stack the buffs here and play against Three Sisters Flash Freeze?
If he plays Ravine, it's lethal. It's lethal. It's lethal. Scarzig, it is lethal. I mean, obviously there could be a Three Sisters in hand,
but when your back's against the wall, you brought Ionia Noxus for a reason, Guardia.
No, Guardia,
please
commit, Guardia, please. Please, Guardia. You've lost 3 games in a row. It's time to take chances. It's time to mix things up. Put all the buffs on Zed. There's no Three Sisters. There's no flash freeze. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God, Guardia.
Do it.
Yes!
Do it. Do it.
Yes! Do it. Do it, Guardia. The chat is going nuts right now. We need you to just do this heroic turn 4 lethal. Oh!
No, Guardia. He can still brothers bond. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Saved. No, he can't. If he accepts, he can't. He has the ice shard. Oh no.
Oh man.
No cojones. No cojones from this player. Did not have what it takes to just commit the 9 attack Zed on turn 4.
I honestly, if Guardia, took those L's on TF Fizz and then went all in on the Zed and got frostbitten there, I think that you would never recover from that mental damage. So I understand why you wouldn't do it there, but I don't know. I think that the thrall was just like the right amount of like debate play from Sorry to make Guardia respect Three Sisters.
At the end of the day, a year from now, we're not going to remember this grand.
Game for the history books if you just go all in for just the early lethal, and it's just like, oh my God, Zed is cracked. But still, despite everything, Sorry is at 4 HP.
I think I'm back. Everything is working fine. We're back in the game. Zed was so powerful, he just messed up all our circuits, but looks like we're back. 8 HP. Sorry.
But anyway, we're back in it. Blighted Ravine coming through. This is going to combo with the Blighted Ravine to try to wipe the Zed. Guardia does have Sharpened Resolve now to play against this. And with the Blighted Ravine wiping the board, you can go for the lethal here on your open attack, Mr. Guardia, please. I suppose this doesn't matter if you play Darius here, right?
Yeah, you want to get the full.
You still
full
have Sharpened Resolve. You still have mana for Sharpened Resolve here and Notify.
Because you have this health counterplay now as well with Sharpen Resolve, which you usually don't have with Noxus. It allows you to kind of overcommit here to some extent. And with 9 mana, there's not... Yeah, I guess if Harsh Winds was in hand, that would be the play. Yeah. It has to be played now, though, because a Shadow would also deal damage.
Yeah, like if you go for Overwhelm, then Darius is still just chilling with 4 HP and swings in. Sorry, maybe seeing the writing on the wall. Guards are going to take this to a game 3.
Only for TF is...
Sharpen is plus 2 HP. Yeah, so if you avalanche, then it's just attack for a lethal if you're still worried about Three Sisters flash freeze. But if Sorry had it, you probably still do it against the Zed there, right? Because if you assign the buffs and then they duplicate, one of them only gets flash freezed anyway. So you still get a really heavy hit if you had committed the resolve before. So Talia comes down in order to block as much of this damage as possible. This is still lethal a lot of ways from,
There's so many ways to do this. If there's a flash freeze, I think this is just the safest way to do it. Plays against Ice Shard, plays around Harsh Winds, which can't be played anymore. Plays around a single flash freeze because you're distributing your damage.
Just recommitting, just pre-committing the buff means that it also gets carried over to the Shadow.
And that is game 2. Going to Guardia, could have done it in much more stylish. Could have done it in kind of we would never have forgotten turn 4 Zed OTK, but unfortunately had to delay it a little bit. Still probably in terms of maybe making the safer play, probably correct, but not the flashy one that we would have liked to see. That being said, game 3, TF Fizz, you lose 3 times. Can you make it? Can you play it for the 4th time and really expect to win? Where's the mental game now for Guardia?
I think that TF Fizz, after all the games we've seen on the deck, we haven't seen it really pop off, especially the way it used to do when it was at the height of the metagame. The big thing was, Twisted Fate, just pops off and you win the game immediately. But we've seen so many awkward hands from Guardia, right? With, just one fizz in the opening hand and then just a bunch of spells, and you're not really putting on enough pressure. I like the ballistic bots here. We could see, just early elusive plus a suit up, and that might be enough. Sorry has to mulligan very specifically in this matchup. Keeps Inquisitor, keeps a 5-drop, has the Thrall on 1, but no enablers in the hand, gets time in a bottle off the top. We'll see how this last game shakes out.
Find the Avalanche as well. Ballistic bot going to be here. 2 copies of it. Obviously, this unit works very well with itself, with a copy of itself, because you play it one on turn 2. Turn 3, you play the second one, use Ignition, and they're both already gaining that attack. And if your opponent's not playing, any units, or you can either trade cleanly with the Tavern Keeper very soon, and both these units are out of the range of Avalanche. So definitely, I think, a good start for Guardia.
Yeah, both players have very strong hands. It's just that, when you compare what the strongest possible outcome for Turbo Thralls is versus the strongest outcome for TF Fizz, those are 2 wildly different board states that we're talking about, with no threat of Twisted Fate, level up, surviving with the suit up, that kind of thing. Like, taking down these 8/8s is going to be a tall order. And now with 2 Thralls ticking down, a top-decked Lysandra is all Sorry needs to seal the deal on this game. Because despite Guardia getting a good opening hand, it is not a very aggressive opening hand.
And I think Guardia's thinking, do I want an open attack for 4? Do I want an open attack for 6? Obviously, you'd be committing, you'd be, taking away one of the cards in your hand. It's not an Ignition, so you'd be kind of devaluing your late game. But if you think you have to, push and add the pressure now, that might have been the play. That being said, it would have been bad to Ice Shard, although it would have only killed the 2/1, so maybe not the best time to use it.
Yeah, another key decision: 4 damage now, or the upside of pushing through a lot of damage here. Guardia, again, in this final game, is taking a line where you're trying to push as much damage as possible. You could maybe even zap here.
Zap into Ignition. Get 4 onto 6 onto the Nexus with both the zap and the unblocked. Or get excited might be the better play.
Ooh.
This is a very aggressive play. I like this.
Yeah. Get excited, move the Tavern Keeper. You have still mana open for the Ignition. So then you get 8 damage here.
And we talked about the ballistic bots kind of growing off of themselves, especially against a deck that is trying to play maybe only board clears in the first 3 to 5 turns, not really playing units, or playing units that can be killed off very easily. And now suddenly you're facing, 2 4/3s that are attacking you, and you still have to deal with them in the future turns.
Yeah, and if Sorry ends up, getting the fear put in him and needs to deal with these ballistic bots, you have to do Avalanche Ravine, so that's 7 mana, you know what I mean? And which is a lot to give up at this position. And Sorry right now just wants to play Draklorn Inquisitor and get 2 8/8s, but they're hatching on defense. So now that Guardia knows the ballistic bots are out of the picture, you can play a zap here, and then you still have the Tune to let you get your double Ignition again this round.
Well, I do think I guess you're not playing the suit up with the zap at this point. Not playing the Ignition there.
Yeah, I think that Guardia might just want to hold on to the...
He's going to play on the open attack, I think, for 4 mana. He's fine with that. He's just going for maximum burn damage right now, and this is probably the way to do it, making sure his ballistic bots are as big as possible as well, and not wasting any of the Ignitions, because, again, you're adding... It's just 2 burn damage every single turn. There's no way to stop this.
And Sorry's top deck buff come through. 3 Sisters, maybe get a Frostbite here. Harsh Winds, the main character. Everyone in chat, we are seeing the top deck champion. The Ignition's also being cashed in. With the Thralls hatching, the ballistic bots don't have, they can't just open attack for a bunch of damage. You have to get these buffed up so they trade into the 8/8s at the very least.
There's the Avalanche coming in first. Now you can Harsh Winds. You can suit up onto this Zap Spray Fin now. It would be down to 2 HP after the fact, still 5 mana up for Sorry. You can Ice Shard, but it would not kill the Zap, so you would be pushing 4 more damage, and you still have the 1 Ignition left.
Yeah, I think I really do like the suit up here. And this is such a heavy decision for Guardia. Like, you can go for the suit up, protect your Zap. You're giving up your utility for this turn. And maybe if you let this Zap gets wiped, you play a fresh one anyway. You get 2 damage rather than 4. Very close. It's very close. I think that this aggressive line that Guardia's sort of committed to from this position means that you do need to Zap. You need to suit up the Zap now so you can push for 4. With the Avalanche coming through, there is no harsh winds, so that means that you can cast the second Ignition, or rather, you don't even need to now. The 7/1s can trade up into the Thralls, and those being casted on defense is so huge. Sorry, giving up so much offensive pressure here.
I don't know if you can play the Ice Shard
opening.
Because you're going to hurt yourself as well. I don't think it's worth the trade here unless you're trying to lethal Guardia next turn on the attack, which I'm not sure you're going to with just these 2 Thralls. I think you cannot play the Ice Shard here. You're going to cut it too close. You're getting hit for 4 damage here. It would put you at the range of 1 single Get Excited, whereas if you're getting... Yeah, I guess it'll be 3 anyway. I guess it's the difference between Get Excited and Mystic Shot, though, if you Ice Shard here.
Ooh. And there's no Kindly Tavern Keeper in hand. Sorry is now the one that needs to take the big gamble. We thought the Harsh Winds was the God top deck, but goes for the Avalanche instead, but it backfires. Wasn't expecting this extra 4 damage coming around the sides.
There's the Ice Shard bringing Sorry's own HP to 7. The Zap hits it for 4, and then you have the Ignition for 1 more. So without the Ice Shard, you would be at the mercy of just Get Excited. At this point now, from the top deck and the Rummage, you have the chance to find either Mystic Shot or Get Excited, and it would be GG. Blighted Ravine is in hand, though. Can be played to heal, at least momentarily.
Yeah, and with the board full, you know, you can play, if you had drawn, you know, a cheap unit, you can play the Blighted Ravine and then overwrite it so it doesn't pop and then deal the AoE. But Guardia's got Twisted Fate.
You have to do it in this first action. If you attack, you don't have the chance to Ravine anymore. Now you can you give Guardia the chance to Rummage and just do something before you're able to get the just non-answerable action of playing Ravine.
And so Guardia now just needs to think about, what do I want to Rummage? I think rummaging, Stress Testing and Ballistic Bot is the way to go?
Well, anything that doesn't deal damage to face, I guess. You can 3 Sisters. Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, you're gonna have to rummage and find the kill there. There's no. It's one of the 2 players winning this at this point with 3 Sisters Fury.
Oh my god. It's gonna come down to this. Rummage, 2 more cards, triple Get Excited, triple Mystic Shot in this list. Can Rummage the Stress Testing to draw a 3rd card.
3 draws, and you have, I think, have we seen any Get Excited or Mystic Shots played this game? I think not.
Not yet.
So
there was one
6.
Get Excited earlier to kill a Kindly Tavern Keeper. Suit up.
Oh, that's
Mystic Shot.
That's going to be it. The Shen emote, he knows that for 2 mana, there's nothing that Sorry can do. And it was drawn out. It took 4 games for TFS to win. But finally, on the very last top deck with this Mystic Shot, able to get this Game 3 win and end up winning this tournament and taking it over Sorry. Big props to Guardia for having the mental fortitude to stick with this deck all the way through and still finally find the win in the very last game of this tournament.
The loss of, the slight disappointment they're not going for the turn 4 Zed Lethal is made up for the absolute hypest Yu-Gi-Oh! Top deck to get that Mystic Shot. Guardia, after it looked a bit shaky after getting to the winner's final, all you needed was an extra life to bring it back in Game 3 to take the tournament. Big congratulations to Guardia. I know he's been trying to get this win for a long time here in Fight Night EU.
And yeah, I mean, really impressive. I think I talked to him when we first started this tournament about him being a player to watch and someone that I respected a lot in tournaments, especially. And I guess he proved my point. Really took it to the very last, edge there in the game 3 of the bracket reset best of 3, but did manage to make it. It was a very long tournament. It was very drawn out. We went really to the very end of it, but Guardia ends up coming out as a champion. We'll be coming back alongside Sorry for the next edition of Fight Night as well. That being said, this is a very, very long tournament. We're going to give the players and ourselves some time to rest. We might have an interview with Guardia at the start of the next tournament. So it will be something to look forward to for next week as well. But we hope you guys enjoy the tournament at 6 p.m. Eastern, midnight Europe time. We're going to have, of course, the Americas version of Fight Night coming at you guys with Blevins and Casanova. And yeah, that's it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed this tournament today, and we'll see you guys next week.
Have a good one.